For Willowdale is rising on a point of order.
Yes, sir, Mr. Speaker. An email was sent from my office that contained a solicitation which was improper, and I stand here to personally apologize to the House for any improper use of parliamentary resources. If I may add, all of my staff and volunteers are very, very well aware of all of the rules, and in this case and in all cases, they all comply, and I wish to take full responsibility personally. This was, in fact, my doing. I will also add that the email in question was, in fact, originally sent properly. I decided to send a copy to my colleagues here on the Hill, the MPs, because, ironically, it was an invitation to my 50th birthday, and it was an effort on my part to exercise an attempt at encouraging multi-partisan activity. Does not excuse the improperness of the email that I sent, and I do hereby personally apologize.
The honourable member for Vancouver South is also rising on a point of order.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I guess this is a day for apologies. Mr. Speaker, you may remember the matter of the Twitter and the tweeting that I apologized about last Tuesday. And that was an error on my part. Subsequently, that day, I was approached by the media to talk about the nature of the three different motions, one having been before the Defence Committee in camera, which was the motion itself was public, and the two other motions by two members before the Special Committee on Afghanistan, which were also public. I discussed those motions, the broadness or the narrowness of the individual motions, but there is a genuine belief on the part of some members that that was part of the same transaction of disclosure that occurred on the Twitter. While I may disagree, I believe that there are certain members that hold that belief genuinely, and I respect that. And I believe an apology is due from me, and one is made sincerely. If members believe that I made an error, I was in error, and I accept full responsibility, and I do apologize to the House and to the committee.
I thank the honourable members for their apologies this morning. Tabling of documents. He's not standing up. L'Honourable Deputy.
The Honourable Member for Joliette has a point of order. Yes, Mr. Speaker. I just want to know whether you would prefer for me to wait until the end of routine proceedings to raise my question of privilege. I wouldn't mind. What would you prefer?
Je suis prêt.
I am prepared to listen to the Honourable Member now. If he would like to give his point of order, I think it's a question of privilege. Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday, following the apology presented by the Member for Justice regarding the question of privilege that I raised, you said that you would consider the matter as closed unless you received other presentations on the matter. So this morning, in fact, I would like to give you new elements. Mr. Speaker, I would like to bring to your attention that although the question involved two ministers, the Minister of Justice apologized, but the Minister of Public Works also disclosed details with regard to C-52 before it was tabled in the House. The main reason why we are coming back to the matter today, Mr. Speaker, is because we are extremely concerned by the disclosure, the public disclosure by ministers of the government on bills before their first reading in this House. Despite the apologies by the Minister of Justice, we believe that the message hasn't yet been fully heard on the government side. In fact, on the one hand, the Minister of Justice was apologizing in the House for having disclosed details on Bill C-52 before it was tabled in the House. On the other hand, the Minister of Public Safety and the Minister of Public Works, once again, had a press conference on the Bill C-53, a bill that was on the notice paper but that had not yet been received first reading in the House. In a document entitled Information before the first reading of the bill, it was clearly indicated that the government intends to accelerate the bill on this bill. And I had sent this to you. So I can tell you that this is what the bill does contain, that is C-53. It does abolish the process in question, and that's that. So once again, the government has revealed the contents of the bill before it was tabled in the House. As the parliamentary House leader for the Bloc Québécois, Mr. Speaker, I'm often called upon to advise my colleague on the legislative process and on private members' business. And what I maintain is that bills must remain confidential until they are tabled in the House. I always ask members to hold their press conference after first reading of the bill. So, Mr. Speaker, if the confidentiality rule is not going to be applied to bills on the order paper, I'd like to know what I should advise my colleagues. Once again, we're asking you, Mr. Speaker, to look at this question of privilege that I raised last Thursday and on the new elements that I have brought to your attention here this morning concerning C-53. And I reiterate that if you believe that my question of privilege is founded, first of all, I am prepared to table the appropriate motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for the Leader of the Government in the House.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for his intervention. Mr. Speaker, as the Minister of Justice indicated yesterday, he expressed regrets and he expressed his most sincere apologies to the House for releasing any information on Bill C-52 in advance of the bill being tabled. As we know, Mr. Speaker, the quite correct procedure is that once a bill has been put on notice, it would be inappropriate to speak to the bill until such time that the bill has been tabled. However, the Minister of Justice indicated that he would be advising all of his cabinet colleagues as well of the inappropriateness of this type of action and offered his most sincere apologies on behalf of the government for any inadvertent release of information that should not have been done so. Mr. Speaker, you had indicated in your ruling yesterday that you accepted the apology, considered the matter to be closed. I can assure you on behalf of the government that this type of early release, if you will, Mr. Speaker, will not be forthcoming again any time in the future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Wascana on the same point.
Mr. Speaker, could I just ask the House for a bit of clarification? The Parliamentary Secretary has referred to the incident in respect of Bill C-52, for which the Minister of Justice has acknowledged that an error was made, and as the Parliamentary Secretary indicated, the Minister also indicated that he would be advising ministers generally that practice of calling premature news conferences should not continue. But I took it, Mr. Speaker, from the remarks of the representative for the Bloc Québécois that his concern related not only to Bill C-52 but also to the incident that occurred yesterday with respect to Bill C-53, where in fact the practice that was complained of was indeed repeated, where there was a premature news conference about a subsequent bill having to do with justice matters. And I think it's important to have the confirmation from the government that they have not only acknowledged the mistake in respect of C-52, but they do also acknowledge that there is exactly the same mistake that's been made with respect to C-53, and that the undertaking made by the Minister of Justice that this practice will stop is in fact going to apply to each and every minister on each and every bill, and we will not have this ongoing succession of premature news conferences that do in fact encroach upon the privileges of members of this House.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver East on the same point.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. And I know that you heard some arguments yesterday from various representatives, and just so that you hear from all parties in the House, because I think we do consider it a very serious matter, I would like to raise on the same point of order for the members of the New Democratic Party, and to underline that it is very serious when when ministers basically go out and preempt bills and usurp the privileges of members in the House. It is a fundamental principle in this House that they should not do so, and that the House is the first priority in terms of bills coming forward and being introduced and debated. So I did want to let you know also from our point of view that we consider it a very serious matter, and although I've heard what the Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader has said today, I do think it's important that the government be very clear that if they are apologising for what happened, that it does apply to all ministers and to all bills, so that something like this doesn't happen again. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The
Honourable Member for Joliette again. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I can confirm to the Leader of the Official Opposition that, in fact, not only am I surprised that the Minister of Public Works has not apologized, as the Minister of Justice did regarding C-52, but the Minister of Public Safety, yes, as well as once again the Minister of Public Works, spoke with regard to Bill C-53, and they used the same type of process. And as proof, I have the press release that I sent to you, as well as the briefing notes that go into great detail on Bill C-53. And once again, I think that there has been a violation of the privilege of the House here, and I think it's relevant. The Honourable Government House Leader. Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And again, I thank all of my colleagues for their interventions with respect to the remarks made, particularly by the Opposition House Leader and to the House Leader of the Bloc Québécois. I can only speak to the statements and the apologies made yesterday by the Minister of Justice with respect to Bill C-53 and the interventions that my honourable colleague from the Bloc Québécois had made about ministerial statements on those bills or that bill. I cannot confirm that since I was not aware of that, Mr. Speaker. However, I will be speaking with my colleagues, both the Minister of Public Works and the Minister of Public Safety, at my first opportunity, and encouraging them to respond to these interventions at their first opportunity, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
The
Honourable Member for Beauséjour on the same point. Order, please. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, once again, to support the comments made by the member for Joliette.
The Secretary referred to regret that any information in advance of a bill being tabled became public. Mr. Speaker, what I'd like to urge you to do when you review this matter is to look at a pattern. Bill C-52, the Minister of Justice acknowledged that it was inappropriate. You said that you considered the matter closed, and probably at that exact same time, the Minister of Public Safety was preparing to release details of another bill. Mr. Speaker, this isn't an accident of an over-enthusiastic communications assistant in a minister's office. It's a pattern on many, many bills, particularly in recent weeks, and I would urge you, Mr. Speaker, whatever ruling you ultimately decide, I would urge you to make it clear what, in fact, are the rules surrounding this kind of information, and not simply accept, Mr. Speaker, that somebody come in and apologize while a colleague at the same time is doing exactly the same thing. There seems to be a communication confusion in the Cabinet, and Mr. Speaker, you're the best person to clarify that for everybody.
I thank all honourable members for their submissions on this point. I'll take the matter under advisement. As indicated by the Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader, he'll be conferring with his colleagues who may wish to respond to the points of order that have been raised. Certainly, clarification can be provided if necessary, but I think it was clear that with respect to the Minister of Justice's statement, he acknowledged that what had happened was incorrect and improper. The Chair would have probably ruled to the same effect had I given a ruling in advance, but since he indicated that he felt it was improper and then apologized to the House, I considered the matter closed. I hadn't realized there were two ministers involved in that press conference. We've heard that today in the arguments advanced. I, of course, missed the press conference, as usual. And then we had, in addition, the suggestion there had been another press conference on another bill yesterday. So those two items I can take under advisement and come back to the House if necessary. But I think there will be other submissions on the point from what the Parliamentary Secretary has suggested. So we'll wait and hear those additional submissions. But I thank all honourable members for their intervention on this matter. Tabling of documents. Dépôt de documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 36.8, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's responses to 3 petitions.
Dépôt de documents.
Tabling of documents.
Bills. Déclaration de ministre.
Statements by ministers.
Interparliamentary delegations. Présentation.
Presenting reports from committees.
Production of private members' bills. Madame Savoy.
Ms. Savoy.
Appuyé par Madame.
Seconded by Ms. Davies. Ask the permission to table a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Income Tax Act, Transportation Benefits.
Adopted. The Honourable Member for Victoria.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased this morning to introduce my Commuter Choices Bill. The twin threats of climate change and poor air quality demand that we creatively encourage alternative modes of transportation to the single occupancy vehicle. So today I'm proposing to allow employees to receive tax-free employer-provided benefits to cover the costs of transit, carpooling, and bicycle commuting. This bill is a complement and improvement over the current government transit tax credit. The employer-related commuter benefits that are proposed for tax exemption would apply to an employee's highest personal income tax rate. It will also save payroll costs for employers and remove administrative barriers that exist presently. As this bill illustrates, government can help make better commuter choices easier for Canadians, and it would help us to meet our eventual commitments to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions. Mr. Speaker, I also want to thank my constituents Sarah Webb and Dan Pollock, who were inspired this bill, and CUTA, the Canadian Urban Transit Association, for the policy work they've done on this bill.
Ms. Savoy, seconded by Ms. Davies, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. Cette motion est réputée adoptée.
This motion is deemed adopted. First reading of this bill.
When shall the bill be read a second time? À la prochaine séance de la...
At the next sitting of the House.
Éminent des députés.
Introduction of private members' bills.
Of Senate public bills. Motion.
Motions.
Petitions. The Honourable Member for Elmwood Transcona.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a petition which is a call to stop the Canada-Colombia trade deal. The violence against workers and members of civil society by paramilitaries in Colombia were closely associated with the current Uribe government has been ongoing, with more than 2,200 trade unionists murdered since 1991, and it's continued abated, Mr. Speaker, right up to this day, as well as a host of violence committed against Indigenous peoples, Afro-Colombians, human rights activists, workers, farmers, labor leaders, and journalists. Mr. Speaker, the Canada-Colombia trade deal was negotiated following a framework similar to the NAFTA agreement, which has mainly benefited huge corporations at the expense of working people. In fact, labor side agreements under NAFTA have not produced effective protection for farmers. In fact, over 1 million agriculture jobs have been lost in Mexico since NAFTA was signed. And in fact, all trade agreements must be built upon the principles of fair trade, which fundamentally respect social justice, human rights, labor rights, and environmental stewardship as prerequisites of trade. And finally, Mr. Speaker, the petitioners call on Parliament to reject the Canada-Colombia trade deal until an independent human rights impact assessment is carried out, resulting concerns addressed, and that the agreement is renegotiated along the principles of fair trade, which would take environmental social impacts fully into account while genuinely respecting and enhancing labor rights and the rights of all affected parties.
The Honourable Member for Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am pleased to table a petition on behalf of my constituents along the Highway 11 corridor. The petition asks the government to ensure moratoriums on post office closures, that these be maintained, and the petition also opposes the legalization of remailers and asks that the proposed legislation be withdrawn. The petition also calls on the Government of Canada to ensure that Canada Post expands and improves postal services within rural areas, given the key role that these services play in the social economic life of our communities in these rural areas, such as Valrita, Kapuskasing, Moonbeam, Chapleau, Wawa, Manitouwadge, White River. I could go on, but I believe the House gets the drift. Therefore, once again, I'm pleased to table this petition on behalf of my constituents.
Présentation de pétition.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Victoria.
Speaker, and I'm pleased to present a petition on behalf of hundreds of constituents from Victoria who expressed their concern about the implementation of the harmonized sales tax at a time when they say Canadians are already struggling. Because the GST, the federal tax, is charged on more products than the existing provincial sales tax, the HST, they say, will increase the cost on many everyday goods and services like vitamins, haircuts, newspapers, movies, etc., and it will hurt many community businesses in Victoria. So they are asking the government, the federal government, to rescind this measure because no steps have been taken to mitigate the impact on our communities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a petition on behalf of the Duchess of Kent Legion 263. The Legion has fallen into financial difficulty with Canada Revenue due to a theft of GST funds by a former employee. And while that employee was charged and convicted of the crime, the stolen monies were never recovered. The Duchess of Kent has a debt of more than $275,000, and despite paying thousands and thousands on this debt, the accruing interest drove the Legion deeper into debt every month. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of National Revenue has the authority under Section 23(2) of the Financial Administration Act to forgive the principal and interest. The petitioners ask the Parliament of Canada to direct the Minister of Revenue to exercise his authority and forgive the debt. We owe it to our veterans, Mr. Speaker, men and women who served our country with honor and courage. We need to save their Legion.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to rise in the House today to present petitions. I think it's the third time that I've presented petitions from people in the Vancouver Chinatown area and Vancouver generally who are very supportive of the idea of designating Chinatown as a National Historic Site. They recognize that Chinatown has been a very important hub for commercial, social and cultural activities in the Chinese community since the 19th century and continues to be a treasured part of Vancouver today. The petitioners call on the Government of Canada to work with all levels of government and the community to recognize and preserve the rich legacy of Vancouver's Chinatown and to designate Chinatown as a National Historic Site. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Présentation de pétitions.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Sudbury.
I'm pleased to rise today to introduce the petition on behalf of over 50 constituents in my riding to introduce a new volunteer service medal to be known as the Governor-General's Volunteer Medal to acknowledge and recognize volunteerism by Canadian troops. Mr. Speaker, during a specified period of service to their country, Canadians from 1939 in September to March 1947 received the Canadian Volunteer Service Medal. And during a specified period of service to their country, Canadians from June 1950 to July 1954 received the Canadian Volunteer Service Medal for their service in Korea. So the undersigned residents of my riding respectfully call upon the Government of Canada to recognize by means of the issuance of the new Canadian Volunteer Service Medal to be designated the Governor-General's Volunteer Service Medal for volunteer service by Canadians in regular or reserve military forces and cadet corps support staff who were not eligible for the aforementioned medals and who have completed 365 days of uninterrupted honorable duty in the service of their country, that they should be qualifying for a medal such as this. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Saskatoon-Humboldt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a petition today from people from all 4 Western Canadian provinces, and particularly they're calling upon the Government of Canada to end funding for Planned Parenthood to the Canadian International Development Agency. They are particularly concerned because they view it as an organization that attacks family values, and they are also particularly concerned because the money that CIDA is spending is supposed to be going to development aid and help the poor people of the world, and instead it is being wasted on promoting propaganda.
Présentation de pétitions.
Presenting petitions.
Questions on the order paper, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I ask that all questions be allowed to stand.
Agreed. So ordered. Government orders.
Government orders, government bills, comments. Resuming debate at second reading stage of Bill C-46, Investigative Powers for the 21st Century Act.
Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Abitibi-Temiskaming. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to speak to Bill C-46. In fact, Mr. Speaker, Bill C-46 we're going to be debating today, and probably C-47 as well. The two are very interrelated, C-46 and C-47. Both of them concern cybercrime. They deal with computer crime. The Government of Canada is trying finally to get into the 21st century to deal with this very important issue of cybercrime. Just to give you a little bit of context before getting into details, a convention was developed on cybercrime, but the convention involved a number of meetings, and there were 27 versions of the Cybercrime Convention before the final version was drafted. It was signed by a lot of countries, including Canada, United States, Japan, South Africa, and the European Union. All of the signatories committed to introducing legislation, one or more bills, to enact the convention. And that is what the government is doing today. This bill is one that I want to look into the details of. In fact, we can deal with the technicalities of it in the committee. The Bloc Québécois is going to support this bill, C-46, going to committee, and the other bill as well, C-47 probably, we will want to send it to the Public Safety Committee. But what is Bill C-46 all about? It will enable the police forces to use investigative technologies that are in the modern era, for example, to cover cell phones, iPods, the internet, all of these social networking technologies, as well as Twitter, Facebook. The whole net will be accessible to police forces, law enforcement agencies. There is a very important aspect as well that the government and parliamentarians must keep in mind. The bill must not violate basic rights while enabling law enforcement agencies to be well equipped to deal with crime. And all of this is in connection with what happened in 2001. We know, of course, that cybercrime was first dealt with in 1995, but the impact of the events of 9/11 have been very significant. That makes us realize that there were not the means in place to deal with certain types of crime. If we look at what was done before and after 95 and 2001, well, it was clear that people were aware of surveillance, This isn't a James Bond movie. We're far from having a 24-hour surveillance system and so on, Big Brother. But we needed to enable the law enforcement agencies to have the technology that they needed and the power they required to deal with this type of crime, which is very insidious and takes place everywhere. We can talk about this because our colleagues across the floor, especially the Conservatives, often talk about the luring of children and what people try to do with computer systems and the internet to try to take predatory steps to try to appeal to children and so on. And of course, that is a very serious problem. I don't want to say otherwise. But there are a lot of other crimes as well, like identity theft, attacks. For example, the attacks in the London Underground were prepared through the internet, and we know that we had the Toronto 18 as well, where there were attacks that were being planned. That has happened around the world. In Canada, there was an individual that was involved and was thanked by the police. The person was able to indicate to the police that there was a crime being prepared in England. So clearly, we can no longer just say that cybercrime is taking place in Canada or Quebec or Ottawa alone. In fact, computer crime is a global problem, and we have to take a global approach to it. This is what C46 will do, and C47 that we will be debating in the next few days. I have a concern, and this is something we will have to look at carefully, and that is the intrusion in people's privacy. I hesitate to say that because there is an extremely fine line, increasingly fine, between interfering with people's personal rights and the needs of society. So we will have to look at that very carefully when we consider this bill. We need to make sure that people do not risk being more vulnerable because of an intrusion into their personal lives. And, of course, everyone will agree, I believe, that we need to adapt our legislation to new technologies and new criminal methods. It is obvious today that criminals, especially those working on the web, are brilliant in most cases when they can use Facebook, Twitter, or the whole internet. I think that these people show that they are intelligent enough to plan and carry out criminal activities. So somebody with a cell phone can send coded messages and do so on the internet as well. I can give you an example. All of the so-called illegal transfers of money to tax havens. When we were debating Bill C-42, I mentioned this, and as well in connection with Bill C-52. Criminals, I think all criminals, in fact, who use computers and computer technologies are increasingly clever. So police forces have to be well equipped to deal with that. And this is why I support Bill C-46. However, such technologies should not be a benefit only to criminals and not to law enforcement agencies. Therefore, it is important in our view and urgent to ensure that police officers can deal with crimes, not the crimes that have been committed only or that are about to be committed, but if we can be ahead of the criminals to know that a crime is being planned, then it will be possible to intervene ahead of time and prevent the crime from being committed. And this is the value of this legislation. But the means used by the police need to provide greater amounts of information. We agree with that. There is also a provision to allow for surveillance to enable the police to know more about the person's private life, but it goes beyond that. We have to make sure to keep a balance between basic rights, that is the right to privacy, and the right to ensure security. And that is where we need to focus. Should privacy be sacrificed in the interests of public security and safety? That is where the line is easily crossed by police officers or by individuals who do not have scruples. We know that the police have been criticized for going into the system of the Quebec insurance system to see who to see whether former spouses were doing certain things. So there is a question of personal information there, and we need to be very careful about that. This is probably the major debate that will take place over the coming months, and those concerns have been expressed by the Rights and Freedoms League. We need to know that there can be excesses. If we want to really improve security and safety, should individual rights be sacrificed entirely in the interests of protecting society? This is a debate that will have to be explored when the bill goes to committee.
Vous me permettrez?
Now, if I may, I'd like to point out to what the Human Rights League points out. They say that this is an unprecedented invasion into people's private information. And they state that the government is moving forward with this bill and calling it a necessary adaptation to be in keeping with new technology. For wiretapping, for example. However, there are no measures that are consistent between what is transferred during a telephone conversation and to those that are freely in circulation. Contrary to the phone conversation, the conversation disappears unless it's been recorded. Other transmissions remain in the in computers. They leave tracks that can be followed and picked up later. And that's a very important point, Mr. Speaker. And I hope that no one here in this Parliament or no one in Canada or Quebec who's listening to this thinks that when they send an email, it's over and done with. Unfortunately for them, I've got bad news, because when you send an email with a computer or via a BlackBerry, Mr. Speaker, it's unfortunate for you, but there is always a means to recover the information, go back to the hard drive, and it can be traced completely. And that, Mr. Speaker, is where there's a bit of a gray area. The Human Rights League adds that the thousands of gestures and actions of a person's daily life could be the subject of a police investigation. First of all, electronic sites visited by each person, the electronic mail sent or received, use of a credit card, purchases of all kinds, books, various pieces of equipment, clothing, travel abroad, outings. They will be able to monitor bank transactions, any transaction over the internet or at a teller, and the list could be much longer. So, Mr. Speaker, we need to be cautious. I don't necessarily share all of the concerns expressed by this Rights and Freedoms League. However, they're calling upon us to be prudent, and as parliamentarians, it's our duty to respond carefully, to be in a position to tell the police forces, be it the RCMP, the Quebec Police Force, the OPP, or another police force in a large centre, that there are lines that should not be crossed and must not be crossed once Bill C-46 has been adopted. However, there is one thing that is clear, Mr. Speaker, and I'm convinced of that. Mr. Speaker, I believe that police forces must be equipped to deal with crime in the 21st century. The crimes of the 21st century, Mr. Speaker, with all due respect, sure, there are still armed robberies, bank heists and robberies, even if it's less common, according to the most recent statistics. There are all kinds of assaults, thefts from corner stores, etc., but we're facing a new type of crime, cybercrime. And since 1995, we've been seeking to fight cybercrime. We need to take the steps we need to deal with it. Now, I've spent a lot of time listening to what various witnesses have said and what the Human Rights League has said, because they feel that this bill is only providing reduced protection against seizures without a warrant. Authorities will be able to obtain information on you, whereas the Privacy Act states that this information is private, but it could be obtained nonetheless under C-46 without a warrant on the base of, with reasonable grounds to suspect. And a police force could maintain all of the content of your transmissions. It would be similar to enabling the post office to photocopy all of your letters. Now, maybe that's taking a bit too far, but it does invite us to adopt a cautious approach. I don't support fully everything that this league is saying, but as politicians, we need to look at both sides of this situation. They've also said that with a mandate obtained on grounds to suspect, the police force could require this internet service provider to provide a host of lists, etc. And that could be somewhat dangerous. And Mr. Speaker, I think that when the time comes to examine that, we need to take a close look at it in committee. They have added in their remarks that with a warrant based on reasonable grounds to suspect, that would be less strict than for wiretapping, and the information could be obtained on a person and could be obtained and saved. Now, this is very important, and what the Human Rights League is asking us to do is to think very carefully about legislation before we adopt it and before we bring it into force. Once this bill has been adopted, Mr. Speaker, it might be too late to make amendments. But for the time being, I have one thing to say. We must absolutely equip police forces to fight cybercrime, the crime of the 21st century, so that we can attempt to prevent crime, because crime prevention is becoming more and more of a solution, we need to be in a position to prevent that type of crime. And prevention requires specific equipment. If you can thwart a conspiracy before the individuals take action, because once they've taken action, Mr. Speaker, well, it's a little bit too late to step in. Even if we have the means to take these criminals to court. However, if we can thwart the crime, the conspiracy or the plot before it occurs, Mr. Speaker, and I'll conclude with this, I think the bill is a step in the right direction. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I listened very carefully to my colleague. Of course, this bill does give police forces some additional tools, but what bothers me is the balance between privacy and the other aspect. I think that we need to have the tools in order to arrest criminals, but when I read it through what the Privacy Commissioner has said, she said that protection of privacy is crucial in a free society. Without that, there is no freedom. Canada is currently moving towards a society where everything is being monitored, and this leads us to think about Big Brother. I'd like to ask my colleague how with this bill, we will be in a position to set the guidelines so that privacy issues are respected. The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her question as well. Now, I won't skirt the issue. I think that will be the biggest challenge for the committee that will examine this bill, trying to establish that fine line, those guidelines between the rights of societies and private information. That line is that the police forces will not be allowed to cross. The Supreme Court has stated clearly that it cannot be a fishing expedition, that not just anything can be intercepted, stating that, well, it might perhaps be something that's going to occur. No, we need to set guidelines and limits. As legislators, we must tell the police forces that there are lines they must not cross, and I admit that, as Ms. Stoddard has said, that will be a major challenge with this bill and with its implementation. It will be that definition of the means or in detail that police forces can use to prevent crime. Because we'll be going from the situation after the crime has been committed, because that's when the police forces take action. But with this bill, police forces will have an opportunity to intervene in a preventative way to prevent an offense from being committed. And that is what cybercrime is all about, and that will be a challenge, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Laval. Mr. Speaker, I listened to my colleague's remarks very carefully, and if I remember correctly, in 1948, George Orwell wrote 1984, and he talked about a society that is similar to the ones that the Conservative government is trying to set up here now. That was in 1958. Another book, The Class Rebellion, was written, and it was focused on a new type of society. Yann Martel is a Quebec author who has sent a host of books to the Prime Minister, and the 38th book that he sent to the Prime Minister was a book by Enran. Does my colleague not think that the Prime Minister and the government should draw some inspiration from what already exists, what's happened, instead of attempting to adopt law and order bills quickly without taking into account all of the issues that can occur, all of the consequences that these bills can have on society, on individuals, and all human beings. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. I'd like to thank my colleague for Laval. She's absolutely right, Mr. Speaker. Now, I don't think that this bill should be adopted quickly. No, not at all. It needs to be adopted in the House. so that it can be studied in committee. And it's up to the Public Safety Committee, because that's where the committee will be referred, to look at it, or the Justice Committee, regardless. But that is where the in-depth work needs to take place. My colleague is absolutely right. We need to prevent cameras from being set up everywhere, monitoring everything for every reason imaginable. But where is that line? The line separates collective rights from individual rights. So it's a line that is very thin. The Supreme Court has stated and has invited us, in fact, as parliamentarians, to be very careful before adopting legislation that will violate individual rights under the Charter. So that is the debate that will take place over the months to come, and it's very clear, Mr. Speaker, with all the respect that I have for my Conservative colleagues, I hope that they won't be in a hurry to get this bill adopted quickly, because I think we need to take the time to work hard on it. It's been since 1995 that the Convention on Cybercrime has been underway. It's taken 27 documents to prepare it today. So if we were to take a few months to look at it now, I think that's very important, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Longueuil, Pierre Boucher. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I was very impressed, I must say, by the presentation made by our colleague for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. I think that his concerns with respect to the need to protect individual rights and civil rights in developing initiatives of this nature must be a central focus. But there's also something else that's of vital importance that deals with the need to give authorities effective ways of dealing with crime in a very high-tech society. Now, with this new bill, will police forces be more effective in dealing with money laundering, for example, or transfers of funding to tax havens? Are there any means established in this bill that will deal with that? I'd like the member to comment, if he could, please. The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Well, I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. He's absolutely right. And I'd like to go back to what I said. This bill will be studied at the Justice Committee, and that is one of my concerns. Because I'm a member of that committee, I'm going to be focusing very carefully on all of the aspects of it. Based on my understanding of this, and I'd like to read one sentence here, this bill also makes it possible to issue warrants in cyberspace, making it possible to locate operations of physical people or things. The police will be able to activate from a remote environment a data and a device, and that is something that can be dangerous. I think it's very important to focus on that very carefully. It will be possible to monitor money before it leaves Canada and goes somewhere else into an island tax haven. We do need to be able to trace it. And we hope that we will be in a position to do so with this bill. And where I get back to what my colleague was saying, we need to follow, for example, cars. There'll be a chip in a car. How many cars are stolen? Luxury cars are now somewhere in the Emirates, in Russia, somewhere else. We will be able to track them with these chips and locate them. It'll be possible to issue a warrant in order to go to Russia or to wherever the vehicles are. It could be anything. It doesn't have to be a vehicle. It could be another product. But yes, this is a good thing. However, there again, there's the fine line that must not be crossed between the violation of individual rights and the protection of society. And that is what we will be focusing on when we hear from the authorities, because we'll be hearing from the RCMP. They've stated already that they were eagerly awaiting this bill, and so I look forward to hearing from them at committee to learn how they're going to deal with that.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's a privilege to rise in this place representing the good people of Pitt Meadows Maple Ridge Mission. to speak in strong support of Bill C-46, which proposes changes to the Criminal Code, the Competition Act, and the Mutual Legal Assistance in Criminal Matters Act in order to bring criminal offenses and investigative powers up to date with 21st century technologies. I believe that Bill C-46 is an important piece of legislation. We are all very well aware that technology has been changing rapidly over the last couple of decades. Some my age or thereabouts have a hard time keeping up with the technological changes. And these changes have changed the way that crimes have been committed as well, and the type of evidence that police need to gather when investigating those crimes. Developments in technology have changed the nature of the crimes themselves, as well as the nature of the investigations required to combat them. And in many ways, these changes have also made the world a smaller place. It used to be the case that overseas communication took days or weeks, sometimes even longer than that. It wasn't all that many years ago, Mr. Speaker. You might recall that I lived in the Philippines for a number of years. We lived several hours north of Manila, the major center. The only way to get sort of information back and forth to our family and friends was the old-fashioned way, by letter. We didn't have a phone in the place where we lived. In fact, there was none in the town. You could go to Manila, and the only way we could make a phone call was to drive to a neighboring, slightly larger town about an hour away, stand in line, wait for a telephone booth, hope that the operator could connect you at the appropriate time, and then pay quite a bit. Now in the Philippines, they tell me that per capita they have more cell phones than Canada. So anywhere you go there now, you're able to be connected throughout the world, and that's a fact of what's been happening. Money can be moved from a bank in Singapore to an account in Switzerland by a person in Saskatchewan, of all places, without any trouble at all. And these technologies have opened up a world of possibilities for Canadians and Canadian businesses, but these technologies also create new challenges for law enforcement and criminal justice. And because of the global nature of these challenges, global solutions are needed. Investigators face some of the most significant challenges brought about by these technologies. But let me, just before I talk about kind of the international nature of the problem that we face and how this bill responds to that, let me just talk in more general terms about cyber crime. I mean, what is cyber crime? There is no universally accepted definition. It's had a number of definitions. It includes certainly crimes perpetrated over the Internet, but also includes any crime in which a piece of computer-based technology is used. So from things as, I suppose, relatively harmless, as some would say, as spam, to much more important and serious things like the exploitation of children. Internet child pornography, for example, has become a $2.6 billion industry. And the latest RCMP estimates indicate that there are 60,000 identified IP addresses in Canada accessing child pornography. And you may be surprised to know this, Mr. Speaker, but the National Centre for Missing and Exploited Children documented that 85 children were reported missing every hour. It's not every day, every week, or every month, but every hour, and totaling more than 750,000 missing during a year. In many cases involved luring schemes facilitated online. And of course, there's identity theft, identity crime. And they're very serious. In fact, in 2006, almost 8,000 cases were reported in Canada. Or securities manipulation, where wrong information is put out online and the price of securities and stocks and so on go up or down in relation to these things, and the markets are manipulated in this way. And of course, there's the serious threat to critical infrastructure. It's estimated by some that the next threat to national security will be either the disruption of electronic commerce or the creation of an emergency situation. And all of these things are very costly. There are certainly social costs, but there are economic costs as well. And we don't know how much these things cost. There's no way really to add them all up. But one estimate, there was a study done, released just earlier this year, done by McAfee, It estimated that hacking and internet fraud and denial of service attacks and high-tech mischief are estimated to cost the world economy more than $1 trillion a year in loss of business revenue. And that's a huge cost, Mr. Speaker. And there's no reason to think that these things are going to decline, and so we need to take them very seriously. Some of this material, by the way, Mr. Speaker, has been taken from a website put out by the Global Center for Securing Cyberspace, interestingly based in Calgary, Alberta, and its mission is to proactively protect people, property, and commerce from cyberspace-enabled attacks through the facilitation of cross-sector collaborations with law enforcement, government, industry, and academia. And some very helpful resources on that site, which I would recommend to you and to my colleagues and to anyone listening to this debate. And I think you'll find some very helpful things there if you're involved in the internet or the computer at all. Many of these attacks, or some of these attacks in cyberspace, cybercrime, can come from outside of Canada, and our authorities need to be able to cooperate with authorities in foreign countries to investigate these crimes and to bring the criminals to justice. In order to make this cooperation effective, we, along with our international partners, need to have available a standard set of tools capable of facilitating these investigations in the new technological environment. So ratification of the Council of Europe's Convention on Cybercrime and its additional protocol on xenophobia and racism, we believe is an essential component of enabling these types of internal and international investigations. This convention is the only international treaty that is specifically designed to provide the legal tools to help in the investigation and prosecution of consumer or computer and internet-based crime, as well as more general crimes involving electronic evidence. So in conjunction with Bill C-46 necessary amendments to the Criminal Code and the other acts, ratification of the convention will put Canada in a position to effectively conduct modern investigations with an international component. Ratification of the convention will also assist foreign signatory countries by allowing them to access the Criminal Code's new investigative tools in appropriate cases. Let me just read some parts of the preamble of this convention so you'll get a sense for what it's all about. Here's a few of the preamble paragraph. It says, convinced of the need to pursue as a matter of priority a common criminal policy aimed at the protection of society against cybercrime, conscious of the profound changes brought about by the digitalization, convergence, and continuing globalization of computer networks, concerned by the risk that computer networks and electronic information may also be used for committing criminal offenses and that evidence relating to such offenses may be stored and transferred by these networks, recognizing the need for cooperation between states and private industry in combating cybercrime and the need to protect legitimate interests in the use and development of information technologies, believing that an effective fight against cybercrime requires increased, rapid, and well-functioning international cooperation in criminal matters, and this is an interesting one, convinced that the present convention is necessary to deter action directed against the confidentiality, integrity, and availability of computer systems, networks, and computer data, as well as the misuse of such systems, networks, and data, by providing for the criminalization of such conduct as provided in this convention, and so on. So it's an important convention. Canada was involved in the development of it, along with the Council of Europe, and it does a number of important things, each of which plays a part in enabling investigations. The first thing it does is it requires signatory states to adopt a minimum set of standards for computer-related crimes. For instance, the Convention requires that countries criminalize illegal access to computers. This is basically a hacking offense. It also requires criminalization of illegal interception, data interference, system interference, and misuse of devices. Now, to be clear, most of these activities are already criminal offenses in Canada. The few gaps that remain will be closed with the rest of the amendments proposed in the bill that we're debating today. But the types of crimes we're talking about here are exactly the kinds of crimes that don't respect borders very well. And that's why we need cooperation from our global partners to fight them. We need to make sure our partners aren't letting their own citizens hack into Canadian computer systems, and we need to make sure that we all have similar laws to make sure that we can prosecute crimes in Canada that have connections to other countries. The Convention covers other types of crimes committed using computers. For instance, the Convention prohibits the distribution of child pornography over the Internet, a crime that we've been working hard to fight here in Canada. The Convention's additional protocol on xenophobia and racism also broadens the scope of the Convention to cover criminal behavior relating to hate, racism, and xenophobia disseminated over computer systems. We need to do our part and encourage other countries to join us in these important fights. Ratifying the Convention and its additional protocol is a necessary step in that direction. There's another side to what the Convention does, which is equally important. The Convention also creates a set of investigative tools that every state party will need to fight the kinds of crimes we've just been talking about. These are really important investigative tools in a world where data can be deleted in the blink of an eye. Well, the Convention requires that all its signatory states have this kind of mechanism in place. This will be a significant help to our international investigations. As you can imagine, cross-border investigations are more complicated than domestic ones, which means that they can go more slowly. In order to make sure that vital data in a foreign country is not lost, we need to work with our partners so that we will all have such tools available to us. The Convention will also require that we adopt a number of other important investigative powers, and that these same tools be adopted by our partners. This common approach to the investigation of computer crimes will speed up the efficiency and effectiveness of cross-border investigations immeasurably. And the Convention would also create some new ways of cooperating on these investigations. For example, it would require that each country designate a point of contact that would be available 24/7 to give immediate assistance in these kinds of investigations. This type of mechanism would vastly increase the efficiency of cross-border investigations, which, as you can imagine, can be quite complicated to conduct. So as you can see, ratification of the Convention on Cybercrime is a vital component of Canada's fight against cybercrime and its ability to investigate crimes in the modern world. The amendments in Bill C-46 go a long way toward addressing these issues, but to make our fight against these crimes truly effective, we need to recognize their increasingly global nature. Together, ratification of the Convention and the amendments in this bill will ensure that we can respond to some of the difficult challenges that new technologies currently pose to the criminal law and criminal investigations. I encourage all members in this House to give Bill C-46 their full support. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Tobique Mactaquac.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and I want to thank my colleague for his comments. And the conclusion when he talks about modern investigations, and one could conclude that Canadians might want to jump to the next conclusion to be concerned about what this might mean for law enforcement. Would they be able to monitor everyone's internet, email, or cell phone use if that happened to be the case? Je sais que le secrétaire parlementaire.
I know that the parliamentary secretary understands the importance of ensuring a fair balance between public safety and privacy and rights to freedoms.
He could take a moment to comment on that, and does he see that as a concern in this bill if it becomes law, that law enforcement will be able to monitor everyone's email, internet, and cell phone activity?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his insightful question. And in fact, he raises a very important issue. I think that's already been raised in this House earlier today and earlier in this debate as well. And let me just be clear on this, that as we talk about throughout this bill about the whole notion of lawful access, that's one of the terms that's being used here. Let me be clear that it's not about eavesdropping. It's on private conversations or monitoring the web surfing or emailing habits of Canadians, or even being permitted to read those. If this becomes law enforcement agencies will not be able to accept private communications or obtain transmission data without being authorized to do so by law. It's a very important point, and needs to be clear. In the bill, as you'll see, if you look at it throughout, it talks about transmission data as a concept, and that's about being able to look at header data rather than the content of the email itself. So I think privacy is protected in this Act.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Laval. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the League of Rights and Freedoms has issued strong reservations with regard to this bill, and we agree that we need to move forward with such legislation. However, we need to be very careful. For example, in the bill, there is a provision that would allow judges to give a preservation order for data preservation if there were reasonable grounds to believe that legislation in another country has been violated. We know, Mr. Speaker, that unfortunately not all countries have the same rights and freedoms as we do here in Canada. We heard this week, for example, a man in Saudi Arabia who was talking about his sexual experiences on TV, and he was sentenced to life in prison. We know that in a number of countries also homosexuality is considered a crime. All this to say that if we allow this provision, someone from our country could criticize or condemn a homosexual who comes to Canada. And we would use this provision to get information that would give information on the meeting between two individuals. I'm concerned about this, Mr. Speaker.
Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I heard her concern. I didn't hear a question there. All I can say, I think, is that this government, and I think all Canadian governments, are strongly committed to maintaining the rule of law in all of its legislation and in the way that we conduct business here and the way that we expect Canadians who are governed by these laws to conduct their business as well. This legislation includes a number of tools, and tools that I think we would agree are needed in the particular society in which we live today in this technological age. All of the access tools, the production orders, preservation orders, interception orders, and search warrants, all would be required to be granted with lawful authority and under protection of the governance of the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, the Privacy Act, and so on. These are very important conditions in Canadian law. And so I understand her concern, a concern that she might want to raise in committee, but it's not a concern that I share.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transport.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I noticed the member spoke briefly on the issue of privacy when asked an excellent question by a member on this side. And I'm concerned somewhat about the privacy issue because I've heard from my constituents, and I know that this Conservative government has stood up for privacy issue for Canadians and the privacy rights that they have. Particularly, I'm interested in the drafting of the bill itself and whether or not in the drafting of this particular bill, the government looked at the issue of privacy and the issue of protecting privacy rights of Canadians in particular.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and my colleague is quite right. These are important considerations, and the government has taken these very seriously. In fact, there's been consultations on this for quite a while, in addition to our involvement with the convention that I referred to in my speech. The Government of Canada has been consulting on this. In fact, it had some consultations in 2002 under a former government, and again in 2005, these issues. And then in preparation for the introduction of this bill, there's been some consultations at multiple levels, and the issue of privacy has been one of those issues that has been front and center in those consultations and discussions in order to make sure that we get that balance exactly right. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member from Kamloops, Thompson Caribou.
Thank you. And I would certainly recognize and like to acknowledge my colleagues' comments regarding, it's a changing world and the need for new tools in the 21st century. And I guess what I would like to hear from him is, perhaps does he have an example that he could share in terms of something that might happen and how these tools could facilitate the justice coming for the victims? Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I think there's a number of things. I mean, they range from those things that are very tragic, like internet luring, which and we don't have all of the tools that we need. My colleague yesterday, when he spoke on this, referred to that in his work as a police officer, and how these new tools would have enabled him in his work in dealing with something like that, or even cyberbullying, which has become a pretty serious thing. Receiving threatening and harassing emails is something that goes on. In fact, maybe some of us receive those from time to time, and but that's part of our job. But it's a serious thing and a growing problem, and it can even go to to a very serious thing like securities manipulation and so on that put our economies in jeopardy. And I think the tools that are part of this will help our law enforcement agencies be better able to combat those.
Questions and comments? Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Newton North Delta.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm happy to be speaking in support of this time Bill C-46, which seeks to provide necessary amendments around what can be considered evidence. In many ways, this legislation is a long time coming. I believe it allows policing and our court system to operate in the 21st century. The criminals are committing their crimes in the present tense. We cannot live in the past. My history with this bill began earlier this year when my community was reeling from a spate of gun crimes. It seemed that every other day, yet another shooting had claimed the life of someone. In the past, most citizens believed that the gang violence only affected those who were involved in gang culture. There was less public outcry because of this. How that changed over the course of this year, innocent women, children, and senior citizens, no one was safe from the stray bullet or from feeling the grief of losing a loved one to this terrible increase of killings in our community. I needed to know what could be done, so that at that time I spoke to Cash Sheed, the Minister of Public Safety and Solicitor General in British Columbia, along with my friend and former colleague, Mr. Wally Opal, and MLA John Van Dogen, who was the Minister of Public Safety and Solicitor General in British Columbia at that time. All three of them were very frank about how they felt about the current legislation. They had lived and breathed these issues in the courtroom, and they have listened to the police officers, the ones on the front lines of this battle in British Columbia. I have spent a great deal of time listening to these frontline officers and first responders as well. So I can tell you, I knew that the recommendations that Mr. Van Dogen, Minister Heed, and Mr. Opal would give me were sure to be grounded in a reality. A reality the current legislation does not reflect. That is why this bill is so important. The Liberal Party of Canada was lucky enough to have Wally Opal and the BC Solicitor General, Mr. John Van Dogen, at that time come to Ottawa to present a whole slate of legislative recommendations. This bill represents job one from what we have heard. First and foremost, by extending the definition of transmission data to all means of telecommunication beyond telephones, it goes a long ways to addressing a situation we are all familiar with in this house. You only need to look at your holster or in your belt or in your pocket to know what I'm talking about. I'm talking about this BlackBerry, Mr. Speaker. We all have to face one thing here. We may try to be ahead of the curve, but we should face the fact that criminals are at least as sophisticated as we are. They talk on these tools, they email and pin messages to each other. They know their way around police surveillance because right now, in the court of law, anything they say or write will be inadmissible. Now you could argue that here we are in the House asking for legislation that allows for email correspondence and pins to be admissible. And yet this conservative government's own legislation on freedom of information for government stops short of email correspondence. I leave it with the members on the other side of the House to explain this point to Canadians, especially because they were the ones who made such a big noise about transparency and accountability when they were first elected. As we have seen over the last year, of course, transparency and accountability have taken quite a beating in the Czech Republic we are living in now. But let's hope with the legislation they are trying to move in the right direction, at least in the criminal courts. Now there is another part of this bill, however, that I would like to be a bit more serious about at this time. It refers to an issue that I think every member of Parliament in this House would agree goes far beyond partisan interests. The stiff penalty that this bill would bring in for those who use the internet to exploit a child make this bill, without a doubt, one of the most important reforms we as members of Parliament can champion. As a parent of 2 daughters and a young boy, I can tell you, I, along with my wife, Ronnie, like most Canadians, view this very modern form of evil as a family's worst nightmare. As a member of Parliament, I know we all, no matter what party we belong to, come into this House to work for our communities. But what no one riding can speak for is the community that exists online and the importance we must place in ensuring the highest standards of conduct to protect the innocent. This Amendment 2 is really about bringing our justice system into the century we are all living in now, the world of our kids will inherit. Let's make sure they can grow up in our world where we can guarantee their safety when they are online as well. So in closing, Mr. Speaker, I would like to say I really do not have any problem with the main points in this bill at all. Indeed, I know from my side of the House, when a crime bill works for Canadians, we see no reason in slowing down the process. Of course, you will never hear that from my colleagues across the floor, but a quick look at our record on crime bills that makes sense tells that story. The fact is, Mr. Speaker, as I mentioned earlier, we do not have a luxury of living in the past tense because criminals are taking advantage of how our laws have not modernized. We have to move with the times and allow our police and our court system to let justice prevail. Though there may be finer points with this bill that could use a closer look, that is what we are here for, and I'm sure I speak for all of us in the House when I say, if we truly mean it, when we say we want to make a parliament work, there is no greater priority than making it work for the justice system. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me an opportunity.
Questions and comments? Questions and comments? Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Edmonton St. Albert.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and it's certainly an honour for me to rise and speak in favour of Bill C-46, the Investigative Powers for the 21st Century Act, which, as you know, Mr. Speaker, aligns with the government's priority of getting tough on crime, including the internet and other computer crimes. It also responds to many of the issues surrounding organized crime. The Justice Committee has undertaken a comprehensive study of organized crime, and at every venue and at every hearing we hear the need for police to have the exact type of tools that C-46 provides. So, Mr. Speaker, with the amendments put forward in Bill C-46, which amends the Criminal Code, among others, including the Mutual Legal Assistance in Criminal Matters Act and the Competition Act, Parliament will provide police with more precise and less cumbersome investigative techniques which they need and have been asking for in the 21st century to do their work in a more effective and efficient manner. Crime is becoming more sophisticated. Criminals are becoming technocrats, and police need to keep up with the technical advances that organized crime has been developing. So in addition to updating certain existing offenses that are facilitated by the Internet, including child sexual exploitation, Bill C-46 proposes to create new production and preservation orders to address today's computer and telecommunications environment. Mr. Speaker, investigative powers must be tailored to modern technologies. Investigations may be compromised if they are not. In addition, these changes assist in ensuring that established privacy protections put in place to protect the rights of all Canadians are maintained in the face of these ever-developing new technologies. Mr. Speaker, Bill C-46 would update the existing dial number recorder warrant, which currently allows police to obtain data relating to dial telephone numbers. The proposed transmission data recorder warrant would allow police to obtain data in relation to the routing of an electronic communication, including communications by email or by cell phone in real time. Police would also be able to obtain historical data of the same kind under such a production order, Mr. Speaker. The existing requirements for obtaining dial telephone number data would continue to apply to the data obtained under the transmission data warrant. As with the existing warrant, the updated powers would explicitly exclude access to the content of the message. Mr. Speaker, the existing tracking warrant would similarly be updated to provide for both a production order for tracking data and a warrant for the real-time collection of that tracking data. These updates would create a two-warrant system which would better recognize the different expectations of privacy that persons live in relation to their personal location and that of their vehicles, transactions, and other things. Mr. Speaker, computer data by its very nature is volatile. As a result, there is a risk that it will be lost in the time that it takes for police to get a warrant or order to obtain that type of evidence. Police need a way to ensure that computer data necessary to an investigation is preserved during this time and during the fullness of their investigation. So the new preservation demand and preservation order is simply a do not delete order, requiring that the custodian of the computer data to ensure its preservation for a limited period of time and of specific data related to a specific communication or to a specific subscriber. This data will only be preserved for the purpose of conducting a specific investigation. It is crucial to understand, Mr. Speaker, that any disclosure of information under all of these legislative proposals would be pursuant to judicial authorization. That protection is not being changed by these amendments to the Criminal Code. We need to ensure that pursuant to a judge's order, investigators can obtain the kind of information they need, but no more and nothing else. We must ensure that any intrusion into privacy only goes as far as is necessary. These new measures guarantee privacy with precision and strike the appropriate balance, I submit, between law enforcement needs and privacy protections. The proposed legislative amendments are required to meet our domestic imperatives. However, they would also allow Canada to ratify the Council of Europe Convention on Cybercrime and its additional protocol on xenophobia and racism. So in this international context, this treaty is not only one of its kind, and it will allow Canadian law enforcement to avail itself of the international cooperation that the protocol permits. I can assure you, Mr. Speaker, that the legislative proposals put forward in this bill would not only contribute to getting Canadian law enforcement the tools they need in the 21st century, but they also demonstrate Canada's commitment to cross-border and hemispheric security in the Americas and assist in meeting international expectations for Canadian participation in the global fight against cybercrime. Mr. Speaker, lawful access is not about eavesdropping on private communication or monitoring the web and surfing emailing habits of ordinary Canadians. It is about ensuring that law enforcement and national security agencies have the technical and legal ability to keep up with new developments in information and communications technology. New technology is a useful and powerful tool. However, in the hands of criminals and terrorists and organized crime, the same technology can be used in ways that threaten public safety and national security. That is why the Government of Canada is committed to updating Canada's laws to keep pace with these ever-emerging technologies. While Canada was one of the first countries to enact criminal laws in the areas of computer crime, there have been no substantial amendments since the 1990s. Technology has evolved considerably since then, and Canada's laws have to keep pace. These increasingly complex technologies are challenging conventional investigative methods, and criminals are taking advantage of this situation, using sophisticated technology to help them carry out their illicit activities that threaten the safety and security of Canadians. So to overcome these challenges, legislative tools such as this bill and amendments to the Criminal Code must evolve so that law enforcement can effectively investigate criminal activities while ensuring that Canadians' privacy and civil liberties are always respected. So the proposed legislation will update certain existing criminal code offences and investigative powers, as well as create new powers to meet the demands of today's technological cybercrime environment. The proposed legislation will accomplish 5 things. It will update the current criminal code provisions to allow police to obtain transmission data, also known as traffic data, that is received or sent via the telephone or the internet. Secondly, it will require telecommunication service providers to preserve for a limited period of time data related to a specific communication or subscriber if that information is needed for an investigation of offense. Third, it makes it a specific offense for 2 or more persons to agree to arrange to commit an offense against a child by means of telecommunication. Fourthly, it modernizes the current tracking warrant provisions to better recognize Canadians' expectations of privacy. And finally, it updates the Mutual Legal Assistance in Criminal Matters Act so that the proposed new investigative powers in the Criminal Code are accessible to Canada's treaty partners. This bill deals with data preservation, Mr. Speaker, not data retention. When requested to do so through a preservation order, ISPs would only be required to preserve specific data already in their possession with respect to a particular suspect. Data preservation would ensure that volatile information vital to an investigation is not deleted before the police are in a position to access the specific data by way of a judicially authorized search warrant or production order. These proposed amendments would not require ISPs to retain data relating to all of their customers' internet activities. Privacy will be protected by these amendments. The government is strongly committed to maintaining the rule of law in all of its legislation. None of the lawful access tools, such as production orders or preservation orders or interception orders and search warrants, can be obtained in the absence of lawful authority. A person's reasonable expectation of privacy will continue to guide how the Canadian government operates and how its legislation will be enforced. In addition, the government will ensure that such authority will continue to be exercised, bearing in mind privacy and human rights contained in the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms and the Personal Information Protection and Electronic Documents Act. The granting and issuance of warrants will continue to require judicial authorization. No lawful access, no production orders or preservation orders or interception orders or search warrants can be obtained in the absence of lawful authority, Mr. Speaker. So it is with a view to maintaining the privacy of Canadian citizens and keeping up with the sophistication of the new breed of high-tech criminals that I ask all honourable members to support C-46. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member from Elmwood Transcona.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the member seems to be very knowledgeable about, particularly about this particular bill, but I suspect the whole, e-government file in itself. And what I'd really like to ask him, I'm not sure that he could answer the question, but is to give us an update on what is happening with the government's whole program on e-government, and particularly the secure channel. Does he have any information that he can impart to the House here as to what the status is of the government's secure channel program? We know a little bit about the e-health situation, with only about 17% of the health records being online at this point, and somehow 1,600,000,000 missing. And I certainly would like to get into that at some point. But I'd like to just at this point ask him if he could tell me anything more about the secure channel, or anything about the e-government file, and any progress that the government might have made in the last 4 years.
Before I go to the honourable member from Edmonton, St. Albert, remind members that we are discussing Bill C-46 today. But with that, the honourable member from Edmonton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think you've answered the question for me. C-46 is a Safe Street and Safe Community initiative that fits with the government's law and order agenda, and I'm afraid that my technical expertise with respect to electronic health records and e-secure channels, that's beyond my area of expertise. I do thank the member for this question. I think it's a good question, but has very little, if anything, to do with C-46.
Questions and comments? Resuming debate, the honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a great privilege to stand up and speak on behalf of the New Democratic Caucus on Bill C-46, a bill that acts to amend the Criminal Code, the Competition Act, and the Mutual Legal Assistance in Criminal Matters Act, colloquially known as the Investigative Powers for the 21st Century Act, in this House here today. Mr. Speaker, New Democrats agree that we must be tougher on crime, we must be tougher on internet-based crime, and we have to have zero tolerance for child pornography, or in fact any offense that is targeted at our children, or indeed any of the particularly vulnerable people in our society. In this regard, we support modernizing our laws to make sure that cell phones and email and the internet, and indeed all modern forms of communication through which crimes may be committed, are not a haven for criminal activity. The New Democratic Caucus is pleased to work with the government to ensure that these changes are done, but also that they are done in a correct manner, that are effective, efficient, and achieve the goals to which they are directed. Mr. Speaker, the New Democrats support this bill in principle, but we do look forward to examining it in detail to ensure that it will be effective in combating cybercrime while protecting the privacy rights of ordinary law-abiding Canadians, and in following long-held, cherished, and established precepts of civil liberties and law in this country, which I will speak to in a few moments. Mr. Speaker, there are a number of provisions in this bill that we think are positive and we're pleased to support. First, this bill creates a new criminal code offense to prohibit people from agreeing or making arrangements with another person to sexually exploit a child. I'm just going to pause there, Mr. Speaker. That is a positive amendment to our criminal code with which we think it's impossible for any right-thinking individual to disagree. We would point out, however, that it is probably the case that there are presently criminal code provisions that arguably cover such an offense now, but if it helps our police community, if it helps our judiciary, if it helps our prosecutors, and more importantly, if it makes it clear as a social denunciation of our society that it is absolutely unacceptable and intolerable that anybody would even think of sexually exploiting a child, then we think that this is a positive amendment. Another provision in this bill that we're pleased to support is the creation of another new criminal code offense for possessing a computer virus for the purpose of committing mischief. Now, again, this pales in comparison to the previous amendment that I just discussed, but it does modernize our criminal code to take into account something in the digital world that has become a pressing problem and creates economic and social dislocation in our societies. Mr. Speaker, much of the rest of this bill is taken up with amendments to the definition of various terms to reflect modern technologies. As an example, our present criminal code discusses the warrant system with respect to telecommunications, and this bill proposes to modernize language by making it clear that when we speak of telecommunications, we speak of things like internet transmissions, email transmissions, website visitations and creation, and cellular phone transmissions as well. In that respect, we think that this is a positive and long overdue amendment to our criminal code that will again help our judiciary and prosecutors and indeed everybody associated with the judicial system to expedite and make our warrant system better. While we have not been presented with any compelling evidence that the current definitions are impeding police in their investigations, we are not opposed to updating this language in our laws to reflect this new technological reality. And I will pause there and just comment that many people in civil society, many experts in the digital and technological world have pointed out repeatedly that there does not seem to have been a case made where any police force in this country has not been able to use the current definitions and provisions in the criminal code to get warrants in a case involving new digital technology. A number of organizations have repeatedly asked for such examples, and to my knowledge and understanding, not a single example has been forthcoming. Nevertheless, sometimes I think it behooves Parliament to act in a proactive manner and to identify gaps in our law or improvements in our law that are needed without waiting necessarily for mischief to actually be felt. And in this respect, I think this is a positive step again. Now, Mr. Speaker, we have heard concerns from other experts in the digital world, including those who have a particular interest in ensuring that citizens' privacy interests are always taken into account by Parliament, including the Privacy Commissioner of Canada and various privacy commissioners of various provinces, that this legislation does have some deficiencies and may not strike the right balance between individual privacy and the legitimate needs of the authorities. And in this respect, the Privacy Commissioner has, I think, set forth a number of very valid and helpful benchmarks that will help us as parliamentarians as we consider this bill and other bills that touch on these areas. And these considerations include the following. Any intrusions onto our civil liberties must be minimally intrusive at all times. We must impose limits on the use of new powers and ensure appropriate legal thresholds, including judicial oversight, remain in place for all court authorizations. We must require that draft regulations be reviewed publicly before coming into force. We must always include effective oversight whenever we're talking about expanding or creating new police powers, particularly when those relate to intercepting communications from our citizens. We must provide for regular public reporting on the use of these powers, and in specific, it would be considered very helpful to include a 5-year parliamentary review of this bill and others like it, which I'll speak about in a moment, that also deal with internet privacy and the need for us to modernize our laws in terms of technological and digital communications. Now, we look forward, as New Democrats, to working together to address these concerns and others during the committee study of this bill. Now, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to talk in a little bit of detail here. Our present telecommunications provisions of the Criminal Code that speak of intercepted communications really were drafted in a time when telephones were the primary mechanism over which certain crimes were being committed. This is called telephony, and the telephony world really was responded to by our police forces by the use of wiretaps. Now, since the creation and establishment of the digital world, we really have a change in the type of technology and the type of investigative tools that are needed to deal with this. In terms of the content now, we need to have laws that are geared more towards production orders and preservation orders, so that when a crime is being committed digitally, these aren't erased or overridden quickly, so that the evidence of those crimes are destroyed before we even have a chance to intercept them. So it's very important that we give our police forces the tools to go out and effectively police and intercept these kinds of communications. And that's one thing that this bill is geared to do. So the importance of these new orders in this bill to create production orders and preservation orders in the digital world, we think is a sound one, and we think it's a new one. Now, however, there are some concerns in this bill that the New Democrats have heard through our early consultation with people who are very familiar with the digital world, and in particular with crimes as they're being committed in that world. One of the things this bill does that is concerning is that it appears to lower the standard for getting warrants. Mr. Speaker, at present, in order to get a warrant to get a telephone intercept, a police officer would have to appear before a judge and would have to provide information or evidence that would provide reasonable grounds to believe that a crime is or is about to be committed. Now, this bill uses different language. It departs from that long and well litigated, well-known standard. And it talks about having police officers appear before judges to get production orders or preservation orders based on a reasonable suspicion, having reasonable grounds to suspect that a crime may or may not be committed. Now, the use of the different words, the substitute of having a belief as opposed to a suspicion, we, of course, know will result in a different standard before our courts. And there is concern expressed by a number of civil liberty groups in this country that this results in a diminution of the standard test used to get a warrant. And this will be something that I believe the committee will be looking at very carefully and calling witnesses to appear before it who have expertise both in criminal law and in civil liberties jurisprudence to make sure that Canadians' rights are not being unduly affected by this. There is also, Mr. Speaker, a concern in the digital community that this bill, while positive in its own right, with some of the reservations I've mentioned, when combined with some of this government's other legislation, represents a holistic problem. Now, I'm not going to get too much into detail, but there's a companion bill to this Bill 46 before this House, and that's Bill 47. Now, Bill 47 is a bill that requires telecoms to install equipment that will allow them to preserve and data about their subscribers so that they'll be subject to a warrant later on. In that respect, we think on this side of the House in the New Democratic Caucus that may be a positive and necessary development in our law. But what Bill 47 also does is, as it currently stands, is it allows police to demand from the telecoms without a search warrant that those telecoms provide to the police personal information about their subscribers, including their name, their address, their the IP provider, their number in their cell phone that allows it to be digitally tracked. And that, Mr. Speaker, has raised grave and serious concerns, not only among experts in the digital community, but also of every Canadian that uses the internet or web surfs, because that provision represents a serious departure from our law where Canadians' personal private information ought not to be disclosed to the police without judicial oversight. Now, the concept of having Bill 46 and 47 together is something that we have to, as parliamentarians, be very cognizant of, because as, of course, all of the members of this House know, bills do not operate in isolation. Laws do not operate in isolation. One law may have impacts on another, and in this respect, New Democrats are going to be working very hard to achieve a balance, and that balance is this. New Democrats want to make sure that our police and our judiciary have the tools they need to effectively fight crimes committed over the internet or in the digital world. Case closed. Let me make no mistake about this. My friends on the Conservative side of the House seem to think they have a unilateral lock on concern for victims in this country. They seem to think that they're the only people who care about safety, or the only people who care about crime, or the only people that care about victims. And I would point out that people on this side of the House, New Democrats, have always championed the most vulnerable people in this society. And we have always supported laws that make our people, our citizens safe in this country. But the balance that must be struck, Mr. Speaker, that with the greatest of respect to my colleagues on the other side of the House, is that I think they are prepared to sacrifice civil liberties and privacy rights in order to achieve that safety, whereas New Democrats believe that it's important to have a balance where we can live in a society that's safe and democratic, one that is secure for our citizens and respects privacy and civil liberties. And that's the balance, Mr. Speaker, that we believe needs to be achieved in this Act and when this Act is read in conjunction with Bill 47. And we will be working hard on this side of the House in order to achieve both of those objectives, Mr. Speaker. Now, I just want to move a little bit into some of the details of Bill 46 so that Canadians who are watching us here today or those who are interested in this bill can understand what Bill 46 really does. It creates a new concept called transmission data, which would extend to all means of telecommunications the investigative powers that are currently restricted to data associated with telephones. So in other words, modernizing our warrants and our production orders from the telephone age to the digital age. It creates the power to compel the production of data relating to the transmission of communications and the location of transactions, individuals, or things. Again, Mr. Speaker, a positive step reflecting the fact that in the digital world, crimes can be committed in a nanosecond, it can be destroyed in a nanosecond, and with the ability to have cellular phones and mobile computers, that data can be moving. We need to take care of that. It creates the power to make preservation demands and orders to compel the preservation of electronic evidence, which I spoke about a little bit earlier, Mr. Speaker, where, again, if this data, these crimes can be created, they can be erased. Sometimes police need the ability to go in and freeze the status quo, and that is a very important power that our police may need to have. It allows for warrants to enable the tracking of transactions, individuals, and things that are subject to legal thresholds appropriate to the interests at stake. Police would be able, under this bill, to remotely activate existing tracking devices. Again, telephones 40 years ago, there was a line, it was in your house, it didn't move. Now, a cellular phone is mobile, it goes wherever the person having it goes. And so it's important we modernize our laws to deal with that. Once again, I'm going to pause here, though, to emphasize that we need to make sure that the legal thresholds for giving police these powers is the same as the current threshold, to make sure that they appear before a judge and that they can demonstrate before a judge that there are reasonable grounds to believe that a crime has been or is about to be committed, so that we don't have Canadians' privacy rights restricted or impinged upon when it is unjust to do so. Creates a new offence carrying a maximum penalty of 10 years imprisonment to prohibit anybody from using a computer system such as the internet to agree to make arrangements with another person for the purpose of sexually exploiting a child. I've touched on that earlier. There is nothing more odious, in the New Democrats' view, to a crime that involves the sexual exploitation of anybody, but in particular a child. Now, this bill would further amend the Competition Act for the purposes of enforcing certain provisions of that Act, according to the new provisions being added to the Criminal Code, respecting demands and orders for the preservation of computer data. And this bill amends the Mutual Legal Assistance in Criminal Matters Act to make some of the new investigative powers being added to the Criminal Code available to Canadian authorities executing incoming requests for assistance, and to allow the Commissioner for Competition to execute search warrants under his or her particular act. So overall, Mr. Speaker, Bill C-46, we think, is a positive step that will help modernize our laws. It will help give our police the investigative powers they need to catch up to the digital world and the digital age. And again, New Democrats will support this bill as it moves forward to achieve that aim, while at the same time being a strong and unceasing voice to make sure that the privacy interests, the civil liberties of Canadians are kept firmly at the forefront of our mind at every step of this equation. Mr. Speaker, we can have that balance in Canadian society. One of the reasons that Canada is one of the best places on earth to live is because we have managed always to achieve that balance between safety and security and liberty and civil liberties and civil rights. And New Democrats will continue to work hard to achieve this balance and to encourage all members of this House to join with us in making sure Canadians are safe and free. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Comments and questions? L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Longueuil, Pierre Boucher. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened with great interest to the comments, in particular the very strong reservations with regard to the bill that have just been given by the member for the New Democratic Party. I would like to add for him, and if possible, I'd like to get his comments on this matter. The very strong reservations of the League of Rights and Freedoms. It's a Quebec organization that has existed since 1963. And this organization defends the principles set out in the international, or rather the Universal Declaration of Human Rights in Quebec, the very strong reservations that they have with regard to the bill, particularly with regard to the bill, the following: of only providing limited protections or almost inexistent protections with regard to abuse of seizures. For example, the League says that without a legal warrant, authorities could get information on subscribers, whereas the Privacy Act says that that information is private. The League also says that without a legal warrant and on the basis of suspicions, an officer could ask a service provider to keep the contents of all communications. It's as if you were asking Canada Post to copy all your letters just in case. So I'd like to know what my colleague from the New Democratic Party thinks of that part of the bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his thoughtful comments and questions. One of the confusing parts of this bill, Mr. Speaker, is, again, that the government chose to introduce Bill 46 and 47 at the same time, and they interrelate. And it has taken it's quite complicated, difficult to untangle which particular section deals with which particular bill. Now, my colleague asked about, one of his concerns was the ability of police to get subscriber information from telecoms without a warrant. With respect to my colleague, that provision is in Bill 47. But he can be forgiven for being confused about that, because we all were confused about that because of the way the government chose to combine these bills. This bill before us, Bill 46, does not, from our reading, contain any ability of police to get any information from anybody without a search warrant. That's Bill 46. But Bill 47, he's exactly right, and New Democrats, we will be opposing Bill 47 on that very basis, because on the face of that bill, it allows police to get information, very personal information about people without a search warrant, and we will stand firm against that. But this bill does not do that. One thing he is correct about, though, is that this bill does create this concept of a preservation order, so that telecoms will have, upon police request, have to comply with a police request to preserve certain data. And that's something I believe he's quite right to point out the serious privacy reservations we have of that, and at committee I think we'll be looking very carefully at that section. I guess the difficulty is that with electronic crimes, that can be created and then erased. There has to be some mechanism, police argue, or the argument goes, to preserve that data. Otherwise, a crime can be committed and it's gone. So we have to look for a way to see if we can balance that need with the need to protect Canadians' privacy rights. And he's quite right, and I thank him for pointing out that very important balance that must be struck, and we will work in committee to see if that balance can be achieved. And if it cannot, then we can always come back to this House at third reading and vote against this bill.
Comments? The Honourable Member for Sudbury.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to commend my honourable colleague for his very informative and well-written speech. I'm quite impressed. I'm also very pleased to hear that we as New Democrats will be supporting this bill in principle and examining it in more detail when it goes into committee. And some of the things that you talked about, the honourable member talked about, were the provisions in the bill that we were pleased with. The creation of a new criminal code offence to prohibit people from agreeing or making arrangements with another person to sexually exploit a child. The creation of a new criminal code offence for possessing a computer virus for the purpose of committing mischief. But there are a few things that you mentioned that we have as New Democrats concern with, talking about the threshold and allowing the judge to have that balance there. I'm wondering if you could explain that in a little more detail for me.
Honourable Member for Vancouver, Kingsway.
Well, thank you. I'd like to really thank my honourable colleague who does such a wonderful job, not only representing his constituency, but who has given much of his career to helping people in the community, and particularly children and families in need in his community. And I want to commend him for all that work that he does. Mr. Speaker, yes, the concern that my friend my colleague quite properly raises has to do with a change in the language in this bill around obtaining warrants by the police for intercepting or preserving digital data. And it uses a very curious phrase. It talks about police appearing before a judge and demonstrating that they have reasonable and probable grounds to suspect that a crime has been created. Now, the normative word that has been used in this country for decades and decades is for a normal warrant is to appear before a judge and ask and demonstrate they have reasonable probable grounds to believe that a crime has been committed. Now, the change of the word belief to suspect has some meaning, and civil liberty and privacy groups are concerned that this consists of a reduction in the standard that police would have to demonstrate before they got an order. And again, we're dealing with very sensitive material here, Madam Speaker. You know, people's digital lives, their emails, their websites that they're visiting. This gets to the heart of a person's communication. My colleague from the block just talked about, he made an analogy to Canada Post. And this is our mail. These are our personal communications. And while all Canadians have an interest in making sure that we have effective tools to make sure that we're not abusing those tools to commit crimes, we have to make sure that there are rock-solid lines drawn in the sand to make sure that anybody who's intercepting that material has demonstrated to someone in a judicial capacity that there are reasonable probable grounds to warrant having that privacy interfered with. And that's why New Democrats will be working to understand why this change has been made in that bill and to understand what impact it may have. And if it results in a diminution of Canadians' privacy rights with respect to their digital lives, we will oppose that change.
And comments, the Honourable Member for Elmwood-Transcona.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And the member made a comment regarding a possible 5-year parliamentary review of the legislation. I think that's a particularly good idea for a number of reasons. Number one, the technology changes over a 5-year period can be very extreme, as we know. Even 1 year can be there can be major changes in technology. But I'm kind of interested in knowing whether or not what form this review would take, what sort of mechanism would be employed, or if in fact we'd be looking at simply a sunset clause here, where that's often done in legislation, where you put a sunset clause in after 5 years, the legislation will expire, and we have to start over again at that time. Or does he feel a review mechanism would be better?
Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague from Elmwood Transcona for his thoughtful questions, as always. With respect to his very cogent question, the Privacy Commissioner herself has called for assurances that any proposals on surveillance basically just as a concept of good public policy should have a number of concepts attached to that. And one of them includes from her office a 5-year parliamentary review. I think that what her office meant by this is not a sunset clause, but actually a parliamentary review, so that parliamentarians can sit in this chamber 5 years from now and actually examine how these surveillance powers have been exercised.
Who starts that?
So that we can determine how the judiciary has interpreted these sections, because as we all know, once these sections get litigated, sometimes wording can take a turn that parliamentarians may or may not have intended. I would think that it would be the minister who is responsible for bringing such a review before this chamber. It's his legislation, it's his government's legislation, and they should bring it back to Parliament to make sure that it's meeting its objectives.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Madam Chair, I'm pleased to speak today on Bill C-46. This bill seeks to modernize the investigative means to counter cybercrime. The Bloc Québécois is in favor of the principle of Bill C-46. This bill, C-46, which seeks to allow the police forces to adapt their techniques, their investigative techniques, to modern realities, such as the large-scale use of the internet or cell phones. This will facilitate the work of others because we're not unduly affecting the rights of individuals. And I'd like to talk later about the League of Rights and Freedoms of Quebec and this avenue, which the Bloc has always privileged to fight crime and to protect individuals as well. The Bloc Québécois believes that increasing the means by which people can get caught committing a crime is a better way of ensuring that people will not commit crimes. However, there are many concerns with this bill with regard to the respect for privacy, when the reasons showing that our losing our privacy have not been fully shown. We have to ensure that we can fight against the most complex types of organized crime, and the Bloc Québécois agrees in principle with Bill C-46. However, and here we would like to say that we will ensure in committee that intrusions into our private lives are as few as possible and are essential, and that there are proper guidelines in place. Like a number of my colleagues have already mentioned, fighting against crime is a major issue in today's world, with more than 1.5 billion internet users, without mentioning cell phone users, BlackBerry users, or other users of other devices, communication devices in particular. But before I talk more about this bill, I would like to say in passing that access to broadband is a problem for the regions. Internet service, particularly broadband service, is a major issue for various regions that still don't have access to broadband. And this is a debate that needs to be held here in the House. A number of stakeholders, socioeconomic stakeholders in my region, have said that access to broadband is an economic issue for the rural regions and communities. We all need this tool to ensure we can engage in financial transactions, exchanges with other countries, and so on. You know that it's disappointing to hear that in a number of municipalities in my riding, and I could name Montville, St. Gabriel de Brandon, Saint-Didias, still don't have access to broadband. So in the riding that I represent, a number of municipalities want to have access, and the Bloc Québécois has been asking the federal government to put in place an assistance program to ensure easier access to broadband in the regions. And the government has finally responded with Broadband Canada. So with regard to the bill, let me come back to the bill, because I was mentioning this in passing, because as you know, internet is a problem for many people today, but at the same time there are a number of people, a number of regions that still don't have access to high-speed internet. In fact, if I come back to the bill that we're studying today, in fact, the expansion of the internet and digital technologies, we see that cybercrime has become an increasing threat. And a number of my colleagues on the Bloc Québécois and in the other parties have mentioned here in the House with regard to Bill C-46. They've mentioned this fact. In order to deal with this more effectively, the European Union, with the cooperation of other countries such as the United States and Canada, have developed the Convention on Cybercrime. This convention has the objective of ensuring joint policy on crime to protect society against cybercrime, particularly through the adoption of the appropriate legislation, stronger legislation, as well as the promotion of international cooperation, because as we know, the internet goes beyond Quebec's borders and Canadian borders, and it is something used by the entire world. Everything is possible through internet. It's everywhere throughout the world. So, in order to harmonize national laws, the International Convention on Cybercrime separates the offenses in four major categories. First, offenses related to network security. For example, we can talk here about breach of privacy, as well as computer offenses. Offenses related to contents. Here we're talking about child pornography sites. And finally, offenses violating intellectual property. That's another major debate, and related rights, such as the illegal reproduction of protected works. Madam Chair, although Canada signed the convention in November 2001, Canada has still not ratified that convention, this treaty. And this bill is being talked about, debated in the House, but we haven't even signed the convention or ratified the convention that we signed in 2001. So the bill that we're studying today is, in some sense, a logical follow-up to the convention. Why have we not yet ratified the convention? We have to ask ourselves this question. Madam Chair, in terms of cybercrime, the legal arsenal must constantly change and evolve to adapt itself to this kind of organized international crime, using resources such as digital technologies and the internet as targets or the means by which offenses are committed. Bill C-46 seeks to modernize the tools used by police forces in order to track criminals by creating power to require the production of data related to the transmission of communications, as well as the location of operations and others. This bill also creates the authority to order the preservation of electronic evidence and to issue warrants to that effect. In short, this bill seeks to establish a new concept regarding the transmission of data. and it also establishes the possibility of seizing data transmissions. This bill would allow for data to be seized, the contents of the transmission on the basis of reasonable grounds to believe that someone has committed a crime. Police officers without a warrant and based on suspicions could require a service provider to retain the contents of all of our communications, all the communications between an individual and others. It's a little bit like asking Canada Post to photocopy everyone's letters. The bill would also allow warrants to be issued to locate operations, individuals, and other things. You know, we have a concern with regard to this bill, and that is the whole issue of confidentiality and people's freedoms. With this bill, we don't want to unduly intrude into the private lives of individuals or in certain exchanges that people might have. And that our people are entitled to their privacy and the privacy of others with whom they communicate using the internet. This is a major concern, Mr. Speaker. Furthermore, I believe, and this is very important, that C-46 would create a new offense, which would include a maximum prison term of 10 years, prohibiting the use of a computer system such as the internet to reach agreements with a third party in order to sexually exploit a child. Finally, the bill amends the Mutual Legal Assistance Act to ensure that some of the new powers investigatory powers set out in the Criminal Code can be used by Canadian authorities who are receiving requests for assistance, and ensure that the Competition Commissioner can execute search warrants issued under the Mutual Legal Assistance Act. Overall, Madam Chair, this bill seeks to allow police forces to adapt their investigative techniques. I apologize, Madam Chair, to the realities of modern technologies, making police work easier when we don't unduly violate fundamental human rights is one of the things that the Bloc Québécois has always said was important in order to fight crime.
And that is what we need to focus on, Madam Speaker, with this bill when it goes to committee. These new investigative powers for police forces provide a great deal of information. And that information must be treated confidentially, but also the confidentiality needs to be protected. The information enables police officers to know a great deal about citizens. The Civil Liberties Union has indicated that there are concerns about privacy. And the reasons for the infringement of people's personal information and rights has not yet been demonstrated. The Civil Liberties Union of Quebec has said that these two bills, C-46 and 47, give the police unprecedented powers to investigate people's personal lives. And there has not been a demonstration that this is necessary. In a democratic society, the government's actions must be transparent and privacy must be protected. And this is why we are a bit concerned. We have to have a presumption of innocence as our main principle. This is why we are looking at this bill carefully, and we will do so in committee. The organization feels that the bill is an important intrusion into people's private life, and we know that it is important for governments to act transparently and to protect people's privacy. And this is why the Bloc Québécois will be considering the bill very carefully to make sure that these powers that are given to the police are not excessive, but rather that they are justified and that they are limited. It is very important, I believe, to strike a balance between cybercrime and the rights of people who use the Internet. This bill, therefore, will need to strike that correct balance in order to be passed here in the House. Freedom of association and expression, non-discrimination, those are all rights that need to be upheld. The right to freedom of opinion, the right to receive and transmit information and ideas without interference by public authorities, those are also important rights. So I think we have to be careful not to go to the other extreme. We need people to be comfortable and free to exchange ideas and information through the Internet. As parliamentarians, we need to ensure the best possible balance between these two basic rights, that is, the right to privacy and the right to safety and security. I would also add the idea of prevention in an effective strategy against cybercrime. This strategy must be based on a multifaceted approach, that is, from the public sector and the private sector. It is important to give people, in particular our young people, the tools and means that they need to protect themselves from cybercrime. There's the whole financial area. We need to make sure that the system is safe for people. We need to look at how to educate people to be careful and to avoid contacts that might be detrimental and might threaten their physical and mental safety. We need to make sure that we do everything we can and do more to protect the public. It is important to give people, therefore, and especially our young people, as I've said, all the tools that they need to protect themselves from computer crime. Individuals and business people need to develop safe ways of using computer technology. There are a lot of technologies, and we need to make sure that people are not completely inattentive to the security aspect. There are many people that turn on their computer and they provide information that is vital and that they do not realize could have consequences. So we need to change people's attitudes, and to do that, of course, we need to provide information and education on the dangers of using the Internet. And of course, we need to give them tools in how they can better use these indispensable tools. I will conclude, Madam Speaker, by indicating that we will be supporting the bill, but with certain reservations. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires?
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague, the member for Berthier-Masquinongé, for how clearly and simply he laid out the various aspects of this bill for the listening public. I am sure, Madam Speaker, that those watching this debate at home will want to know what the impact will be on their privacy. Will the government want to go further, take concrete steps to infringe their privacy? And it isn't just the public who are wondering about how much the government wants to interfere with their privacy, but Ms. Stoddart, the Privacy Commissioner, has also raised questions. I would like to see what my colleague thinks about the reasons that were expressed by the Privacy Commissioner. She said that in a free society, we need to protect privacy, and otherwise we will be turning our society into one that is based on surveillance. So we need to look at risks. We need to look at the collection of information and the invasion of privacy. So I would like to hear from my colleague as to what he thinks about the Privacy Commissioner's raised points. She isn't quite in favor of the bill as a whole. She has some reservations. The Honourable Member for Berthier-Maskinongé. I would like to thank my colleague for his excellent question. He is very conscientious in defending the rights of people in his riding, whether it has to do with industry or here the internet. This bill provides the possibility of seizing data after getting a warrant where there is a suspicion. So a lot of information, internet information and so on, can be collected if a police officer merely suspects that there may be information contained in those transmissions that are criminal in nature. We feel that this is a fairly low threshold of evidence for the need for this kind of legislation. People have private exchanges of information within their social circles that may affect their professional and career lives. And clearly, the public has concerns. If someone has not committed a criminal act, but the police can look at all of the messages and so on that a person has sent just on mere suspicion, it can be a cause for concern. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Laval. I would like to thank my colleague. I, too, am concerned, just like the Civil Liberties Union, about the provisions in the bill. It says in the bill that without any warrant, just on the basis of suspicion, the police can call on internet providers to preserve data. And we know that in the past the RCMP have used their powers in ways that we do not like. I, for one, would like to see Quebec be a sovereign nation, and I think that we need to make sure that our rights are upheld. I hope that the bill will go to committee so that we can amend it. It is very important to maintain our rights and freedoms in this regard. The Honourable Member for Berthier-Maskinongé. I would like to thank my colleague, the member for Laval, and she has been working for sovereignty in Quebec for many years. She has been a devoted, hardworking member here in the House as well. She talks about the reduced protection. In fact, there is little protection against excessive or abusive use of these powers. We know that subscribers' transmissions can be accessed by the police without even a warrant, even if there is private information there. Another example would be that, as I mentioned, just on a mere suspicion, the police could ask an internet provider to retain information and preserve it. So I think that this is potentially a danger. The member has mentioned this, and certainly in committee, the Bloc Québécois will be looking closely to make sure that our rights are respected. Questions and comments?
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Saint-Lambert. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague for his speech. For the past 2 years, or rather for the last 2 hours, we've been talking about the need to strike a proper balance between the right to privacy and the need to protect society. The Civil Liberties Union has mentioned that people may self-censor them and not say what they want to say in their data transmissions and their messages because they are worried about somebody having access to them. So I think this is an important debate that needs to be held in the committee. We need to look at the powers that are being given to the police under this legislation. So I would like my colleague to again indicate the powers that the police will have and how we might make sure that they are not excessive. And I think this has to be looked at in committee. The honourable member for Berthier-Masquinongé. The member for Saint-Lambert has the same concern as all bloc members here in the House. Protecting privacy is important, as she has said. I gave a few examples before, but I can give another one. A judge can issue an order to preserve data if there is reasonable reason to suspect that there has been a crime or that there could be. So the provision can be used internationally in the sense that another country could want to investigate something that is not even against the law in Canada. In committee, we will have to explore this on behalf of the bloc. The confidential nature of information is very important for people when it comes to the internet. And we certainly do agree that cybercrime is increasingly a problem. We have talked about economic and social crimes, violent crimes, intimidation through the internet. These are all crimes that need to be prevented, but we have to protect the confidential nature of people's information on the internet.
The honourable member for Elmwood-Transcona.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm very pleased to speak to Bill C-46 today. And at the outset, I note a quieter tone in the House today than when the debate began on this bill yesterday. We had a number of attack dogs from the government side getting up and accusing members of the opposition, particularly the Liberal opposition, defenseless though they were, of trying to initiate an election, a $300 million waste of time, and blaming them for the fact that somehow this bill was finally getting debate, when in fact this bill and its previous incarnations have been around for a number of years now, actually going into past parliaments. And I thought there was something that the government should refrain from doing, because the reality is it's this government that actually passed legislation for fixed election dates some 2 or 3 years ago, and then went about ignoring its own legislation. I mean, just shortly after it passed the legislation, it desperately looked for ways to circumvent its own laws and called an election 1 year ahead of schedule last year, causing that same $300 million expense that they're blaming, useless expense that they're blaming the Liberals for right now. So I think that, given today that we're in a much calmer environment here, this is an example of all three parties, I think, working together, and I believe this is yet another bill that the government is going to see action on. The NDP will be supporting this bill to get it to committee, and I would say there are as with any bill, there are questions about particular parts of the bill, interpretations of the bill, and those are issues that we will deal with at committee. I firmly believe, after having a number of years in elected office, that it's always better, if possible, to support a bill at second reading to get it to committee, provided that you're voting for the principle of the bill on second reading. And so it has to be, in my view, a pretty bad bill not to get your support at second reading. And then when the bill gets to committee, then that is the time to look at the clauses of the bill, look at it on a clause-by-clause basis, try to make amendments and changes that you want, and then at that point, when it comes back to the House, that's the point where you decide whether or not you can support the amended bill or not. So with regard to the general concept and the general principles involved in this bill, I think that there is no question that this bill is one that merits support and that should be passed into committee. Madam Speaker, Bill C-46 is an act to amend the Criminal Code, the Competition Act, and the Mutual Legal Assistance in Criminal Matters Act. And the bill sets out to provide police with updated powers to investigate, execute warrants, and charge individuals who are using digital technology to commit crimes. Specifically, the bill addresses gaps in the criminal code dealing with search warrants and production orders to permit police to obtain transmission data, which text messages, files, photographs from telephones. As well, C-46 proposes to broaden the scope of warrants to allow tracking warrants, which would permit police to remotely activate existing tracking devices found in certain types of technology, such as cell phones and tracking devices in some cars, and would also continue to permit the police to install a separate device that would allow for tracking. And one of the members for the bloc earlier this morning talked about how criminal gangs who steal expensive cars, that those cars could be tracked overseas and recovered through this legislation. In addition, the bill would create a new preservation order that would require a telecommunications service provider to safeguard and not delete its data related to a specific communication or a subscriber when police believe the data will assist in an investigation. The bill also proposes modifications to the Mutual Legal Assistance in Criminal Matters Act, and it would widen the scope of assistance that Canada could provide to other countries in fighting cybercrime, and amendments to the Competition Act, which would provide the Competition Bureau and police with adequate tools to investigate computer-related crime. Finally, C-46 proposes the creation of 2 new criminal code offenses. A new offense would be created to prohibit anyone from using a computer system, such as the Internet, to agree or make arrangements with another person for the purpose of sexually exploiting a child.
currently the criminal code prohibits anyone from using the internet to communicate directly with a child for the purpose of facilitating child sexual exploitation, but it does not prohibit people from agreeing or making arrangements with another person to sexually exploit a child. Also, a new offense would be created, making it a criminal code violation for possessing a computer virus for the purpose of committing mischief. Now, Madam Speaker, New Democrats agree that we must be tougher on crime, and we should be certainly tougher on internet-based crime, and that in fact we should have a zero tolerance for child pornography. Canadians also know that when they use the internet or they use email, they need to know what their privacy rights are. And in fact, the bill appears to reintroduce warrantless searches, which would allow police to conduct searches without proper oversight. And we are already hearing serious warnings from people like the Privacy Commissioner, and I certainly have asked a question about that, one or two questions, in fact, this morning. And certainly she has some very important observations about this area, and that's something, once again, that we are going to have to deal with at the committee stage. We also have some concerns that the stakeholders have to be properly consulted. I know that in dealing on committee a few months ago on another bill, a charities bill, this is a bill that had been through several incarnations, through several parliaments, and we are still finding that only a small number of charities actually even know that the bill exists. It seems hard to believe that if a government is doing its job, that if it's sending out letters to thousands of charities across the country telling them that such and such a bill is before the House and it's in their particular interest to make representations and get involved in the process, that they wouldn't take that up. But I think that that's sort of a problem that we all face, that we can only dig down so far with legislation. We only have so much time to do the consultations, and sometimes it's hard to shake out and stir up the stakeholders to get them involved. But that's something we definitely want to do here. And we think that this is very important to modernize these laws. It's not only this law that needs modernization. There's a lot of laws we have on the books that go back to the horse and buggy days, and we have to upgrade and update these laws to get them into the computer age. And the fact is that even in 5 or 10 years, the technology can change so much that in fact we are basically playing catch up, and that's what I find as a legislator. We seem to be always playing catch up from a legislative point of view. We need to get tough on criminals like internet predators, while still allowing ordinary Canadians privacy when sending emails to friends and family. And that, the previous block member asked a question just minutes ago about that very point, that this is the balance. This is a very difficult balance between the privacy issues, protecting people's privacy, and certainly having the public protected. And that's what we have to, that's the exercise that we have to deal with at this particular time. Now, New Democrats agree that we must be tougher on crime, tough on internet-based crime, and have zero tolerance for child pornography. And we support modernizing our laws to make sure that cell phones and the internet are not a haven for criminal activity. And we want to work with the government to ensure that these changes are done right. I mean, now that the internet is in place, particularly since 1995, we have had criminals adapt very quickly. If they can find that they can get away with frauds and scams using the internet and do it in an offshore place where there are really no laws against what they're doing, or that they can hide, they can get away and not suffer the consequences, then of course they're going to do that. And we have to make sure that we accommodate to these changes and make sure that we give the police forces the tools that they can catch up to the criminals and certainly stop them before they get away with their crimes. So certainly combating cyber crimes is something that we are very interested in getting done. In addition, there's a number of provisions that we are pleased to see. One is the creation of a new criminal code offense to prohibit people from agreeing or making arrangements with another person to sexually exploit a child. Certainly the creation of a new criminal code offense for possessing a computer virus for the purpose of committing mischief. And as I'd indicated before, much of this bill is taken up with amendments to definitions of various terms to reflect modern technologies. And certainly we've not seen any compelling evidence yet of that the current definitions are impeding police in their investigations, but we're certainly not opposed to getting the updated language in there to reflect the realities of today. In fact, I had mentioned before that the Privacy Commissioner is certainly had some opinions about the legislation, and she has called for assurances that any legislative proposals on surveillance be minimally intrusive. She's called to impose limits on the use of new powers and ensure that appropriate legal thresholds remain in place for court authorizations. She's asked that we require the draft regulation to be reviewed publicly before coming into force, and also that we include effective oversight. I'm not exactly certain what she has in mind there, but certainly oversight in any type of government legislation is good. We only have to look at the lack of oversight in the e-health file, which certainly started out as a very, very positive, and by the way still is a very solid and positive idea, but now we see 4 or 5 years, 10 years after the start of the e-health programs, not only in the federal government, but in the provincial government of Ontario, and I could even go back further to the Manitoba government before 1999, where they spent $50 million on essentially the same thing, an e-health program. At the end of the day, there was nothing, absolutely nothing to show for it. The federal government feel that they have, 16% of electronic health files, or 16% of people of Canada will have electronic health files at a certain point, 2010 perhaps, but the cost is like $1.6 billion, and that $1.6 billion was supposed to cover the whole country. So the question really becomes, how do these programs, and I'm just asking this rhetorically, how do these programs get out of control? I've always been a very big supporter of the e-governments on e-government files and e-health files and e-commerce files. In fact, when the legislation was brought in 2000 in Manitoba, the most comprehensive electronic and e-commerce legislation in the country, I was the MLA put in charge of getting it together, putting it all together. And, at that time, we were trying to promote e-commerce. People were very reluctant to buy things online. It was just the very beginning of the process. And I remember getting a piece of consumer legislation in that legislation, which I think to this day only exists in Manitoba. And that was a requirement that if someone bought a product online or service online, and that if you as a consumer didn't get that product or service that you bought online, the credit card company was responsible to reimburse you. And that was peculiar to Canada at the time, but in fact I took it from one of 2 or 3 American states who had legislation at the state level at this time. But we put that piece of consumer legislation and several others into this omnibus bill dealing with electronic commerce, and way back 10 years ago to promote the idea. But at the time, we were not looking at, and it could have never even comprehended, perhaps, what in fact was going to happen over those ensuing years. As a matter of fact, we had the best secure system government-secured system in the country in terms of security. Matter of fact, our people were so good that when they left the Manitoba government, we were paying them maybe $100,000 a year. We thought that was excessive. Well, the next day, one of them went to work for Bank of Montreal, I think at $300,000 a year, and he lived in Toronto anyway, so he made $300,000 a year and simply walked to work, as opposed to flying back and forth to Manitoba every week for $100,000. Just to show you how important internet security actually became at about that time. And you recall that there were viruses afloat in those days that in fact crippled the British government. The BC government was down for a day or two. And in fact, I think it was Manitoba was the only government that we were aware of that withstood all of these cyber attacks. And I used to get printouts and reports anytime I wanted them, but certainly not on a daily basis. But I could get a report and it would show how many attacks the government would have. So I think that any member of this government can go talk to their online people, and they can get that information themselves. They can go back and say, how secure is our government system? And we want to know how many attacks we're getting and from where we're getting them and the type of attacks. And I think they'd be surprised when they get those sort of results. And perhaps by now they might be, positively surprised because maybe the attacks are dropping. I haven't followed the file as much as I did in the past years because when Reg Alcock was here, he was a big champion of e-government. He pushed the file, obviously lost track of that e-health file somewhere because at the end of the day, it's not producing the results that he would have hoped for. But he certainly, his heart was in the right place, his head was in the right place, and he certainly pushed Prime Minister Martin on that whole e-government file. And I think, and I would guess, that file has been essentially forgotten under the Conservative government. I think that they've simply, and that's just a guess at this point, but my guess is that they've gone for simply a retrenchment and have taken out no real new initiatives since Reg has left that particular file. And I was hoping, I checked into the Secure Channel just about a year and a half ago now, and they were basically retooling the whole concept. But the government has a duty to get its systems online, to get its services online as quickly as possible, and making them transactional so that the people can get proper service. There is no reason why, particularly in Manitoba, we had government student aid applications online. Why would a student have to drive 100 miles to Winnipeg to stand in line at the student aid branch for an hour to fill out an application and then drive all the way home again? So we put those applications online. Now this should be done. Government services should be put online. They should all be online, and not only have the applications online, but make them transactional so people can pay for the service with their credit card and have much happier experience dealing with the government than having to wait in line in government offices. And this is something that I don't hear much from the government on, and I would think that we should be looking at that, and I intend to ask more questions about that in the future. So the question is, what sort of oversight are we going to have on this bill? And I sure hope it's a better oversight than what we had on the e-health file and other files that, where there were boondoggles in the government. In terms of the 5-year parliamentary review, that was suggested by the Privacy Commission, and I think that's a good idea too. And I did ask, and I know I'm being told that I'm running out of time here, so I may have to ask these in the question period. But whether we're going to have a review after 5 years, I think it's a great idea, or perhaps even a sunset clause after 5 years, given the great changes in technology over a period like that could happen. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. L'honorable député de Saint-Boniface.
The honourable member for Saint-Boniface. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
My colleague opposite for taking the time to speak to this issue. However, I have to say, Madam President, I was very disappointed to hear the member opposite talk about yesterday and criticize the government for some of the tone that was injected. I want to remind the member of something that one of his own colleagues said, the member from Winnipeg Centre, when we were discussing and debating a member of the Liberal opposition's comments. And the member from Winnipeg Centre clearly said that he believed the government's push towards tough crime legislation, he compared it to the plight of African Americans during the 60s who were suppressed and who were targeted by racists, and actually suggested, and I couldn't believe my ears, that this would come from an NDP member in my hometown, suggested that the government's tough on crime legislation moves were actually designed to put more Aboriginal people, my family, my cousins, my aunts, my uncles, that it was designed to put them behind bars. It was atrocious. It was scandalous. I believe it was important that we addressed comments like that made by NDP members in this House, and that is why we stood so strong against what was said. The other thing I heard this member say was that he believes there should be some tough legislation on things like child pornography. His own members voted against the human trafficking bill. Some of his own members decided they would not support protecting Canadian children and Canadian women. And I'm sorry, I have to ask the member this very question. How are we to believe you when you stand before us, he stands before us and says he believes that we need to get tough on crime, and yet the actions of his party, the actions that have been taken not to protect our children and our women, not to protect our Aboriginal people, how can he stand before us and say that he cares about tough on crime legislation?
The honourable member for Elmwood Transcona.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and certainly the member certainly took us on a trip there through various subjects. The reality is that we have said over and over and over again that we believe in being smart on crime is better than being what she calls tough on crime, and we only use the example of minimum sentences, where they've been tried in the United States, and we have a lot of rich prison owners because the prisons were turned over to private entrepreneurs. And now we have Governor Schwarzenegger in California having to let thousands of people out on early parole because he can't afford to keep them there anymore because the states run out of money. The crime rate in the United States is way higher than it is in Canada. So you see, there's an example of ideology trumping, smartness. Let's deal with issues that actually work. In Winnipeg, we actually got some action on auto theft by bringing in immobilizer programs for cars. We set up a task force within the police service to chase down the worst car thieves and get them off the street, put them in jail. And car thefts went down to the point where we're not there yet, but we had one day this year where we had no car thefts at all. Okay? To me, that's smart on crime, to the member for St. Boniface. I don't know how many times we have to say that, but she obviously doesn't get the concept that the government should be looking around the world to see what works. Why is the incarceration rate in Sweden only 77 per 100,000, 177 in Canada, and 700 in the United States? She's looking the wrong way. Should be looking to Sweden and not the United States. And not the United States doesn't have some good features. But, let's pick some good features of the United States system that actually show results and work. But these people are blinded. They have their blinkers on, their blinders on, and they base their crime bills based on what it does to their polling results. Oh, we got great polling results, so let's bring in more of these type of bills. We don't care whether they work or not, just what do they do for our polls?
Some comments. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Saint-Lambert. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Listen, the Bloc Québécois believes that in order to facilitate police work, when this doesn't affect fundamental rights, is one of the avenues that the Bloc has always said is good against fighting crime. But they're increasing the probability for people to get caught. It's going to be a greater disincentive than imposing sanctions that are far off for fraudsters. My colleague seems to be in agreement, and I'd like to hear him once again on this. With regard to cybercrime, given developing technologies which are continuing to develop and will continue to do so. He talked about reviewing the criminal code on a more regular basis. This would be an interesting idea. He also talked about informing the public of what the bill contains, and that is important, and I would like him to talk about this more.
Honourable Member for Elmwood Transcona.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I missed the first part of the member's question, but I certainly got the second part of it. It seems to me that certainly in technology we are dealing with an ever-increasing rate of change. You know, in years ago when we went from the Pony Express got replaced, by the telegraph system, and then the telegraph system got replaced by telephones, and all this change took place over 50 years, 100 years. But we are seeing computer changes happening in much smaller segments. We have, the internet it's been around for quite a long time, but it wasn't until 1995 that people really started getting their very first emails. At least in my case, that was happening, and up till then a computer was just a computer. We didn't have before '83 there wasn't really any PCs around at that point, but certainly the use of the internet didn't really start until 1995 and beyond. And when you think of the explosions, you have a company as big as Microsoft, as huge as Microsoft, dominating that particular one sector of the market, and they got outsmarted by the people at Google. So, when a company like Microsoft can't keep ahead of the curve, how are we supposed to be able to do that? So I guess that's part of the problems that we face as legislators, trying to keep ahead of these people.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for his intervention. I have a couple of questions. I hope he can answer both. He alluded in his speech to the possibility of having a 5-year review or perhaps sunsetting this legislation. And I would like him to expand on that, because I think that he did have more to say in that regard. And secondly, he's made reference indirectly to some notable boondoggles, namely eHealth and Secure Channel. And I wondered if he would be able to explain why this government is not making any particular progress in terms of e-government.
The Honourable Member for Elmwood Transcona.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And those are very good questions. And the first question, dealing with the whole issue of the 5-year parliamentary review, I'm really not certain what form of review it would take. And the suggestion was that we put the minister in charge of it, but we know that ministers can certainly take forever to get something like that done. So maybe there's a more impartial place that the review could be placed. The sunset clause is a particular interest because, at that point the law will expire, and then there is no other option but to restart it up, right, and reintroduce it and start from scratch. So I would have to defer to the legislative legal beagles, where there's a lot of them here in the House, to tell me whether that would work. But I think either option is a good option. I think she's on the right track here. In terms of the boondoggles, I'm not holding any one government responsible for them, because we've seen boondoggles under liberal governments. We've seen them under conservative governments. I'm trying to get to the bottom of how did it happen, with all the brain power involved in the project in the first place. How do these projects get out of control? That's what I'm really interested in finding out. And I think the Auditor General report is going to probably tell us a lot.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Repentigny. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure for me to speak today with regard to Bill C-46 on investigations on the Internet. I'm interested for a very specific reason. We've seen on the government side for some time tabling bills, crime bills, and bills on cybercrime, and new types of crimes such as identity theft, which the Bloc Québécois supported. When we think about C-46, which the Bloc will also support, I'd like to give you the reasons why we are supporting this bill a little later, but I'd also like to tell you the counter-indications, as you see with medication. So from the government, we see, for one, something interesting an attempt to update legislation which is new from the Reform Conservative side. They are old dinosaurs, and now they're trying to be modernize legislation, and sometimes there are complications where they're not very good at subtlety, and so sometimes there are complications that occur. So that is why it's going to be important to talk about it for a long time. We cannot adopt such important legislation as this as quickly. In a few days, we can't conclude our debate and pass this bill. We will need time both to analyze and look at the consequences, as well as, for example, if it comes to committee, to make amendments with regard to public safety. We'll have to take the time to talk about it with witnesses to look and see if there are not any amendments that can be made. That would be useful. I must tell you that the reason for why the Bloc supports this bill is in terms of its importance, and increasingly people are using the Internet. Increasingly there are bank or financial transactions being conducted on the Internet, and this can lead to fraud that occurs on the Internet. For example, there is another major problem, which is pedophilia. So there is exploitation of minors, of children, and of course this occurs on the Internet. So at least if we can, with new legislation, have the tools to be able to get those offenders, these sexual offenders, these dangerous individuals, if I can put it that way, then we'll have new tools to be able to catch these individuals as quickly as possible and to clean up the Internet. Madam Chair, as well as I do, that the increase in the use of the Internet since the mid-1990s is astronomical. There is a constant increase in the use of the Internet, and I had heard two examples earlier with regard to pedophilia on the Internet. There's also fraud on the Internet. I mentioned those. And we also talked about identity theft last week, and we see the appearance of this on Facebook and other social networking sites. We see that people use the information for good reasons and for bad. With this bill, then we are giving tools to police forces to fight more effectively and strongly against such crimes. When I talked about problems, Madam Chair, we mustn't go to the other extreme, and this is what my fear is with regard to the Conservatives, perhaps more with regard to the Alliance wing or the Reform wing of that party, because it's easy to go to extremes with this legislation, with this bill. I'm thinking, for example, Madam Chair, of the League. I just don't want to say the wrong name here. Let me check. It's the League of Rights and Freedoms of Quebec, which has expressed serious reservations with regard to this bill, since confidential information, can be obtained on individuals and they can be used for the wrong reasons. What the League wants is that the government be transparent and ensure that privacy of individuals is protected. Here we have a problem with this bill because we'll have to talk about it in committee. We'll have to meet with witnesses and ensure that we do serious work, as the Bloc does every time with regard to legal matters. I would make the connection with what my NDP colleague said earlier, but in the Bloc Québécois, we have always been smart on crime. And I think we have one of the best spokespeople in this area in our colleague from Marc Aurel Fortin, who was Minister of Public Safety in Quebec for many, many years. And he was, among other things, an individual who fought the most strongly against groups such as the Hells Angels back then. So this man, this genius, could bring some good ideas with regard to the study of this bill in committee and perhaps make amendments. We want to ensure that the bill is as perfect as possible. I am a perfectionist, so there is work to be done to improve the bill, and we will have to do this work in committee. Madam Chair, since the beginning of the day, after having listened to others, and I am a perfectionist, and I also listen to others, and after having listened to the speeches given by my other colleagues, I note that one of the areas where we could ensure an easy change is with regard to cybercrime. Unfortunately, people don't only do good things on the internet. I was impressed recently. I was looking at statistics with regard to internet use, and you'll be as surprised as I am, no doubt, Madam Speaker. 90% of internet sites, internet pages, are related to pornography. This is quite terrible. So cyber pedophiles, of course, can then easily use internet to distribute pornographic child pornography or other types of pornography, and we have to fight this as hard as we can. And we have to ensure that we can eliminate this kind of atrocity. I must say that we are all in agreement here, and this is the example that came up the most frequently with regard to this bill. You know, there was also my colleague from Abitibi-Témiscamingue who does as excellent work as my colleague from Marc Aurel Fortin does with regard to legal issues and public safety. He spoke earlier about the fact that we could ensure that there are there could be bugs on cars in order to help people track their vehicles, either vehicles themselves or the parts from those vehicles. And we can say that there is a modernization with regard to legislation. It's no longer the days where it's highway robbery, where people are stopping trains and robbing wagons like Jesse James and his friends did. Times have changed. It was a more romantic time, perhaps, but we see that bandits, thieves use internet these days to commit crimes. It's increasingly difficult to rob banks, and these people have a way of ensuring that they can commit their crimes. The government is reacting instead of acting, and so we see that there is a problem. The government has finally decided to take action and introduce this bill. As I said, Madam Chair, it will be extremely important for us to have this debate in committee in order to be able to really look at all of the aspects of this bill. I said that my fear is that the Conservatives will want to adopt it too quickly. We have seen this happen in too many legal areas. They say that they're tough on crime. I won't say what I think of that analogy to tough on crime, but we know that in many cases it's abhorrent. My colleague made comparisons with the United States, and we see that the Americans have tried, in fact, and I'm thinking of the mandatory minimums that the Conservatives have tried to force down the throats of the opposition parties, and the Americans, Republicans in the States have tried this, and they see today what that has led to. So you can see Bill C-46 amends the criminal code in order to create new production orders to compel the production of data relating to the division of communications. So, as I said, we're no longer in the days where people are simply listening to telephone conversations, but we're talking about obtaining communications on the Internet. We talked about the municipal elections in Quebec, and we see that when there is collusion, often people use the Internet to exchange data or information on price fixing. So we know that it's quite simply not just by phone that people have dishonest conversations in this day and time. People can, from their homes or from their offices, use the Internet to commit fraud. It's also creating production orders for compel the production of data and the location of transmissions, and a warrant to obtain transmission data will extend to all means of telecommunication, the investigative powers, and so on. Ensure there will be warrants. Will be able to enable the tracking of transactions, individuals, and things. And so there will be ability for the police to track individuals, transactions, and things. And this is somewhat problematic, Madam Chair. We'll have to look at how this is applied because as I said, and as the League of Rights and Freedoms says, we'll have to be careful to ensure that at some point the government itself doesn't use this for improper reasons. I'm not saying the government has anything in mind, but it will also allow the creation of a 10-year prison sentence for the use of Internet to conclude agreements with a third party to sexually exploit a child. The bill also amends the Competition Act, and this is ironic because I was talking earlier about this. The enactment amends the Competition Act to make applicable the purposes of enforcing certain provisions of the Act, new provisions being added to the Criminal Code respecting demands and orders for the preservation of communication data and orders for the production of documents relating to the transmission of communications or financial data. It also modernizes the provisions or rather the Mutual Legal Assistance in Criminal Matters Act to make some of the new investigative powers being under the Criminal Code available to Canadian authorities executing incoming requests for assistance, and to allow the Commissioner of Competition to execute search warrants under the Mutual Legal Assistance in Criminal Matters Act. So as I said, the Bloc Québécois is in principle in support of Bill C-46, a bill that will allow police forces to adopt their investigative techniques to modern realities, such as the expanded use of the Internet and cell phones. And you know, Madam Speaker, I'd like to make the connection not only to criminals but to terrorists who increasingly use these kinds of means of communications, either cell phones or the Internet, to ensure that they can execute their plans. So we'll be able to fight on two levels. This will facilitate the work of police forces where it doesn't unduly violate individual rights, and the Bloc has always talked about how it is important to ensure deterrence. And also, it's much better to use this kind of technique as a disincentive rather than increasing the prison sentences. It's not the fact that we tell criminals, well, you could go to prison for 10 or 15 years for cocaine trafficking, that will concern the criminals or make them worried because they'll look at the profits they can make, and criminals might say to themselves, well, for a few years, I'll sell some cocaine, I'll make $10 million, this would be good. So we need to ensure increased police presence and improve tools for police forces to fight crime that will have a real impact on dissuading criminals from committing crimes than imposing sentences of 10 years or whatever.
Because no criminal will actually be arrested in this way until we have the tools for it. So there are a number of concerns with respect to privacy that are raised by this bill, and the reasons for this invasion of privacy are not well demonstrated. There are very complex criminal organizations, and therefore we do support this legislation, but we will be very careful in committee. I certainly want to indicate that I have full confidence in my colleagues, the members for Marc-Fortin and Abitibi-Témiscamingue, that they will work very hard and conscientiously in the committee to make sure that invasion into Canadians' privacy is kept to an absolute minimum. I want to give you a bit of background, Madam Speaker, to indicate the source of this bill. The signing of the Convention on Cybercrime was behind the legislation. We also have had the active participation of Canada, Japan, the United States, and the African Union, rather the European Union and South Africa in the ratification process. One of the requirements was to have national adoption of applicable legislation. There are three aspects: harmonization of national legislation, proper investigative powers, and changes in the rules for international, or rather for electronic tools. As you know, Madam Speaker, cybercrime and the Internet itself, www means World Wide Web, and it certainly is global in nature. A criminal can be based in South Africa but commit crimes in Canada or in Europe. So it is important to work cooperatively in a multilateral capacity with other countries so that we can work together to come up with tools and find ways to stop these criminals. In order to harmonize national legislation with the international convention, there are four major categories of offenses. First of all, with respect to networks, we're talking here about confidentiality, integrity, and so on of the information. Then there are computer offenses, fraud, among other things. Then the offenses regarding content, such as pornography. And finally, offenses dealing with intellectual property and associated rights. These need to be protected. With respect to xenophobic and hate information, there are additional protocols. To facilitate investigative processes, the Convention has a number of provisions that the signatories must adopt. The aim of these provisions is to enable police officers to seize and have access to information, to allow for the preservation of information. The signatories can act on behalf of another country in allowing access to information. There needs to be a network of tools, of agencies working together in order to provide access to information. So I want to stress the multilateral aspect of this convention. A criminal could send me information or could commit a crime, for example, and be based in South Africa. So certainly it is difficult to go and arrest that person in South Africa, but if the information can be transmitted to the local law enforcement authorities, then an arrest is possible. This is based on a long process that started in 1995. There were 27 versions before the final versions that needed to take into account the reservations regarding privacy. There was a risk of infringing privacy. I have little time left, unfortunately. I could have talked for hours more, unfortunately, and I will be glad to answer any questions from my colleagues. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Shefford. Thank you, Madam Speaker. My colleague gave an eloquent speech on this bill. He certainly understood it well and has given his views very clearly. The problem with this legislation, and I think that the public watching this debate will have realized this, is that the powers are based on suspicion. A police officer merely has to suspect that there has been a crime. So we're not talking about opening a window. I think this is the patio door that we are opening. So just to have suspicions seems to be going far too far, that we don't have to even believe that something has happened. Starting an investigation on someone who may have nothing to do with the crime. We're not talking here about a general investigation, but we have to eliminate this aspect of suspicion. If we allow a police force to investigate anything at all that they choose to, then this is a problem. The Privacy Commissioner has indicated that she is not in agreement with that principle. We need to look at this in committee. We have to make sure that police officers do not have powers that they do not know, do not need, rather. I would like to know from my colleague what he thinks about this aspect, this suspicion requirement. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would be pleased to answer my colleague's question. I can tell you that this isn't just a patio door. It is the patio door absolutely removed and opened up completely. I could ask my colleague whether he is not pleased to have such an intelligent discussion on this, but in fact, we need to be progressive as we are and have a real debate about this in committee. I have the same worry that he does, and this is why we want to send the bill to committee. As I said earlier, the excellent work of my two colleagues, the members for Abitibi-Témiscamingue and Marc-Aurèle-Fortin, will result in some good amendments. I, too, am very concerned about giving such broad powers to the police. I certainly respect the quality of the work that they do. They are prepared to sacrifice their lives to protect people. But in fact, in the bill, there are practically no restrictions. There are no warrants required to investigate someone. There is a very fine line between protecting privacy and providing the powers that the police need. So we need to look at this very seriously. Some people are too partisan, especially the Conservatives. We don't want to be partisan. They need to put their ideology aside to have a genuine discussion on this. I think that the public should be concerned when they see that for no valid reason, just based on a suspicion, we know that everyone is human, and when we're dealing with human beings, sometimes people have opinions and might want to investigate someone's use of the telephone or the internet for personal reasons. There might be police officers who may really lose it and decide to investigate anyone's actions at any time. I think there is a perverse tendency there that means that we have to be very careful in finding the right balance. Thank you. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Laval. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. As always, I'm very struck by the lucidity of my young colleague, but I think he has kept some of his naiveness, his innocence, and that is a good thing as a parliamentarian. In this bill, there is something to be concerned about, because in the past, and many people can remember this, CSIS and the RCMP have not respected their mandates in every case. With this government that is putting their own supporters into key positions in all sorts of areas, we are in danger of creating a state that is undesirable in some ways, where people will be afraid to express themselves freely on the internet, among other things. So I would like to ask my young colleague whether he is a bit worried about that. The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. With respect to my naiveness or innocence, as John F. Kennedy has said, you can lose your illusions but not your ideals in politics. I agree with what she has just explained. We had the Patriot Act under George Bush in the United States after the September 11, 2001 attacks. The perverse effects of how that was used are still with us. Do you think that the Patriot Act was always used to defend American citizens and to deal with terrorists? We saw a lot of abuse by authorities. The police had a lot of powers that they used for their own personal means, and we have to remember that. I am young, I know, but if we think back to the time of my mother and father, that is the October crisis in 1970, there were arrests of people just because they were against the colonizers. There were union leaders, labor leaders that were arrested, lawyers, civil rights lawyers, all sorts of people that did not think the way that the government wanted. Then we had martial law declared. A government that does not always have good ideas, like the Conservatives have shown to be, have very centralizing ideas. They put a lot of power into the hands of a few, which is a dangerous thing. I would say to the Conservatives that we are not against the legislation and the spirit behind it, but we are against the perverse consequences that this bill could create, and that is the important difference. So I hope that our colleagues will be able to define the balance we need to strike and the line we need to draw. A very brief question, the Honourable Member for Shefford. Thank you, Madam Speaker. When I mentioned earlier, as my colleague did, the problem with the concept of suspicion, well, there's nothing wrong with asking a police officer just to use any reason to suspect someone, it seems. If there could be investigations even within police forces or between the police and CSIS. So there may well be excesses and abuse. If we cannot look into this in depth and decide what we want to give in the way of powers to the government and so on, we may have difficulty. Is that not true? The Honourable Member for Repentigny has about 50 seconds to respond. I will be very brief. I agree completely with what my colleague has said, and certainly I am not a lawyer. I am far from that. But when we look at the notion of suspicion, clearly people can have emotions, including suspicions, and sometimes that leads to prejudice, and that can have terrible effects. Resuming debate.
La Chambre est-elle prête?
Is the House ready for the question?
The honourable member for Winnipeg is rising to speak on this bill.
Thank you, Madam President, Madam Chair. No, I'm actually waiting for the question so that we can proceed to C-47.
Okay. La Chambre...
The question is the following.
Mr. Nicholson, seconded by Mr. Flaherty, moved that Bill C-46, an act to amend the Criminal Code, the Competition Act, and the Mutual Legal Assistance in Criminal Matters Act, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security. Plaît-il à la Chambre?
Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion?
Adopté.
Agreed.
In this bill, deuxième lecture de ce projet de loi.
En conséquence, ce projet de loi...
The bill is therefore referred to the Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security.
Day.
Orders of the day, government orders, government bills, commons. Debate at second reading of Bill C-47, the Technical Assistance for Law Enforcement in the 21st Century Act.
Mr. Merrifield, for Mr. Van Loan, seconded by Mrs. Oblonsky, moves that Bill C-47, an act regulating telecommunications facilities to support investigations, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security. Debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for Official Languages.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Rise before the House today to sponsor Bill C-47, which confirms once again that this government is committed to getting tough on crime. Since coming to office, we've taken concrete steps to give law enforcement the tools they need to crack down on crime and ensure that criminals face the consequences of their actions. This long overdue legislation is yet another crucial step forward in our strategy to keep Canadians safe and our country secure. It will equip the police and national security agents with the tools they need to combat crime and terrorism in the digital age. The Technical Assistance for Law Enforcement in the 21st Century Act will enable the law enforcement community and our justice partners to investigate and prosecute crime in a rapidly evolving communications environment. The Act, in a nutshell, will give them the same capability to access internet and cell phone messages with warrants as they currently have to access wiretap telephone calls. Equally important, it will give national security agencies new intercept capabilities to combat terrorism and to work more effectively with their global counterparts. Many of our closest allies have had similar legislation in place for quite some time now. In fact, last year, the G8 called on members to beef up their intercept capability to fight international crime. And that's precisely what this legislation will do. Madam Speaker, Bill C-47 will remove the competitive advantage which technology has given to criminals and to terrorists for far too long. As it now stands, when Canadian police officers and national security officials try to intercept messages being sent by criminals or terrorists using the latest technologies, they are hamstrung by legislation dating back decades. Canada's intercept laws are 35 years old. They were written in the days of the typewriter and rotary telephones, long before the world of email and smartphones. Today's antiquated law gives lawbreakers an unfair and sometimes frightening advantage. Child pornographers, organized crime members, and terrorists are using sophisticated new technologies to conduct their activities out of reach of the law. The fast-growing gap between our outdated legislation and today's tech-savvy criminals poses a significant threat to all Canadians. It's creating virtual safe havens where sexual predators, perpetrators of hate crimes, and internet fraud artists can operate free from fear of detection and apprehension. That's something that Bill C-47 will stop. The Act will shut these safe havens down. High-tech criminals will now be met by high-tech equipped police officers. Mr. Speaker, or Madam Speaker, the previous government introduced lawful access legislation, recognizing the need to give public safety officials the tools they require to do their jobs. While it was a good start, Bill C-47 builds on that effort and strengthens it further. Specifically, the bill before us today will ensure that when law enforcement and security officials have a warrant to intercept messages by criminals or terrorists, they are not prevented from doing so due to a lack of technical ability. Today, we have situations where judicial authorization is granted, but the interception cannot take place because the network is not intercept capable. This is simply unacceptable. Canada's police forces and CSIS must be able to keep pace with the advanced technologies being used by criminals and terrorists. I want to be clear, however, Madam Speaker, the proposals we are putting forward are not new or even revolutionary. In modernizing Canada's lawful access laws, we are not providing new powers or expanding on existing interception authorities that have been in place since 1974. Nor are we compromising individuals' personal information or putting an undue burden on business. We are simply bringing our country's legislation out of the Cold War era and into the 21st century. I can assure my honourable colleagues this legislation strikes the right balance between the interests of technology companies that need to remain competitive, the interests of the police in keeping our communities safe, and the interests of the public in their legitimate expectations of privacy. Our government's proposed changes will be introduced gradually to allow businesses to adjust to these new obligations. Bill C-47 provides an initial transition period of 18 months to allow service providers time to integrate lawful interception requirements into new equipment and services. And it includes the possibility of a 2-year exemption to respond to new technologies. This will serve to protect innovation and competitiveness. The legislation is also flexible enough to respond to companies' particular circumstances. The specific needs of smaller firms have in fact been taken into account. The bill contains a 3-year exemption for service providers with less than 100,000 subscribers from certain requirements that are too costly for them at this time. Certain organizations, such as schools, libraries, and charities, are also exempt entirely. Equally important to the private sector, service providers will be free to select the most cost-effective intercept solutions available. They will not be tied to government-determined standards or equipment. Along with flexibility, we have built cost-sharing into the legislation to help defray the expenses associated with these changes. Companies will be required to pay for intercept capability in certain new equipment and software. However, the government will provide reasonable compensation when retrofits to existing networks are needed. This approach recognizes we have a shared responsibility to address a problem that directly affects the safety of Canadians. The other major component of the government's proposed legislation is the requirement for service providers to make basic subscriber information available on request to designated members of the law enforcement community and CSIS. Timely access to this information is essential in the fight against crime, especially crimes committed over the internet, such as online fraud, identity theft, and child sexual exploitation. At the moment, there is no federal legislation specifically designed to allow for obtaining basic subscriber information, identifiers which are often crucial in the early stages of an investigation. As a result, when this information is required, the police face a patchwork of responses from service providers across the country. Some companies release this information readily, while others demand a warrant. Without this basic information, police often reach a dead end as they are unable to obtain enough information to pursue an investigative lead or obtain a warrant. I would like to emphasize, however, that provisions for access to information have actually been tightened under this bill to ensure Canadians' privacy and human rights. These safeguards include mandatory record-keeping, internal audits and external oversight, and the limited designation of law enforcement and CSIS officials who can even request such information. Mr. Speaker, or Madam Speaker rather, without Bill C-47, unscrupulous con artists can continue to defraud unsuspecting internet users responding to email scams. Child abusers and pornographers will anonymously exploit internet chat rooms, luring young victims away from their homes and into harm's way. Having worked as a police officer for almost 19 years, Madam Speaker, I did spend an awful lot of time in the child abuse unit, and I speak personally to the frustration of Canadian police officers who have been unable to access information to solve or prevent child abuse atrocities. I have also seen drug traffickers who tempt youth into addiction because law enforcement agencies cannot gather the necessary evidence to put them in jail. Without this bill and the proposed enhancements, child abusers and drug traffickers may continue untraced. And dangerous kidnappers and murderers will escape detection because their whereabouts remain untraceable. That is why we need this act and why we need to act now. This is a crucial piece of legislation required to make our families, our homes, and our communities safer. For this reason, I urge honourable members in this House from all parties to give Bill C-47 swift passage so Canadian police officers and CSIS agents can get on with their jobs of creating a safer country for all of us. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Pickering, Scarborough East.
Madame la Présidente, et je suis.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'm very happy to hear the comments from the member speaking to the bill.
That we all agree on the principles that are outlined with respect to this bill. We can debate the question as to why the bill is split in two. But considering the effort this member made back in 2002-2003 dealing with the Kids Internet Safety Alliance, people like Detectives Paul Gillespie and others, when we brought to bear the issue of child pornography, the exploitation on the Internet, the challenges faced by Internet service providers who often would not allow these warrants, certainly not on a costly basis. I guess what I ask the honourable member is why it took so long for this government, recognizing that even my colleague from Lachine, the Notre Dame de Grace had the same bill, virtually the same bill that the member is talking about here today. Why did it take the Conservative government 4 years to propose a bill if it's that important? I want the honourable member to explain to us why it took 4 years of dithering before you, in fact, put this legislation forward. You're asking for speedy passage. Where have you been for the past 4 years?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for Official Languages.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague from the opposition for the question. And I have to say I am just thrilled to hear the colleague that just spoke indicate that he is prepared to support legislation such as this that will propose some new changes so that Canadian police officers can in fact do their jobs. I also want to take a moment to address his very important question. And I was elected only in 2008, Madam Speaker. I spent, as I said before, almost 19 years policing before that. And I'll tell you, when I arrived here, I was absolutely appalled at the obstacles that are continually placed before this government as we move towards, slowly but surely, towards a safer country. And it is members like the member who just spoke who have continually tried to put those obstacles in place so that we cannot move forward. In fact, just last week, the Senate, Liberal senators attempted to gut a very important bill put forward by this government in an attempt to stop it. And so I would simply say that it's because of these obstacles and these delays put forward by an opposition who doesn't believe in making this country safe. That is why there are delays, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments.
Member for Brampton West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I support the bill. This is something that the Liberal government introduced in 2005. It's virtually identical. So my question is, why now? Why did it take this long to get it in? And specifically, why now, considering that we are in the worst economic crisis since the Great Depression? We've lost 500,000 full-time jobs. We have an EI crisis. We have an isotopes crisis. Our H1N1 vaccine is late in comparison to other countries. We have a pension crisis. Why are you introducing this criminal legislation now rather than dealing with these other problems? What took 4 years and what changed that this is such an emergency now rather than dealing with these other issues first?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague opposite for the question. And I have to say for just a moment that I completely respect my colleague's position on many of our crime bills. He has been fairly supportive of some of the measures that we've taken in committee, and I want to thank him for that support because I think he realizes just how important these things are. Now, the question was to timing, and as I said earlier, in a minority government, it is just astonishing to me as a new member of Parliament how very slow things move when opposition parties go deliberately against very, very minor things in bills or very minor things in committee. I, too, am appalled at how slow this system is. However, we have introduced a number of measures through the Justice Department and through the Public Safety Department to address the need for tough-on-crime legislation. We are going to continue to do that. We are going to have to follow the processes that is in place. I myself believe in democratic reform. I myself believe in Senate reform, particularly after seeing Liberal senators attempt time after time to gut our crime bills. I hope to see this member support us on Senate reform as well as supporting us, as he's indicated, on Bill C-47.
Some comments? L'honorable député de...
The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm always surprised by the Conservatives' attitude. On one hand, they say, the member for Saint-Boniface is saying that it's just partisanship. Each time we oppose the government, we say that we're told that it's because we're partisan. Now, when they were in opposition, they were opposed to everything the Liberals did. But that was okay. Now, the Liberals are opposed, so I can't understand a thing here. Maybe it's the reason why I want Quebec to be out of this system. But, Madam Speaker, she wants to push this through as quickly as possible, but at the same time, I think... Well, in fact, we can't adopt a bill anyway, quickly, very quickly. We need to take the time in committee to hear from anyone and everyone who has concerns with it, because we've always said that a bad bill will cause problems. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Saint-Boniface. I apologize, Madam Chair, I didn't see the question there, but I will acknowledge and comment on some of the remarks made by our young Bloc Québécois colleague. Now, with respect to our wonderful country, I'm going to fight a division in this country in all situations possible. Now, this member in the House has reiterated his desire to separate, to divide, and to destroy our country. That shocks me. It is something that hits me hard. I'm disappointed to hear that from the Bloc Québécois. And I'd like to correct something my colleague said, because I don't think he heard me earlier when the Liberal colleague asked me a question. I didn't say that everything was partisan. No, I said that it's the process itself. There are problems with the procedure. That's why we need to take a look at several aspects of the system. And I think that first and foremost, we need to make sure that the procedure in place is effective. And that's why I support the Minister for Democratic Reform in his attempts to do that. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Questions and comments?
Kamala Thompson-Caribou.
So, thank you, Madam Speaker. And it was so good to hear my colleague express what was valuable about this bill, and we certainly know that she's in a very unique position to comment on this bill, given her former role as a police officer. But I guess hearing the conversation that has come around the House in terms of taking so long, you know, I know since I came to the House in 2008, like she did, there has been this constant threat of unnecessary elections, and I would really like to hear, you know, from my colleague, you know, what that will do to these important pieces of justice legislation. Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madame Présidente. And I want to thank my colleague who joined me in the class of 2008 here in the House of Commons. And I have to say that our new members of Parliament who just recently came here have really formed a bond. We do share a number of conversations about the new things we see here in the House of Commons and compare them to our old lives. And as she mentioned, my policing days often get discussed because we have a need to move forward to protect Canadians, to protect not only women and children, as we've discussed many times, but Aboriginal Canadians, Canadians of other cultures. And to hear continually that we may not get the chance to defend their rights and to protect them is very disturbing. Every time we hear about a looming election that could destroy all of the work that has been done is very disturbing. And so as a new member of Parliament, I have been in campaign mode since the moment I arrived. And frankly, I would really like to just continue to move forward to try to make sure these bills are passed so we can do the right thing. And the right thing is to protect the economy and to move to recovery. We have seen a very difficult time for Canadians, and we are just at the point where it is a fragile recovery we're dealing with. And yet again, we hear the Liberals wanting to force us into an election right when Canadians are just about to see the fruits of our labour here after a year in the House of Commons. I thank my member, my colleague, for asking the question, and I really urge opposition members to take this into consideration and stop the shenanigans about upcoming elections. Let's do the hard work that Canadians want.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Ajax Pickering can begin his comments. We'll have 3 minutes and we'll continue after.
Well, Madam Speaker, let me start on the point that the honourable member across left off on, and that is the incredibly disingenuous position that it is somehow this side that has caused problems with this legislation. It was, in fact, the Liberal government who introduced this bill in 2005. And it was the Conservative Party that took us into the polls at that time and killed this legislation in 2005. Shame. The Liberal Party then, from a private member's bill from the member from Notre Dame de Grasse, introduced a private member's bill in the next session of Parliament, and that sat on the order paper, and that was the same bill before us today. And who killed that? The Conservative Party. Stephen Harper walked in, the Prime Minister, Madam Speaker.
Members should know that he cannot use a sitting member's name.
The Prime Minister walked into the Governor-General's office and caused an election, thus killing this bill again. And so for 4 years, when this bill has been written and waiting to be implemented, this government has, through obfuscation and through creating elections, blocked this legislation from coming forward. When finally in this session they brought it forward, they waited until the very end of the session, the last week just before the summer. That's when they introduced it to ensure that we had no time to study it or implement it. And now here we are in the fall, 4 years after we as a Liberal Party have introduced this legislation, and it has not been implemented. And so to talk on the other side about the urgency of this bill, about the need to pass it immediately, is disingenuous. There is no reason this should have sat on the books for 4 years. The blame lies 100% on the other side, and it's 100% irresponsible. Absolutely.
The honourable member will have 18 minutes to resume his comments. Statement by members. The honourable member for Crowfoot.
Madam Speaker, since being elected the Member of Parliament for Crowfoot, I have joined my colleagues working toward the abolishment of the failed and costly long gun registry. My constituents have constantly and consistently contacted me opposing this issue for 9 years. My predecessor as Member of Parliament opposed Liberals' Bill C-68, warning that it would not reduce gun-related violence nor protect the safety of Canadians, and it would be too costly. He was right. 14 years later, over $1 billion of taxpayer money should have been spent on policing budgets, border control, education, treatment for violent offenders, and help for the victims. The Canadian Taxpayers Federation is now calling for the registry to be abolished. For 14 years, law-abiding firearm owners, hunters, farmers, recreational gun groups have been targeted and are burdened with the ongoing high costs. I call on all Canadians to urge their members of Parliament to support Bill C-391 and abolish the long gun registry.
The Honourable Member for Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to pay tribute and honour a truly heroic person, Tina Moores of Grand Falls, Windsor, Newfoundland and Labrador. On August 15, 2009, Ms. Moores, at 35 years of age, bravely lost her life in saving a 9-year-old girl from drowning at Red Indian Lake near the community of Buckens. She was known as a kind and giving person. If she saw someone in need and was in a position to offer assistance, she was there to lend a helping hand. Tina was an operating room nurse at the Central Regional Health Centre, a career she dearly loved. She was a certified lifeguard for many, many years, and she was a Red Cross water safety instructor. She was also a Special Olympics coach. Tina was a person who had a heart of gold, a person with a great sense of humor and a great smile. She was loved by all who knew her, and she did what she had to do in a difficult situation to save a young girl's life. In the true definition of a hero, Tina Moores fits that description. She made the ultimate sacrifice and will not be forgotten. Tina will be sadly missed by her large circle of friends and her family, and my thoughts and prayers go out to them all. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Terrebonne-Laville. Tomorrow, Cuba will present for the 18th consecutive time a draft resolution at the General Assembly of the United Nations entitled "The Need to Lift the Economic, Trade and Financial Blockade Against Cuba by the United States of America." This blockade against Cuba affects more than one state, since the extraterritorial application of U.S. laws injures the economic sovereignty of many other countries. The impact of the blockade is such that it can have serious effects for Quebec businesses because if they do business with Cuba, they may well expect reprisals from the United States. This blockade has been denounced by all Central and South American countries. When the Obama administration showed some signs of openness. Therefore, Madam Speaker, I hope that Canada will once again lend its unconditional support to the resolution.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's public knowledge that this Conservative federal government is pressuring the government of Manitoba to opt into a harmonized sales tax similar to its successful effort to buy off the Liberal governments of Ontario and British Columbia with large one-time cash payments. This money will make up for the provincial revenue lost from businesses as the burden is shifted to many individual taxpayers in these provinces who will have to pay a new tax on goods and services presently exempted under the provincial sales tax. Manitobans want to know how much a new harmonized sales tax will cost the average taxpayer overall on services like funerals, air travel, home renovations, landscaping, legal fees, and the purchase of new homes. Additional goods like fast food value meals, newspapers, magazines, tobacco, gasoline, and home heating fuels will be taxed. Madam Speaker, where is the transparency?
The Honourable Member for Leeds, Grenville.
Madam Speaker, volunteers under the leadership of Executive Director Judy Barree, President Rick Fry, and campaign chairs Andy and Sharon Jordan with the United Way of Leeds and Grenville are conducting their annual fundraising drive. This year they are working hard to meet the campaign goal of $925,000. The money supports 27 agencies that contribute to the quality of life in Leeds and Grenville. 33,000 people are served by these agencies annually. As part of the fundraising efforts, I, along with Honorary Game Chairman and NHL Hall of Famer Leo Boyven, are proud to present Hockey Night in Leeds and Grenville 3. Conservative members of Parliament, former NHL stars, and local municipal and community leaders will be at the Leo Boyven Arena in Prescott on Monday night, November 16th, in a charity hockey game to support the United Way. I want to thank in advance those who are giving up their evening to play in the game, and I want to invite everyone to come out and enjoy a great evening for a great cause.
The Honourable Member for Madawaska-Restigouche. Mr. Speaker, it's with great pride and pleasure that I want to congratulate Mademoiselle Dina Ouellette, a citizen of my riding who is chosen as one of the Olympic Flame Guardians to be part of the Canadian delegation to get the flame in Greece. Mademoiselle Ouellette was part of the team representing the First Nations. She resides in Madawaska Maliseet First Nation. She is going to accompany the flame from Halifax, Nova Scotia to London, Ontario. I believe it's important to point out that Mademoiselle Ouellette is part of this group because she's one of the 11 representatives of the First Nations in Canada who will be with the flame. I support Mademoiselle Ouellette. I congratulate her on her dynamism. She is a source of pride for us all.
Rosetown bigger.
Mr. Speaker, a recent survey was conducted by the Canadian Federation of Independent Business. I would like to take this opportunity to recognize and congratulate Saskatoon for ranking as the #1 entrepreneurial city in all of Canada.
Wow.
There is no doubt that small and medium enterprises are Canada's engines of growth. Saskatoon is at the heart of the business boom in Saskatchewan as a result of the combination of federal, provincial, and municipal tax policy adjustments that have enabled and supported business startups. Communities count on businesses to play an important part in their economic and social well-being. Saskatoon has outperformed by providing a great environment for small business development. Business owners in Saskatoon have remained largely optimistic through the global downturn and as a result have increased the number of established businesses in our wonderful community. Saskatoon has soared to the top, and I am honored to share this success with Canadians across the country.
Wow, good job.
The Honourable Member for Gaspésie, Île-de-la-Madeleine. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to point out today in this House that Traveller is a publication, a part of National Geographic in its October 2009 edition, has named the Gaspé Peninsula as one of the 50 destinations to see in one's lifetime. My region constitutes the only place in Quebec that is on the list and is one of the 3 Canadian cities that have been cited. Gaspé is one of the major spaces where man and nature can live together in harmony, like the Gobi Desert in Asia, Montenegro in Europe, and the Mendoza region in Argentina. Kevin Parent is the one who prepared the publication. He pointed out that you have to look at the sea and the mountains, which are the 2 pillars of the Gaspé area. It is a specific mention in the text about the warmth and the conviviality of the people of Gaspé. I invite everyone here to come to visit Gaspé and be charmed by it. The Honourable Member for Lotbinière-Chute-la-Chaudière, Mr. Speaker, we're very happy to note that the Act, which is intended to provide a more severe punishment for identity crimes in Canada, is in effect. It's another achievement by our government, this Conservative government, that works twice as hard to protect the interests of all Canadians. It is our duty to protect everyone, to protect who they are, a unique person who is the sole owner of his or her identity. The crime is always evolving, violence is changing, but we have to be aware of the fact that we are watching what is happening, and it is not finished. We will bring in more legislation. Once again, the trafficking of information, which is identity related, and the trafficking in government issued ID documents will be reduced and brought to an end by this government. We are responsible for all Canadians and future generations.
Quadra.
Mr. Speaker, it was with great sadness that we learned of the passing of a truly great Canadian, Jack Poole. Much of the credit for successful leadership of the bid and preparation for Vancouver's 2010 Winter Olympic and Paralympic Games rests with Jack, who died last week following a battle with pancreatic cancer. On the very day of Jack's passing, the Olympic torch, a symbol for global peace, had just been lit in Greece to mark the beginning of the torch relays for the Vancouver Games. Although saddened by his death, I'm encouraged that so many Canadians will carry forward Jack's dream of seeing the Olympics in Vancouver in Canada. An officer of the Order of Canada, Jack was a humanitarian who lived his life with integrity and generosity. He will be remembered by his friends and colleagues as a passionate and driven leader and philanthropist who is dedicated to the public good. Liberal caucus members join me in offering condolences to Jack's wife Darlene and their many friends and family. Our thoughts and prayers are with them.
The honourable member for Surrey, the honourable member for Surrey North.
Mr. Speaker, auto theft significantly impacts Canadians and businesses with an estimated cost of more than $1 billion each year.
Wow.
This amount takes into account the cost of theft of non-insured vehicles, policing, legal, and out-of-pocket costs such as deductibles. And while Canadians suffer the financial and emotional impacts of this crime, organized crime profits. And that is why our government is committed to cracking down on auto theft. We have a legislation that is currently sitting in the Senate to add new penalties in the area of property theft, and more specifically, the serious crime of auto theft. Our message to the Liberal leader is simple. Pass this legislation and stop playing political games.
Absolutely.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians can count on this government and this Prime Minister to stand up for the rights of victims and the law-abiding Canadians.
That's right, yeah. The honourable member for Welland.
Mr. Speaker, senior and retirees in my riding of Welland are deeply concerned about whether or not their savings they've accumulated during their lifetime of hard work is going to be enough to adequately sustain them in their retirements. In fact, at least 11 million Canadians have only their public pensions to rely on for their retirement, and at current levels, those pensions offer benefits that are far from adequate, forcing all too many seniors back into the workforce instead of enjoying their retirement years. New Democrats have proposed a plan that will protect the pensions of seniors. This plan includes increasing the GIS in order to end seniors' poverty, strengthening the CPP with a goal of doubling benefits, developing a national insurance program funded by plan sponsors that will guarantee pensioners $2,500 a month in the event of a bankruptcy or pension plan failure, creating a national facility to adopt workplace pension plans of companies in bankruptcy or difficulty. New Democrats are leading the way on pension reform, and it's time for the government to follow our lead. The seniors of Canada deserve to live with dignity and respect, and New Democrats will continue to fight to ensure every senior in Canada receives the pension benefits they deserve. Great idea.
Just a second. The honourable member for Brant.
Mr. Speaker, our government knows that organized crime and modern technology are changing the criminal landscape to make identity theft easier than ever. Identity theft is one of the fastest growing and most lucrative crimes in North America, especially for organized crime groups. This government reintroduced legislation that aims to protect Canadians from identity theft by giving police the tools they need to stop this activity before the damage is done. I am proud to say that despite the Liberals' foot-dragging, our legislation to crack down on identity theft was finally passed in the House and will soon become the law of this land.
Hear, hear.
Finally, Canadians will be better protected from identity theft by giving police the tools they need to stop this activity before the damage is done. Canadians know that they can count on this government and this Prime Minister to stand up for the rights of victims and law-abiding Canadians.
The honourable member for Drummond. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this evening, the Quebec film De Père en Flic will be screened here in Ottawa. This is a film that has earned almost $11 million in box office receipts. It's a police comedy that stars Michel Côté, Louis-José Oud, Rémi Girard, and Caroline Davernat. Quebec cinema does miracles with what it's got, but we know that the feature film fund held by Telefilm Canada is frozen by the Conservative government that disdains both the artists and their work, and yet the government doesn't hesitate to take ownership for the success of Quebec cinema by saying that it's Canadian cinema. Some say that Canadian cinema represents 20%, but in actual fact, 18% of that is represented by Quebec cinema. And I think we have to be clear about that. In conclusion, I'd like to invite all members of the House to come and see the film tonight. It's being subtitled in English. The honourable member for Hull-Aylmer, Mr. Speaker, the film De Père en Flic is going to be screened today, and it's a great success. It has earned some $11 million in box office receipts in Quebec since last July.
written and directed by Émile Gaudreau and Ian Lauzon, produced by Denise Robert and Daniel Louis from Cinémaginaire. It's distributed by Alliance Viva Film. The film stars Michel Côté, Louis-José Houd, Rémi Girard, and Caroline Daverna, amongst others. It's a production which has obtained the financial support of Telefilm Canada. It's become the most popular French-language film of all time in the country. I wish to congratulate all the actors and those involved in producing this film. It is thanks to the efforts of each and every one of them that the Quebec cinema is so solid. Please.
The honourable member for St. John.
Mr. Speaker, our government's action plan is working. Projects from coast to coast to coast are creating jobs and stimulating the economies of communities, big and small, right across Canada. They are. Citizens and community leaders alike are seeing the work being done every day. But despite this good news, Mr. Speaker, the Liberal leader is not happy. His desire for an unnecessary and an unwanted election has led him to hope for the worst during the global economic recession.
Shame.
When it became clear his desire for an unwanted election, has led him to falsely charge that we have not spent infrastructure money fast enough. When it became clear that this was not the case, Mr. Speaker, he made the baseless accusation that the programs aren't fair. Well, that didn't work either, Mr. Speaker, because it's just not true. We're focused on the economy, while the Liberal leader is focused on the mudslinging and forcing an election that only proves he's not in it for Canadians, he's just in it for himself.
Right on. Order. À l'ordre, oral questions. Questions orales. The honourable member for Ottawa South.
Mr. Speaker, $100 million in propaganda with no accounting for it. Infrastructure funds distributed as if they were award points. More than 60 investigations in the Office of the Commissioner for Ethics. A minister who's being investigated for inappropriate links with lobbyists and federal agencies. When will the Conservatives clean up this ethical mess? The Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we're in a global recession, but Canada's performance is far superior to others, and our government's measures are supported by the Canadian people and even by a majority of provincial governments.
You lose ground.
The Honourable Member for Ottawa South.
12 times more on meaningless sloganeering than on real information on H1N1. 12 times more, $100 million. The Prime Minister may think that it's his money, but it's not. Taxpayers should know that $100 million buys a year's salary for 1,700 public health nurses. It buys 10,000 ventilators, or it buys 35,000 days in ICU beds. Why does this Prime Minister insist on wasting borrowed money on partisan advertising while Canadians struggle to deal with this pandemic?
Shameful. Order. The Honourable Minister of Transport. Order.
Speaker, I said to the member from Ottawa South, this government has an important responsibility to communicate our actions through Canada's Economic Action Plan. We're going through some unprecedented economic times, Mr. Speaker, and Canadians want to be informed of the significant actions that their government is taking in this regard. We have put politics aside and are working constructively with all provincial governments and territorial governments across the country, Mr. Speaker. We're focused on jobs, we're focused on fighting H1N1, we're focused on building industry, and we're focused on supporting the unemployed, and all we have is the sloganeering from the Liberal member opposite, and that's too bad, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Ottawa South.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister's course called Accountability, the one he wrote to Ottawa on, has apparently died. Infrastructure monies dispersed like points in the Conservative Rewards program. Over 60 investigations before the Ethics Commissioner. A minister under investigation for improper ties with lobbyists and federal agencies. A Conservative senator linked to key players in an emerging scandal. Is this what Joe Clark meant when he said that these Conservatives were, quote, a private interest party in a public interest country?
Order. The Honourable Minister of Transport. Order.
In September, all the Liberal Party had to offer Canadians was an unnecessary and opportunistic election. And in October, while this government focuses on jobs, while this government focuses on the economy, while it focuses on the health of Canadians with the H1N1, when we focus on the needs of the unemployed, all the Liberal Party can do is mudrake, Mr. Speaker. I'll tell you what we're doing in the province of Ontario. We're working hard with the provincial government of Dalton McGuinty. We're creating jobs. We're creating opportunities. We're building cleaner water systems. We're building public transit. We're getting the job done, Mr. Speaker. We're going to remain focused on the needs of Canadians and ensure that we get the job done for our economy.
Order, please. The Honourable Member for Notre-Dame-de-Grâce-Lachine. Mr. Speaker, Senator Husako's friends remind us of what happened, the complaints to the Competition Bureau in terms of interference. All kinds of things aren't going forward, despite police searches and other things. Things aren't going forward. Is there a problem because Conservatives are afraid of being discovered? The Honourable Minister of Transport.
Made by the member opposite do not serve her or her constituents well. They do not serve the Liberal Party well, Mr. Speaker. If she has any facts whatsoever to present, I would encourage her to do so in this place. I would encourage her to do so, Mr. Speaker, outside this place. If she has any evidence, if she has anything to put up, she should put it on the table, Mr. Speaker. But the reality is, all we've seen from the Liberal Party this month after their pursuit of an unnecessary and opportunistic election is throwing mud, Mr. Speaker. We are going to focus, we're going to remain focused on jobs and hope and opportunity for every Canadian in every part of this great country.
The Honourable Member for Notre-Dame-de-Grâce-Lachine.
Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives say that there is billions for asphalt and cement. So is taxpayers' money going into the pockets of people, shady characters? So Leo Husako's other Prime Minister's advisor seem to have some problems. What directive have the Conservatives given to the Competition Bureau? I'd like the Prime Minister to answer the question. The Honourable Minister of Transport. Order, please.
Please put out by the Liberal Party. Liberal Party National Director Rocco Rossi today welcomed Yves Lemire, the new Deputy National Director of the Liberal Party of Canada. Mr. Speaker, he's becoming an integral part of the Liberal team, and he has the full support of the Liberal leader. But we checked later on in this press release, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Lemire was also a municipal councillor on the island of Montreal, and he used to work for Benoit Labonte, the Executive Director of Vision Montreal. Quel scandale, Monsieur le Président.
What a scandal, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Order, please. Mr. Speaker.
Order. À l'ordre. L'Honourable
The Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie has the floor. Mr. Speaker, the Quebec Lieutenant said that he didn't think there was any problem and that directors of the Bridge Agency are involved in funding activities for the Conservative Party, although the Ethics Code prohibits it. Are there ethical transgressions by directors who were appointed by the government? And there's also the BPR firm who employed Senator Usakos. Does the Prime Minister agree about what his Conservative lieutenant has said? The Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we have very serious rules that we brought in. The Conservative Party receives donations from hundreds of thousands of donors, and that is a system we are following. The Honourable Member. Mr. Speaker, please note that the Prime Minister did not answer the question, especially with respect to the transgression of ethical rules. Let's get more specific. Senator Usakos announced millions of dollars to repair the Champlain Bridge. And this involved agency directors and someone from BPR. BPR is a firm for which Senator Ousakos works. Doesn't this seem rather partisan? Doesn't this seem like patronage?
L'honorable ministre des Transports.
The Honourable Minister of Transport, Mr. Speaker, this Prime Minister and this government brought forward the Accountability Act. We're the government who ended the practices of the former government.
Politics. This Prime Minister who eliminated corporate, union, and $5,000 cocktail parties. It's this government who has brought more accountability and ethics reform than any other government in their history, and we have every right to be very proud of that, Mr. Speaker.
Order, please. The Honourable Member for Châteauguay-Saint-Constant. Mr. Speaker, when they were in the opposition, the Conservatives decried the lack of ethics on the part of the Liberals. But we see that these same Conservatives are going against their so-called principles and engaging in patronage. I would ask the Minister of Public Works, who defends the behavior of his Conservative colleagues in the Saint-Champlain Bridge Agency, can he explain how they are any better, how things are any better than they were under the Liberals? The Honourable Member of Public Works. Mr. Speaker, the leader of the bloc said he would be more specific. This agency, the Saint-Champlain Bridge Corporation, is an arm's-length independent agency which acts in a transparent way. The Honourable Member for Châteauguay-Saint-Constant. Mr. Speaker, there was a funding cocktail party arranged by Senator Ousakos, where Serge Martel was present. He's a well-known Conservative, someone who signed the contract which went to the consortium of which BPR was a member. How can the Minister find it proper that all these people were there in a cocktail party, a funding cocktail party, when he was there himself? The Honourable Minister of Public Works. Mr. Speaker, I would remind my colleague that this government came up with the strictest legislation having to do with government ethics. This is the first time that we have as rigorous a piece of legislation. We follow this process transparently. It's transparent, just, and open. If my colleague has formal accusations to make, let her make them outside this House. The Honourable Member for Toronto Danforth.
Have been doing everything in their power to muzzle and prevent diplomat Richard Colvin from telling what he knows about what happened in Afghan prisons. He had to hire his own lawyer, but the government comes in with every intimidation approach and delay tactic that they can come up with. He has to pay for his own lawyer, but now they're saying they won't pay the bills unless his lawyer reveals a list of absolutely everybody who she spoke with. That's unbelievable. No lawyer should ever be asked to do that. No lawyer would do it. It would be breaking the ethical contact. What has the government got to hide? Let Colvin speak.
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, there are so many inaccuracies in that question, I don't know where to start. At least the NDP is asking us questions from the floor of the House today. Mr. Speaker, there is a policy in place that covers Mr. Colvin, and that covers the legal bills of any public servant. And Mr. Speaker, the rules are no different for Mr. Colvin than for any other public servant.
The Honourable Member for Toronto Danforth.
Mr. Speaker, in one of his memos, Mr. Colville says the diplomats were burned, were beaten, and electrocuted while they were under Afghan control in Kandahar. The same memo was received by the Deputy Minister for Public Safety in 2007. Will the Minister of Public Safety say, will he agree that this memo exists, or will he continue to deny and not talk about what he knows. The Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we indicated that when we became aware of these allegations and when we saw there was proof of torture in Afghanistan, we changed the process and we worked with the Afghan government. We did things 2.5 years ago. So these things are really things of the past. The Honourable Member for Toronto Danforth.
Federal court decided and reached a conclusion that gays and lesbians should be allowed into our armed forces because otherwise we'd be violating the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. And this verdict allowed openly gay men and women to join the Armed Forces of Canada. Unfortunately, prior to that time, people were discharged, often given dishonourable discharges as a result of their sexual orientation. And that has left a stain on our history. So I'm going to ask the Prime Minister whether he would agree that the government should apologize for those decisions and provide compensation.
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the government isn't here today to correct all the wrongs of the past. The government is here to learn from the past, make sure we have a better future, and I can tell you that we are very proud of every single man and woman who wears the uniform of the Canadian Forces.
The Honourable Member for Mississauga South.
Mr. Speaker, a question for the Prime Minister. Today, the Commissioner of Lobbying testified that the Lobbying Act prohibited her from disclosing whether she was investigating any matter. Yesterday, however, the Prime Minister announced that his office was cutting off all communications with the lobbying firm Navigator Limited, while the Commissioner of Lobbying was investigating ethical breaches by the firm. Consequently, the Prime Minister has undermined the confidentiality required by the Lobbying Act and compromised a potential investigation. Why did he do this, and when did he first find out about it?
The Honourable Minister of Transport.
Enforcement of the lobbyist code of conduct, Mr. Speaker, is the responsibility of the independent arm's length officer of Parliament, the Commissioner of Lobbying, not the government, Mr. Speaker. The Commissioner, as I said, is an independent officer. It was established by this government in the Federal Accountability Act, so these practices can be dealt with very transparently by an independent officer. This government prides itself, Mr. Speaker, on accountability and ethics, and that's why we've strengthened the powers and the responsibilities of this arm's length agency that are charged to investigate this matter, and we will continue to abide by all the rules, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Mississauga South.
Mr. Speaker, Navigator just isn't any lobby firm. They are an arm of the Conservative Party. Navigator operatives include a current media spokesman for the Prime Minister, the executive assistant for the Prime Minister's former Chief of Staff, the current and former spokesman for Brian Mulroney, and others who have close ties to the Minister of Finance, the Minister of Transport, and the Minister of Natural Resources. How can the Prime Minister claim to be distancing his Conservative government from Navigator when the firm is literally the face of the Conservative Party?
The Honourable Minister of Transport.
I think it's kind of interesting. I think there used to be a fellow who used to work at this company. What was his name? Warren Kinsella, Mr. Speaker. That guy. And, Mr. Speaker, there's another arch neocon working at this firm, Mr. Speaker. He used to work for the member for Toronto Centre, and his name is Robin Sears. Mr. Speaker, I don't think this is any sort of secret Conservative organization.
The Honourable Member for Order. The Honourable Member for Parkdale High Park. Order.
Mr. Speaker, my question is for the Prime Minister. His Minister of Industry has abused his authority by giving his own riding the biggest share of infrastructure stimulus funds. The same minister has given his own riding the highest amount of community adjustment program funds at the direct expense of unemployed families elsewhere. Now, even next spring's G8 meeting has become an excuse to give him another $39 million to spend on his re-election. This Minister of Industry has broken trust with Canada's unemployed by abusing job creation funds for his political advantage. Mr. Prime Minister, is he a renegade minister you will now discipline?
Parkdale High Park knows he must address his questions to the chair, not to other members. But the Honourable Minister of Transport is rising to respond to the question.
Mr. Speaker, let me tell you, around the province of Ontario, we've been able to accomplish a great deal. And I'll tell you how we've been able to do that, Mr. Speaker. We appealed to all the municipal leaders across the country. Do you have infrastructure projects that will make our water cleaner, that will expand public transit to improve the quality of life of people in this country? Do you have projects that would make bridges safer and our transportation systems better? And we had a partner in that effort, Mr. Speaker, and that partner's name was Dalton McGuinty, Mr. Speaker. We're proud of our partnership with municipalities. We're proud of our relationship with the Premier of Ontario. Mr. Speaker, I only wish this member could get along as well with Dalton McGuinty as those of us on the front bench on this side.
The Honourable Member for Parkdale High Park.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I can see why the members are hiding behind another government, because their Minister of Industry has filled his pork barrel to the overflowing with $80 million taxpayer dollars. From the G8 Summit Fund, he is a purely federal fund. He is giving millions to communities that are 60 kilometers away from the summit site and summit activity. In addition, he's giving $800,000 for streetscaping to the town of Bracebridge that did not even request it, and the local paper calls a shameful waste of taxpayer dollars. My question is simple. Will the Prime Minister now investigate this obvious abuse of authority and ethics?
Order. The Honourable Minister of Transport.
While those of us on this side of the House are focused on jobs, when we're focused on the economy, when we're focused on the plight of the unemployed and what we can do to make the world a brighter and better place for this country, Mr. Speaker, we have crossed political lines. Look what the Liberal Deputy Premier of Ontario said. I think overall we see how all the infrastructure dollars and the stimulus related have been allocated. I am pretty confident that there is going to be a very, very equitable regional distribution. I agree with Mr. Smitherman, Mr. Speaker. The bottom line is this member doesn't like us working with the province of Ontario. If he, Mr. Speaker, if he can't get along with Dalton McGuinty, thank goodness there's those of us on this side of the House that are...
The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, Richard Colvin, who warned the government of possible cases of torture in Afghanistan, was denied by the government. The government did not refuse to pay for his legal fees. Now, is this because they don't want to see the truth in the case of Afghan detainees who were tortured in Afghanistan? The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs. Mr. Speaker, with respect to the specific case of whether or not Mr. Colvin can have his legal costs paid, yes, he can ask for that. There is a procedure to be followed. So we'll make sure that these are paid if in the appropriate circumstances. The Honourable Member. Well, Mr. Speaker, the government is demanding that they be able to consult the notes and the people with whom the lawyer of this person had dealings before they decide to pay his costs. Is this government trying to violate the professional secrecy or confidentiality between lawyer and client? Or are the Conservatives showing that everything they had to say about transparency was pure hypocrisy? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, the champions of blather are on the other side of the House. Mr. Speaker, I've just said that his fees, the costs will be paid. There is a procedure to be followed. I think we know and the member understands why it's important to follow the proper process, and then these costs will be covered. The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Mr. Speaker, despite promises in September, it's been seen that the government does not have the proper regulatory climate for the Copenhagen conference. Mr. Speaker, this is the third report in 3 years. Will the Minister for Big Oil say that agree that his absence of leadership is sabotaging negotiations in not coming up with an agreement which would allow us to follow up on Kyoto?
The Honourable Minister for the Environment. Our plan is clear. We're going to reduce greenhouse gases emissions by 20% by 2020. This is a North American target. We have a North American approach. Now, as far as Copenhagen is concerned, Mr. Speaker, it's important to have a national approach which will be adapted to the international approach, and we're going to be at the bargaining table with a flexible approach in order to increase the chances of success. The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Mr. Speaker, in rising just then, the Minister just showed that he's not a Minister of the Environment, he's a Minister of Big Oil. That's the fact, Mr. Speaker. By refusing to table this regulatory framework and by forcing Canada to have less stringent targets than the European Union and Japan, Canada is showing that it's not willing to negotiate in good faith at the Copenhagen conference. Will the Minister admit that he has no credibility in the climate change file? That's Canada's reputation at stake. The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
If they want to continue to support NDP publicity stunts or if they want to be supportive of real environmental policy, Mr. Speaker. Reductions that have been put forward by the NDP in the bloc are not achievable in a Canadian context, Mr. Speaker, with reference to our geography, our climate, the nature of our industrial base, and our population and economic growth since 1990. So this government will press forward, Mr. Speaker, with a continental approach, a suggested North American cap-and-trade approach, the clean energy dialogue, tailpipe emissions, aviation, marine standards, all the good things that the bloc should support, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for St. Paul's.
Mr. Speaker, first the Minister ordered 50.4 million doses of adjuvanted vaccine and told the people of Canada that it was safe for everyone. Suddenly, they put in a special order for non-adjuvanted vaccine for pregnant women. Then they said it was going to be late. But then they said, don't worry, you can take the first vaccine. Now they've ordered 200,000 more doses of non-adjuvanted vaccine from Australia, so pregnant women don't have to wait for the non-adjuvant. At the same time, they're saying the adjuvant vaccine is safe for them. This is dizzying. What are the pregnant women of Canada supposed to believe?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Chief Public Health Officer and the medical officers of provinces and territories have all said that both vaccines are safe for pregnant women. We take their advice very seriously, and every Canadian who wants a vaccine will receive it. We are urging Canadians to get the vaccine because this is the best way to protect yourself and your family. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for St. Paul's.
Mr. Speaker, MPs' offices across the country are inundated with people who do not know what to do. One woman who's previously worked in a pandemic. This isn't funny!
Carry on.
One woman.
Order. The Honourable Member for St. Paul's has the floor. She'll want to address her remarks, of course, to the Chair, the Honourable Member for St. Paul's.
My colleagues may laugh. This woman has worked in pandemic preparedness her whole life. She is 21 weeks pregnant and is agonizing over her decision whether to take the adjuvant vaccine or wait for the non-adjuvant. She's done her research, she's spoken to 6 obstetricians, and she still does not know what to do. How can it be that this late stage, this government has created such confusion?
Mr. Speaker, we continue to work with the provinces and territories on the rollout, and we take the matter very seriously. And both the Chief Public Health Officer of this country and the Medical Office of this country have stated both unadjuvanted and adjuvanted are safe for pregnant women.
That's your message, Carol.
As well, Mr. Speaker, the Canadian obstetricians and gynecologists say that it is safe as well. Why cannot the member accept the experts' advice? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Papineau. Order. Mr. Speaker, in July, 2/3 of Canadians expected to get vaccinated against H1N1, but today only half of Canadians intend to get vaccinated. And the figures are worse when we consider our youth. Only 36% of young adults intend to get the vaccination, and the figure is even worse in Quebec. This virus is targeting young Canadians, and yet the government isn't getting the message through to them. How can these Conservatives explain how and why they're not looking after our youth? The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, again, we continue to work with the provinces and territories in the rollout. Our government has demonstrated leadership when it comes to communicating with Canadians on the H1N1. We have held weekly conferences with provinces and territories, as well as the opposition critics, weekly conferences and weekly updates with the critics, and the public education campaign, which includes print, radio, and so on. Our government ensuring that we inform as many Canadians as possible about ways to protect themselves and their families, and we encourage the opposition members to do the same. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Papineau. Mr. Speaker, my question was about young people. Figures clearly show that this government has forsaken them once again. Moreover, if this government wants to do its job, there wouldn't be so much confusion about the H1N1 vaccination. Instead of informing the population about this virus, this government preferred to spend $100 million on Conservative propaganda. Mr. Speaker, when will this government realise that health and the safety of Canadians must be put before political partisanship? The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Canada is well positioned in dealing with this pandemic. We have implemented the pandemic plan since April, and we are in a very fortunate position that we are able to vaccinate every single Canadian in this country, every single person, youth, adults, seniors, whatnot. So we will continue to work with the provinces and territories for the rollout of the vaccine. Yesterday was the first day of the rollout, and we'll continue to see people line up and going to the vaccines for the next 2 weeks. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Miramichi.
Mr. Speaker, auto theft has a significant impact on individual Canadians and businesses with an estimated cost of more than $1 billion each year.
Wow.
While Canadians suffer the financial and emotional impacts of this crime, organized crime profits. Can the Minister of Justice update the House on the status of our government's legislation?
Good question. The Honourable Minister of Justice. Order.
For her support. Now, the best way to fight gangs and organized crime is to disrupt the criminal enterprises they rely on. This is why our government is committed to cracking down on auto theft. Now, we have legislation that will add new penalties in the area of property theft, more specifically the serious crime of auto theft. But unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, that bill has been sitting in the Senate since June of this year, Mr. Speaker. My message to those Liberal senators is simple. Let's get tough on crime. Let's get this bill passed. Canadians deserve better.
Absolutely. Honourable Member for Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing.
Mr. Speaker, this government's new sales tax means the home of their dreams will be further out of reach for many families. The Canadian Home Builders Association has said that the HST will add substantially to the cost of a new home. This is discouraging news for Canadian families and for home builders. This government is pricing Canadians right out of the market. Will the Finance Minister cancel this tax grab? And I hope he doesn't say that it's a provincial issue. His signature is on an agreement to pay provinces to do it.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and has been explained in here many times, and I will have to repeat that honourable member, instead of standing in this House and voting against every tax reduction that we put forward, she should actually go and talk to her Premier or to her Finance Minister in her province, Mr. Speaker, because that's their jurisdiction. Instead of wasting time here, she could be supporting some of our get tough on crime legislation instead of asking questions like that don't even belong in this House, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing.
Mr. Speaker, the Finance Minister and the Conservative government knows the HST is not a provincial issue. Even the Minister's wife has written him a letter asking him to stop funding its implementation. Mr. Speaker, the HST will hit Canadians even in their times of sorrow. A $5,000 funeral will cost $400 more. Funeral Director Patrick McGarry, cousin of the Conservative candidate from Ottawa Centre, is publicly encouraging people to pay for their funerals before the HST is launched. Buy your coffin now while you can still afford one. Is this really the sales pitch this government wants Canadians to face?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance. Order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I understand the honourable member got my message because she certainly spoke loud enough that the Finance Minister in Queen's Park could probably hear it. But, Mr. Speaker, let me remind this honourable member, when she raises the issue of taxes, what her and her party over in the corner have voted against. They voted against personal tax cuts. They voted against reducing the GST for all Canadians, Mr. Speaker. They voted against exempting autism-related personnel training from GST, Mr. Speaker. They voted against all of that, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Saint-Bruno-Saint-Hubert. We know that there's an investigation of Canadian heritage on telefilm. The report has been shelved and there's been no follow-up to the findings, which have remained confidential to date. Can the government make public the findings from this investigation on telefilm? The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage. Well, as far as telefilm is concerned, Mr. Speaker, we've changed the way they do business with taxpayers' money. The report the member is referring to is in the hands of the government, and we're going to take the necessary steps to look after taxpayers' money. The Honourable Member for Saint-Bruno-Saint-Hubert. So I can understand from that the Minister is going to table the findings of this report very soon. But there's new facts, Mr. Speaker. In 2002, Charles Bélanger, who's the president of Telefilm, decided of his own accord to pay thousands of dollars in grants and subsidies to CINAR without talking to his board of directors. And let's remember that the wife of Charles Bélanger was the co-owner of Teletunes with CINAR. So given these new facts, why isn't the government reopening the investigation on the CINAR affair? What's the government trying to hide? The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The allegations, Mr. Speaker, deal with the previous Liberal government. There was an investigation carried out on these accusations, and changes to Telefilm Canada have been proposed. As a result, our government has implemented changes, and we're continuing to ensure that due diligence is carried out in the best interest of Canadians.
Cardigan. Mr. Speaker, the government should be well aware that the people involved in the fishing community worldwide are concerned about the preservation of the fish stocks. This government should be fully aware that the herring stocks in the southern Gulf are under extreme pressure. Why would the government lower the minimum size for the large herring seiners from 24.5 to 23.5 centimetres? Will the minister do what's right, reverse this decision, and put it back to 24.5 centimetres for the sake of the herring stocks?
The Honourable Minister of Fisheries.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The small fish protocol is actually within science advice. But, Mr. Speaker, what I want to make this House aware of is that this member went to the press a few weeks ago about our herring policy and about the seiner policy. And he led people to believe that we are allowing more small fish to be fished. Actually, I want to point out that it was the Liberal government back in 1998 that put in place a 35% small fish protocol, which we actually lowered, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Cardigan. Order. Order. The Honourable Member for Cardigan has the floor.
Mr. Speaker, the issue here is to put a stop to the elimination of the herring stocks in the southern Gulf. Along with lowering the herring size to suit the large seiners, this Conservative government also changed the bycatch for the seiners from 10% to 30%, which means approximately one-third of the herring catch can be immature stock. Mr. Speaker, has this government put the elimination of the herring stocks in the southern Gulf on fast track, or will they do the right thing and reinstate the bycatch to 10% in an effort to save the herring stocks in the southern Gulf?
Order. The Honourable Minister of Fisheries and Oceans. Order. Order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, either the member has a problem hearing or he did not hear, obviously, what I said.
Just small fish.
A hearing problem. He intentionally misled.
Order. There seems to be a little bit of tumult in the House. It's very difficult to hear the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans, who has the floor. The President of the Treasury Board says it's a red herring, but the answer is not. The Minister of Fisheries and Oceans has the floor, and members will want to hear the response. Order.
Hearing problem.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do want to point out, as I just did previously, that under the Liberal government in 1998, the small fish protocol was set at 35%, not 10. He should tell the truth to the fishing community.
Order.
Order.
The Honourable Member for Acadie Bathurst. Mr. Speaker, this morning Statistics Canada informed us that the number of EI benefit recipients dropped in August, but the situation is far more complicated. The number of beneficiaries increased in New Brunswick and in Quebec. In Ontario and Saskatchewan, the drop is caused by the expiration of benefits for many workers. Mr. Speaker, Ontario, Manitoba and Alberta account for 40% of those who don't qualify, and this figure is on the rise. What is this government intending to do? The Honourable Minister of Human Resources. Mr. Speaker, there's a lot that we've already done to help these people who are unfortunate enough to lose their jobs. Here's what we've already done, Mr. Speaker. We've added 5 additional weeks to the benefit period, which has helped over 300,000 Canadians this year. We have broadened the work share program, which protects over 165,000 jobs currently, Mr. Speaker. And we are also trying to increase the support system for long-tenured workers. There's our support. The Honourable Member for Acadie Bathurst. Mr. Speaker, the International Union of Engineer Operators testified before the Human Resources Committee and recommended that we put apprentices in the same category as workers on special leave. The union wants a new legislation to encourage apprentices to persevere as they learn their trade and continue training, rather than penalise them by taking away their right to employment insurance. Mr. Speaker, C50 punishes trainees and interns. Is the government ready to amend C50 to avoid trainees, interns and apprentices being penalised? The Honourable Minister of Human Resources.
Speaker, the one thing that we have done as a Conservative government is to encourage apprenticeships. We did that right out of the chute with our apprenticeship incentive grant, up to $2,000 for students who sign up in apprenticeship programs. And in our economic action plan, we enlarged on that by providing the apprenticeship completion grant. So now a student in the trades can collect up to $4,000 in grants to help him or her achieve their goal of skills and skilled trades. But I would point out, Mr. Speaker, that the honourable member and all the members of his party voted against both those initiatives.
Shame on them.
The Honourable Member for Tobique-Mactaquac.
We know that organized crime is flourishing with the advancement of modern technology, and Canadians also recognize the violence associated with it. Our government has implemented a comprehensive approach to combating organized crime and gangs in this country. For 2 years, we have fought the opposition to pass identity theft legislation that will give police the tools to need to fight this lucrative activity.
Absolutely.
I am pleased our government's Bill S4 has received royal assent and will soon be the law of the land. Can the Minister of Justice tell the House what this will mean for Canadians?
Honourable Minister of Justice. Order.
His question and for his support. He's quite correct. 2 years ago, we introduced Bill C-27. This was our first attempt to protect Canadians from the growing crime of identity theft. Now, we had to reintroduce this legislation, and I've been calling upon the opposition for months to get this passed, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to say that we finally got this through the House, and Canadians will be better protected from identity theft by giving police the tools they need. Mr. Speaker, there's only one party and one government prepared to stand up for victims in this country, Mr. Speaker, and that's this Conservative government.
Honourable Member for Mount Royal. Order.
Mr.
Speaker, we are witnessing in Ahmadinejad's Iran 4 distinct and interrelated threats: the nuclear, the genocidal, the terrorist, and massive domestic repression. My question is, what action will the government take to hold Iran to account? In particular, will the government sanction Iran's Revolutionary Guards, which are at the core of each of these threats, and the energy and banking sectors, which also create the capacity for this kind of violence? And would they adopt, and I would invite them to do so, my own private member's Iran Accountability Act, which addresses all these threats with corresponding...
The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, on Thursday of this week, and under this government, Canada will take the strongest resolution at the United Nations Assembly. We'll table this strong resolution at the United Nations Assembly that will continue to take to task for its appalling behavior in international affairs and the blatant disregard the regime carries out on its own citizens. Mr. Speaker, under this government, we will stand up finally with everybody that is supporting us, for human rights. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Quebec. Mr. Speaker, the journalist which published the report on the terrible conditions of Quebec's military armoury was informed by the Minister of Defence that the $100 million for renovations of the Citadel was delayed by a decade. The Minister responsible for the Quebec region should be aware that these buildings, defence buildings, are not safe, and a 10-year delay would lead to a security risk and imperil a very valuable piece of Canadian heritage. The Honourable Minister for National Defence. Mr. Speaker, currently we are looking at many facilities. The Citadel is one of Canada's heritage sites, one of our most prestigious. We have made plans for major repairs to the structures over the upcoming years. This work is in addition to repairs to the tune of $20,000 that were carried out in the late 90s and early 2000s. That's the end of question period for today.
I would like to draw the House's attention to the presence in the galleries of the Senate, the actors and team that prepared De Perrenflic, Denise Robert, Émile Gaudreau, Michel Côté, Luc Senet, Patrice Coquereau, Joachim Tanguay, Clermont Jolicoeur, as well as the President of Telefilm Canada, Richard Roy.
Order. À l'ordre.
Order.
Honourable Member for Cardigan is rising on a point of order arising out of question period. So I'll begin with that point of order. Ordered.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm sure the Minister of Fisheries would not intentionally mislead the House. What I want to do is put a number of facts on the record. What I have on my hand is a variation order from the Department of Fisheries, which comes into force in September the 2nd, 2009. Mr. Speaker, these are just facts that indicate what the rules are, what the department has passed, and what they've done was pass rules that help eliminate the herring stocks in the southern Gulf, and this must be put a stop to, Mr. Speaker.
It sounds wealthy. What I might invite the honourable member for Cardigan to do is put notice of his question on the Late Show, and he can have a debate on the subject then, rather than raise a point of order, which might get us into a debate now, rather than on the Late Show, when, of course, the rules suggest it be done. And I know the Minister of Fisheries would look forward to such a debate. I can tell from her enthusiastic listening to the honourable member's point of order. So, okay, we'll move on to the next point of order, which is from the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today on a question of privilege in regards to the disturbance in the public gallery yesterday during question period. And I charge the member for Toronto Danforth with contempt for his involvement in this incident. Mr. Speaker, it's now become quite clear that the people who disrupted the proceedings of this House were guests of the Leader of the NDP. That member, Mr. Speaker, booked room 237C from 11:30 to 1:30 p.m. yesterday afternoon, prior to question period, for the use of that group. It was set up according to the Parliamentary Functions Room Request Form for theatre-style seating, standing microphones for questions and media feed, all provided by the House of Commons. Conservative members of the Environment Committee happened to be meeting in the Commonwealth Room, which is adjacent to 237C. Those members reported to me that they heard the group in room 237C practicing their chant very loudly, Mr. Speaker. It's clear to all people. Mr. Speaker, we cannot allow members to misuse Parliament to aid in such obstruction. Mr. Speaker, obstructing members in their performance of their duties is a breach of our privileges, as you well know. Clearly, yesterday during question period, this House was obstructed by the disturbance in the gallery. Question period was interrupted while security cleared the gallery. Canadian press reported that the NDP member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley stood outside watching after the protesters were ushered from the building and praised their disruptive tactics. He was quoted as saying, Mr. Speaker, and I quote, "It's pretty powerful. There's no doubt about it. Young people were getting very animated." This was not just a bunch of kids making a point, Mr. Speaker. We had 2 constables that reportedly went to the hospital as a result of that group making their point. It was also reported to me that some members were uncomfortable and feared for their safety. Might I remind the Speaker that it's also contempt to intimidate or attempt to intimidate members of this House. I refer honourable members to Marleau and Montpetit at page 67. There are affronts against the dignity and authority of Parliament which may not fall within one of the specifically defined privileges. The House also claims the right to punish, as a contempt, any action which, though not a breach of a specific privilege, tends to obstruct or impede the House in the performance of its functions, or that obstructs or impedes any member or officer of the House in the discharge of their duties. Marleau and Montpetit states that, and I quote, "By far the most important right accorded to members of the House is the exercise of freedom of speech in parliamentary proceedings. It has been described as a fundamental right without which they would be hampered in the performance of their duties. It permits them to speak in the House without inhibition, to refer to any matter or express any opinion as they see fit, to say what they feel needs to be said in the furtherance of the national interest and the aspirations of their constituents." And on page 84 of Marleau and Montpetit, it states, "Speakers have consistently upheld the right of the House to the services of its members free from intimidation." The precedent cited on that same page is from Speaker Lamoureux, who went further and suggested that members should be protected from threats or attempts at intimidation, Mr. Speaker. We must provide protection for the House, its members, and its officers from improper obstruction or attempt at or threat of obstruction that interferes with the performance of the respective functions. Mr. Speaker, the leader of the protesters is the political events organizer of the NDP. Shame. His group gained access to the parliamentary precinct because of the leader of the NDP. The leader of the NDP provided a practice room for this group. They were allowed to go from their practice to the galleries, where they obstructed the proceedings of the House and intimidated some members. So, Mr. Speaker, in summary, I would ask that you investigate this matter and report back to the House as soon as possible.
The honourable member for Mississauga South. I'll hear first on this.
Mr. Speaker, the references that the honourable House Leader has made, I know I'm familiar with them and their things, but I would simply want to point out to the House Leader and to you, Mr. Speaker, that this is the party that brought forward a 200-page manual on how to obstruct the work of committees. Mr. Speaker, a former Deputy Speaker, Bill Blakey, once said to this House that demonstration and filibustering are part of the democratic process. Section 2 of the Charter of Rights gives Canadians the right to express their freedom of expression, Mr. Speaker. That's what happened here. So, Mr. Speaker, I would just indicate that freedom of speech is not just for parliamentarians, it's for all Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Montmorency Charlevoix, Haute-Côte-Nord. Order, please. Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, like several other members in this House, indeed, we saw yesterday a question period that was disturbed by demonstration. But I do deplore the fact that the Leader of the government in the House is using this event to make base partisan political points, and I will explain what I am saying. 2 or 3 weeks ago, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to have the time to set out what I have to say, and then you can see whether or not it's relevant afterwards. When we had the 3 demonstrators that were disguised as nuns 2 or 3 weeks ago, we had the security services act quickly and efficaciously, although that wasn't easy. And the appropriate forum to discuss that event, and I'm sorry to say this, Mr. Speaker, is not here. It is not here. The government House Leader is trying to score political points, but the government was elected he was elected at the same time as I was in 1993, 16 years ago yesterday, and he sits on the Board of Internal Economy of the House. He knows full well that there are certain attributes that are part of his responsibility and his duties to the House. That is, that discussing matters like this, I certainly cannot disclose the substance of an issue that is discussed, but the fact that the demonstrators who were disguised as nuns was discussed in the appropriate forum. I believe that this matter should be discussed not here, but at the Board of Internal Economy.
For Vancouver East.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And first of all, I'd like to say that I know that the government takes great exception to anyone who dares to protest. The question that he's raised today, the government House Leader, is something that is absolutely absurd. And as others have pointed out, this is simply political grandstanding. And I would agree that it is this particular House Leader who has told the House repeatedly that when such matters arise, that the appropriate place to raise those issues in the House Leaders' meeting, which, by the way, we have at 3:30 this afternoon. So if he were concerned about security issues, that is the appropriate place to raise that matter, Mr. Speaker. Now, what I do have to say to the House, Mr. Speaker, in response to these ludicrous allegations, is that the member from Toronto, Danforth, had nothing whatsoever to do with the protest that took place in the gallery yesterday. And let's be very clear here. There were members from many different parties who met with the young people who came came on Parliament Hill, and that is part of our responsibility and our mandate to book rooms and to meet with constituencies and organisations who are here on Parliament Hill. So the member for Toronto Danforth was simply doing his job, and I'm glad that he, as the leader of the New Democrats, met with this very enthusiastic group of young people who came here to Parliament to raise their concerns about climate change. But to suggest and to charge the member with contempt that somehow we organised this protest in the House, Mr. Speaker, I have to say that there's no conspiracy here excepting in the mind of the government House leader. The fact is we knew nothing about the matter in terms of the protest, and if members will remember, the protest took place in the middle of the leader of the NDP's question period. So, Mr. Speaker, this is an absurd allegation that is being made. It is simply being made for political grandstanding. The fact is, yes, our leader met with the group, as did other members of Parliament. We had no knowledge of the protest, and in fact, but in a broader spectrum, we uphold and respect the rights of people to protest and to put forward their point of view. This member here, the government House leader, is simply trying to make political points here today in this House. It is not a question of privilege. The member from Toronto Danforth has done nothing wrong in terms of his responsibilities as a member, and to charge him with contempt of the House, Mr. Speaker, this is something that is absolutely absurd, and I would ask the member to withdraw this point of privilege on the basis that it has no factual or evidential information whatsoever. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of the Environment.
Mr. Speaker, I want to speak on the same question of privilege. Yesterday at 1:30 we began a meeting, the Conservative members of the Standing Committee on the Environment. We met at 1:30. At 1:45 there was a chant, a yell. It seemed like a war cry like I have never heard since I was elected in 2004, Mr. Speaker. It was substantial enough. Mr. Speaker, it was substantial enough that we stopped the meeting to find out what was happening and proceeded from room 238S and opened the door into 237C to find out what was happening. And it was a meeting of the same young people that were up in the gallery yesterday at question period. I recognized many of them in that room. And so because it was so out of the norm, I checked to find out who had reserved that room, who had hosted that meeting, and it turned out it was the NDP that had hosted that meeting. So the House leader is absolutely right. So, Mr. Speaker, then I was shocked to find during question period that there was this well-organized strategy, and Mr. Speaker, guests of the NDP were sitting in the gallery, and this well-organized event, Mr. Speaker, was disgraceful in my opinion, Mr. Speaker, and it was well organized and put citizens of Canada that were observing along with those protesters, and it put the security officers at extreme risk. After the event, I went up and I climbed up there, and it's a very dangerous situation that those protesters put our security staff at, Mr. Speaker. People could have got hurt. In fact, as the House leader said, there was 2 of our officers that ended up getting injured and had to go to the hospital. Now, what we hear is an endorsement of that type of action from the Liberals, an endorsement and acceptance by the Bloc, Mr. Speaker, and justification from the NDP. Mr. Speaker, it's absolutely disgraceful. It should never have happened. It should not have been hosted and supported by the NDP, Mr. Speaker. They owe this House an apology. I came here to represent my wonderful community of Langley. Mr. Speaker, it's an honor to be here, and to see this type of disrespect for this House should never happen again, and this House deserves an apology, Mr. Speaker.
I'm not sure we need to hear a whole lot more on this point. I think I've heard enough on the point that I can at least take the matter under advisement at this stage. I'm not sure that there's been a breach of the privileges of members from what I've heard, but I will look into the matter further and examine of course, the proceedings yesterday. I could not see what was happening behind me at all. In this seat, you can't see what's happening in that gallery. But I appreciate the honourable member's intervention on the point, and I will look into it. Je reviendrai à la Chambre.
I'll come back to the House with a decision. The other thing about questions of privilege, we can also refer it to a committee for study. I think that if there's a problem with a privilege, then the leader of the government in the House can have the subject referred to committee. I think that that's something that's normal with a question of privilege.
Of another point of order from the Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to address an issue that was raised by the the House Leader of the Bloc Québécois, and this is with regard to the question of Bill C-53 and whether it was improperly, prematurely disclosed in advance by myself. I did want to speak to that. And the rule in the case that we're talking about is not one that you will find referenced in Marleau-Montpetit. You will not find it referenced in Erskine-May. You will not find any reference to it in Beauchesne. In fact, the rule comes essentially entirely in one single finding of contempt, a finding that you yourself made in 2001 with regard to an action of actually my predecessor, the first public safety minister, who was Minister of Justice at that time. And at that time, we'll go into the question, but what your ruling clearly indicated and what those circumstances produce is an indication that the rule about disclosing or discussing a bill in advance is a very circumscribed rule. And the restrictions are fairly simple. First of all, the time period in question is limited only to the time between a bill being put on notice and its actual introduction. That is the period in question. And the principle is, of course, that the first availability of a bill, of the text of a bill, should be to the members of this Parliament. The approach that I adopted in the particular circumstance was not to disclose the text of the bill, the contents of the bill, rather simply to discuss a policy problem that existed out there and discuss the intention of the government to fix it. Not a specific explanation of what those fixes were, not an indication of what the text of the bill was going to be. None of those things occurred. Secondly, in that case in 2001, the Justice Minister's actions must be looked at. What occurred specifically was that the Justice Minister held a briefing with the media. This was after a bill was put on notice, before it was introduced in this House, and the Justice Minister circulated an actual copy of the text of that bill to the media and provided comment on it. That was the basis on which the Speaker, you as Speaker at the time, made a ruling, and your ruling, of course, was that that was found to be a prima facie contempt of this House. The test that arises from that case is that one cannot disclose the text of a bill to a select group ahead of parliamentarians seeing it. In your words, with respect to the material to be placed before the House, that is the bill itself, the House must take precedence. Now, in the arguments before you, the opposition is looking to significantly expand this rule, both in the case of the issues they raised with my colleague, the Minister of Justice, on Bill C-52, and myself and the Minister of Public Works on Bill C-53. They would wish to ask you to expand that bill to effectively prohibit the government from ever discussing any policy that might in the future be the subject matter of a bill before this House. Obviously, that's not the purpose of the rule. The purpose of the rule is not to stifle discussion or debate, an exploration of policy issues. That would offend, in fact, the privileges of members of this House. That would offend our freedom of expression. In fact, it would make what we do here in question period, what we do in debates on allotted days, what we do in committees all the time, it would effectively render those what we do in election campaigns. If that were to be the rule, it would effectively stifle any public debate of policy. That is clearly not the intent of the rule. Clearly, the intent of the rule is restricted to the actual disclosure of the text of a bill. And as I say, it is a rule that emanates entirely from a ruling of yourself in 2001. Now, to address specifically the approach that I adopted with regard to any discussion of the introduction of Bill C-53 in advance of it, I took great care. I took great care, of course, because as a former House leader, I was sensitive and cognizant of the issues that existed there, and I was well encouraged by our current House Leader to exercise due care. And the best way of examining whether any such contempt occurred is simply to look at the words of my availability to the media and what was discussed. And I will read them to you. À l'heure actuelle, de nombreux criminels sortent de prison.
At the present time, criminals are getting out earlier because of a process called accelerated process. Detainees who have been sentenced for the first time for a nonviolent offense can be allowed to be under conditional release at 1/6 of having served 1/6 of their sentence and can ask for parole after a third of their sentences.
Accelerated parole review. It is the law now. First-time criminals who have committed nonviolent offenses can access day parole at 1/6 of their sentence and are granted almost automatically full parole at 1/3 of their sentence. That is simply a description of the law as it exists today. Nothing inappropriate with that kind of discussion. Then I continued.
Unless the National Commission of Parole says that thinks that these offenders will commit a violent act once released, they must automatically release them into the society.
The National Parole Board has reasonable grounds to believe these offenders will commit a violent offense, not another offense, but a violent offense once released. They must automatically release those prisoners into the community. This means, believe it or not, that in some cases a fraudster, a thief, or a drug dealer, for example, can be back on the streets early, that such criminal could be sentenced, say, for 12 years, but would actually be released into the community on day parole in just 2 years, notwithstanding having a 12-year sentence, and would be fully paroled in 4 years, and the parole board would have no choice but to make that order. Again, a description of the existing law. Nothing inappropriate there. The status quo gives the parole board no discretion in dealing with these cases. The test is simple, whether or not the offender is likely to commit a violent offense. Well, as you can imagine, with someone who has never committed a violent offense in the past, the ability to pass that test to be held there longer is a pretty tough one. As a result, even if the parole board believes the offender is likely to go out and commit another fraud, another theft, or another drug offense, the parole board has no choice. They must, under the law as it is now, release that offender into the community. We think this is a problem. Now, again, that's a statement of the law. It is, in our view, my view as Minister of Public Safety, that is a problem. There's nothing inappropriate, again, about doing that. A wholly legitimate discussion of policy.
In several cases, criminals may be released from prison if their crime has made the headlines, because this would shock the Canadian sense of justice.
Faith in our justice system and our correctional system. Canadians want change, and that is what our government intends to deliver. Again, a very simple, very broad statement of disapproval of the current law and a desire to change it. No disclosure of the contents of any bill. And then I continue. This morning I'm pleased to announce our commitment to reforming the parole system in this country. Our government is committed to fixing the problem of early parole for criminals.
The commitment I make today with respect to parole says that early parole is a privilege for offenders who have shown that they've made efforts to readopt and to change.
One step closer to a system of earned parole in which early release is a privilege granted only to those who have shown they are committed to rehabilitation rather than a right granted to every criminal. Earlier this year, I introduced legislation that would make the protection of society paramount in all decisions in the correction process. It includes reforms that would hold criminals more accountable for their actions and rehabilitation more effective. Today's commitment will build on these proposed reforms. Again, I have not in any place tendered on the table a draft of the bill, as happened in the case of the Justice Minister in that situation in 2001 where you found contempt. I did not even discuss the contents of what a solution would be. I simply said, here we have a policy problem. We as a government intend to fix that problem. We're going to take action to fix it. We could do that in any number of ways. We could do that by changing the 1/6 day parole eligibility to perhaps 1/5 or 1/3 or 1/4. I have not in any way disclosed at that point in time what that solution is. We could have again changed the full eligibility parole from 1/3 to 1/2 to 1/4. I haven't disclosed that. We could simply change the test from an automatic one to one where we say shift the burden to a prisoner to prove why they should be released, or that would create a presumption that could be dissuaded, perhaps, by victims. We did not discuss what particular solution there would be, or we could simply do away with the whole system of accelerated parole. That is what we did ultimately. But nowhere in here, nowhere in this announcement did I ever state which of those many myriad of solutions could have been the ones approached. Certainly it falls far short of the test that is established in the 2001 decision of yourself, Mr. Speaker, which relates to the actual disclosure of the text of a bill in advance to a limited audience that is not parliamentarians. That's the real test. It's over here. I'm, in fact, far, far away from that, simply dealing in a policy discussion, indicating we have a problem in our society that we need to fix. Now, for the opposition members, who I know have been complaining an awful lot about the fact that we go out and talk about what we're doing and what we think needs to be done and what we want to fix, and that they don't like to have us communicating with Canadians, I can understand why they want that rule expanded to stifle any discussion of policy, any discussion of problems that we intend to fix in this country, including in the justice area. But that simply is not what the rule stands for. In the decision that was taken in March 2001 that established this principle that it would be a contempt on Parliament to circulate and disclose in advance the text of a bill. And in fact, in my case, we don't even come anywhere close to that. None of the provisions, none of the potential mechanisms, none of the solutions, let alone the specific text, which is what the principle stands for. So, Mr. Speaker, I'd submit to you that you should dispense with the request from the Leader of the Bloc Québécois in the House of Commons, supported by the other parties in this matter, because it simply falls far short of the test that would constitute any contempt of Parliament. I've been very careful in this matter, as was my colleague, the Public Works Minister, in the exact same availability to the media in addressing these issues in a cautious fashion that respected to the utmost the principles of respecting the supremacy of Parliament, that content of a bill should be, once put on notice, submitted to this Parliament first before it is submitted to any other group. And that is exactly what was done in this case. And to expand that rule significantly to stifle any discussion of policy would be a highly inappropriate approach. Thank you very much.
The Honourable Minister of Public Works, on a point of order, on the same point, I believe. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With respect to the question of privilege raised by the member for Joliette about Bill C-52 and the press conference that I participated in with the Minister of Justice, I would like to offer my most sincere apologies to the House. I endorse what the Minister said in this regard. The details of C-52 were disclosed while it was on the order paper. So it was a mistake. It's a kind of mistake that has happened. So with respect to C-53, Mr. Speaker, I also took cognizance of what was said by the Minister, and that this information shouldn't have been disclosed for the reasons you mentioned. So thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Very briefly, I appreciate the apologies of the Minister of Public Works with respect to C-52, but it seems to me that the message hasn't been sufficiently understood by the government, because we have C-53, which was made public during a press conference by the Minister for Public Safety, and we see that was the same problem as with C-52, and the Minister of Public Works took part in that media operation as well. So the Minister is saying two things. He's saying, first of all, that holding the press conference, that there was notice of the bill. So am I to understand that last Thursday, if memory serves, that it is when a bill is on the order paper, it shouldn't be disclosed until first reading be made in this House. So his argument does not respond in any way whatsoever to the point I made. And I cited rulings, certain of your rulings, Mr. Speaker. So my question remains, based on this first aspect, in my opinion, a press conference should not be where the details of a bill are disclosed until this has been had first reading. The second argument is that the press conference did not explicitly disclose the details of the bill, but Mr. Speaker, I would like to point out a document that I transmitted today. The government intends to settle the problem of early parole. It's maybe a short sentence, but they say the amendments proposed to the correctional system and to the release system intends to eliminate the accelerated release system. So it's clear that this is what the bill was going to deal with, and Bill C-53 does in fact deal with this. What it does is to eliminate the accelerated process of release. So for me, it's not the quantity of details, it's rather the quality of details that were provided in in these documents. Now, the minister might have mentioned other things about the context in which this material was made public, but it's quite clear that the essence of the bill was disclosed to the public, and this before having had a first reading in the House, and I believe that this is a case of contempt. And I will, of course, follow any ruling you may make.
Was the honourable member for Scarborough Rouge River rising on the same point?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Just to respond very briefly to the Minister of Public Safety and Emergency Preparedness, I'm hoping you will not accept as a given two things that he said, and his remarks were quite lengthy, and I couldn't disagree with almost all of them. But these 2 points. Firstly, he suggested, he didn't say it outright, that there was not much of a foundation for the ruling made in 2001 because he couldn't find it in various texts. I hope you will not accept that. I hope, Mr. Speaker, you accept that there was plenty of foundation for your ruling at the time, and there continues to be up to now. The second thing that he said was that your ruling and the principle behind it was that a minister could not release the text of a bill when the bill was on notice in the House. And I don't think that's the case at all, and I hope you will be able to clarify this for him and for all of us. It's quite possible for someone familiar with a bill that is on notice to talk about the contents of that bill publicly without releasing the actual text. And the principle, as I understand it, is that when a bill is on notice, the House is entitled to receive the bill and information about the bill, and not anybody else. And I think that is the principle that we have to go on. And it's also noteworthy that bills are routinely, bills on notice, are marked by the Privy Council as secret. So that if a person is talking about the bill, not just releasing the text after the bill is on notice, there may also be a breach of the Security of Information Act in terms of releasing information about something that is secret. But in this case, we're dealing with parliamentary law and not the markings on the bill of the Privy Council. So I hope, if you will be making a ruling on this, that you would clarify those 2 points. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety again.
Mr. Speaker, firstly, with regard to my honourable friend from Scarborough Rouge River, in no way was I suggesting there was no foundation for your ruling in 2001. I simply indicated it was not covered, for example, in Marlowe-Montpetit, the most recent edition of which was 2000, so they could not be clairvoyant enough to foresee your ruling, which constitutes a valid ruling in 2001, 1 year later. So that in no way diminishes the basis for that ruling. In fact, I was looking to that ruling as the authority that should guide us in this particular case. And as such, of course, it is common for, as he indicated, bills to be discussed. The issue is the specific content or text of the bill. That is what was called into question in that particular case. It was the text of the bill that had been released to the media in advance rather than to the House, and that was what created the contempt in Parliament, that text of the bill had been released. In terms of simply indicating that we're going to fix the bill, as I said, to say that I could not pass judgment on or have any views on the existing system of accelerated parole because a bill was coming forward, I think would be quite unreasonable. It's quite appropriate for us to say that there was a problem. To discuss the existing law could hardly be considered a contempt of Parliament. To indicate that we were going to bring in legislation to fix it, that was self-evident in the fact that it was put on notice. That is simply a statement of fact that everyone is available. It's publicly on notice that a bill was coming forward to do that. This was the sum total of the announcement that was made. Cannot in any way be considered a contempt. I know that there were some media reports that speculated on what the bill might do. Certainly that would be the case because some in the Bloc Québécois have been asking questions in this House, asking us to take action in that particular direction as well. So that's reasonable for the media to speculate that perhaps they might see something like that in a bill, but that constitutes simply their mere speculation, their best guesses, which, as we see in the media, are sometimes right, very often wrong, but in no way does that constitute a member of this Parliament, this House, this government, having expressed such views in public, having expressed such views in private to any individuals that would have represented a contempt had it occurred, had they indicated the actual content, disclosed the content of the bill to the media through a copy of the bill. That was not done in this case.
Well, the Chair will continue to take the matter under advisement, as I indicated earlier when I dealt with the point of order when it was first raised, and get back to the House in due course. Now, I believe the Honourable Government House Leader has another point of order.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, on a different point of order. I'm rising in regards to a supply motion that's on notice in the name of the member for Thunder Bay Superior North, and it reads as follows, Mr. Speaker, that Bill C-311, an act to ensure Canada assumes its responsibilities in preventing dangerous climate change, be deemed reported from committee without amendment, deemed concurred in at report stage, and deemed read a third time and passed. Mr. Speaker, I point out that what this motion is proposing can only be done by unanimous consent. Page 625 of the House of Commons Procedure and Practice, it states that the practice of giving every bill 3 separate readings derives from an ancient parliamentary practice which originated in the United Kingdom, which leads us to Standing Order 71, which says every bill shall receive 3 readings on different days previously to being passed. It goes on and mentions an exception. On urgent or extraordinary occasions, a bill may be read twice or thrice or advance 2 or more stages in one day. That, Mr. Speaker, does not mean that a motion can cover several stages with limited debate. As you are aware, Mr. Speaker, the common urgency when bills are advanced 2 or more stages in one day is when back-to-work legislation is required. You will also know, Mr. Speaker, that even under those circumstances, the rules do not allow for the advancement proposed by this supply motion. The best we can do to expedite legislation is in an emergency situation, and without the unanimous consent of the House, is to offer a motion that considers each stage separately with a separate vote. The House can only move on to the next stage when it concludes the previous stage. In the case of back-to-work legislation, the House sits beyond the ordinary hour of daily adjournment and does not adjourn until each stage is dealt with by adopting separate motions, one for each stage. This supply motion, Mr. Speaker, is proposing that we deal with committee stage, report stage, and then third reading stage all at once with one motion and only after a few hours of debate. While I recognize that this has been done many times before by way of unanimous consent, we cannot consider this to be a precedent. On page 502 of the House of Commons Procedure and Practice and citation 19 of Beauchesne's, the case is made that nothing done by unanimous consent constitutes a precedent. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I submit that this motion is out of order.
Member for Vancouver East is rising on this point.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I am rising on this point of order because it does have to do with the NDP supply day tomorrow, Bill C-311. And Mr. Speaker, I would say first off that I've listened to the Government House Leader's points about his belief that this would require unanimous consent, But I would point out to you, Mr. Speaker, that by bringing this forward as a supply day motion, of course, within this motion, there is still a vote to take place. So what we are doing is bringing the contents of this bill, because we do think it's an urgent matter, forward on our supply day, but in no way is it negating the need to have a vote on our supply day motion, which of course will take place. And I would point out to you, Mr. Speaker, that we do believe that this motion is in order because opposition parties have always been given really a lot of latitude to propose whatever motion they want, so long as the motion is written as in a regular form and as a regular motion. Page 742 of the House of Commons Procedure and Practice by Marleau and Monpetit, first edition, because that's the one we're dealing with, does state that, quote, the standing orders give members a very wide scope in proposing opposition motions on supply days, and unless the motion is clearly and undoubtedly irregular, e.g. where the procedural aspect is not open to a reasonable argument, the chair does not intervene. So, Mr. Speaker, I would suggest that the motion is worded in a regular way and proposes to simply do things which have been done in fact, on previous occasions under closure, time allocation, or by unanimous consent in this place from time to time. So, Mr. Speaker, I do believe that because it's part of Supply Day, that it does give a greater latitude for us in terms of what we choose to bring forward, and certainly the basic tenet and principle of the House in terms of a vote taking place will be very much a part of this process. And so I would urge, Mr. Speaker, that you see that this motion that we propose to bring forward tomorrow is in order, and that the House be allowed to debate the motion and to vote on the motion as we normally would on any other Supply Day motion.
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Just briefly, I perhaps would point out the obvious, Mr. Speaker, that if this process was to allowed to stand, what we would have in the House is a situation where any opposition party could put forward a similar motion on any private member's bill or motion and have it expedited through the process. And I think that would be very unwise for the House to accept that.
The Honourable Member for Wascana, rising on the same point.
Mr. Speaker, I just bring to your attention perhaps the obvious, that this is a matter that will need your urgent attention. If the New Democrats in fact intend to call that motion for the opposition day tomorrow, the issue before you will need to be resolved before that time.
I thank the Honourable Member for Wascana for that very helpful advice. Something that had occurred to me. I can see why you can see why I'm so interested in the point that's being raised. In any event, I thank the Honourable Government House Leader and the Honourable Member for Vancouver East for their submissions on this issue. I certainly agree that it is one that has to be resolved immediately, as suggested by the Honourable Member for Wascana. I'll give a preliminary ruling now. That is, in my view, this motion is out of order, and I will not permit it to be moved tomorrow. And so someone will have to choose something else for tomorrow's supply day, and members can sort that out. In any event, I will give reasons for my decision on this matter in due course. I'll come back with something more reasoned. But I point out that I think, as the Government House Leader has, that if this kind of motion could be moved, as a preliminary observation on the matter, there's no provision whatsoever for debate on the bill. It's deemed adopted at all stages now, which can, as the Honourable House Leader has pointed out, can be done by unanimous consent. But even on time allocation or on closure, there is a provision for debate for a certain specified time. It may be short, but there is a debate. With this motion, there's none. And so the debate would only be on the motion, not on the bill. And accordingly, in my view, the bill goes beyond what is permitted for supply debates. And I will give a more elaborate reason outlining my views on this matter to the House for their consumption, whatever, in due course. But at least for tomorrow, we'll not proceed with that. Now, The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader has a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my point of order revolves around an incident which occurred on Monday of this week, October 26th. You will be aware, Mr. Speaker, as most members here are, that the interpretation services of the House failed on that day, and consequently that evening during the adjournment proceedings, interpretation services were not available. The Bloc Québécois, I think quite appropriately, pointed out that because of that, their members were impeded from actually getting clear interpretation of the questions and the dialogue and debate that would take place. So, Mr. Speaker, because of that, there have been discussions amongst all parties, and I think you would find unanimous consent for the following motion, that notwithstanding any standing order or usual practice of the House, on Wednesday, October 28, 2009, the proceedings pursuant to Standing Orders 38 be extended by no more than 20 minutes to allow the Honourable Member for Hull-Elmer and the Honourable Member for Don Valley West to raise questions that were to have been raised on Monday, October 26, 2009.
Does the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader have the unanimous consent of the House to propose this motion? Oui. La Chambre l'a entendu.
The House has heard the motion. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Agreed? Carried.
Member for Lanark, Frontenac, Lennox and Addington has a point of order also.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm relieved to see that we're feeling in the mood for unanimous consent again. There was a consultation among the parties, and I believe you will find unanimous consent for the following motion.
That in the opinion of this House, A, Canada supports the democratic aspirations of the Iranian peoples. B, Canada condemns the use of violence and force by Iranian authorities against its citizens to repress pro-democratic demonstrations following the Iranian election in June 2009. C, Canada condemns the use of torture by the Iranian authorities. D, Canada calls for the immediate release of all political prisoners detained in Iran.
To fully respect all of its human rights obligations, both in law and in practice. F, Canada condemns Iran's complete disregard for legally binding UN Security Council resolutions 1696, 1737, 1747, and 1803, and International Atomic Energy Agency requirements. G, Canada affirms its opposition to nuclear proliferation and condemns any pursuit by Iran of nuclear weapons capability. And H, Canada recommends to international organizations of which it is a member that a new set of targeted sanctions be implemented against Iran in concert with allies unless Iran comes into compliance with its human rights and nuclear obligations in law and in practice. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Does the Honourable Member for Lanark, Frontenac, Lennox and Addington have the unanimous consent of the House to propose this motion? D'accord. La Chambre l'a...
Agreed. The House has heard the motion. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt it? Agreed. I declare the motion carried.
Cardigan has a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have an unofficial copy of the blues here, and I would ask you just to review the blues and the tapes, and I think you will find that the Minister, in responding to my second question, used unparliamentary language. All I would ask you to do is ask her to apologize and withdraw the statements. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the Honourable Member for Cardigan, and I will, as he requests, review the document. Okay. Have we completed now all procedural matters? L'honorable député de Montmorency.
Honourable Member for Montmorency, Charlevoix, Haute-Côte-Nord has another point of order. As far as points of order are concerned, I had to exit to check a point with respect to the point of order raised by my colleague. Not the Bloc Québécois members that asked for the proceedings to stop because of the loss of interpretation. I'd like to inform the House that no members the interpretation works in both directions, and in my opinion there are more members of the Bloc Québécois that are bilingual than in the opposing party of the Conservatives that are actually bilingual. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Colleague for his intervention, and I recognize the fact that I spoke incorrectly. I apologize for that. The purpose of my, obviously, my point of order was to make sure we corrected the inequity by not allowing members of the opposition party their adjourned proceedings. So I thank all members for the unanimous support to allow it to occur this Wednesday.
Okay. That clears up that point of order, I believe. All right. Orders of the day. Order du jour.
Orders of the day.
Government orders, government bills, commons. Resuming debate at second reading of Bill C-47, the Technical Assistance for Law Enforcement in the 21st Century Act.
Okay. When this matter was last before the House, the Honourable Member for Ajax Pickering had the floor. He has 18 minutes in the time remaining that are allocated for him in the debate, and accordingly I'm pleased to call upon the Honourable Member for Ajax Pickering.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to speak again on this matter. I would say that before I came to this House, I was a member of the Durham Regional Police Services Board. When I was there, I had the opportunity, obviously, on a regular basis to talk with officers around the changing technologies and the fact that our laws simply hadn't kept pace, that people were committing fraud online or hiding behind anonymity and internet service providers, and performing serious crimes, and they simply could not follow them. So when I came to Parliament, was first elected in 2004, I was pleased to support then the work of the then Liberal government to create what was the Modernization of Investigative Techniques Act. That bill, which was introduced in 2005, is substantively what's before this House today in both bills C-46 and C-47, which is being debated. Unfortunately, in 2005, the Conservatives precipitated an election. That then killed that bill. The member for Notre Dame-la-Grace-le-Chine then reintroduced that as a private member's bill in the next session. And again, that bill was killed when the Conservatives, in fact, the Prime Minister, walked into the Governor General's office and then killed that legislation. Yet again, in this session of Parliament, that same Liberal member of Parliament introduced that Liberal legislation yet again. And we had to wait until the end of the last session before the Conservatives finally introduced it. So as I said just before we began question period, it's a little rich to me that the Conservatives would be going on about the imperative need to pass this bill and how much it's needed for police and how critical it is, when they in fact have had 4 years to introduce it, and are in fact the ones responsible for killing it in various stages at various moments in time. And that when they finally did introduce it, they introduced it in the last week that the House is sitting in the summer, where there's no opportunity to debate it, there's no opportunity to move it forward, and so now it's left all the way here to the end of October before we're finally dealing with this bill. And it shows that their commitment to this bill is fragile at best. In fact, we've seen that what they do on criminal justice matters is they introduce bills, they let them languish on the order paper, and then they wait for a scandal or a problem to hit, and then they seek refuge in those same crime bills, suddenly bringing them back with great urgency, saying they need to be dealt with immediately, and any opposition party that dares to ask a question on it is somehow soft on crime. Well, the facts don't measure up. The facts are that they've allowed these things to languish for years, and that something that should have been dealt with, the Liberal legislation that was introduced so long ago, has meant that those who are committing online fraud, the police who need those additional investigative techniques and tools, have been left without them, as this government has completely failed them. I think that it's important to note as well that this isn't the only area where we've seen this problem with the government. And I spoke a lot yesterday about the importance of these new investigative techniques for police. My intention is not today to repeat all of those comments, but make a comment more generally on the direction the Conservatives are heading in crime. You know, today in the Public Safety and National Security Committee, we had a couple of different witnesses. One of the witnesses was Dr. Craig Jones, who's the Executive Director of the John Howard Society of Canada, whose insights into the direction that this government is heading on crime, I think, is very telling. And I'll quote from his comments today. he continues to say at the beginning of his statement that my second audience is the future. This is the comments that he was making today. I suffer no illusions that I will be able to alter the course of this government's crime agenda, which legislative opponents contradict evidence, logic, effectiveness, justice, and humanity. The government has repeatedly signaled that its crime agenda will not be influenced by evidence of what does and does not actually reduce crime and create safe communities. And in fact, what we heard as well from Mr. Stewart, who along with Michael Jackson wrote a report talking about this government's broken direction on corrections and crime, is that we're walking down the same road that the Americans embarked on in the early 1980s when Republicans came forward and presented the same type of solution for crime, which is incarceration, more incarceration, and only incarceration. And if we didn't have that example, and the example that it was in the United Kingdom, perhaps the Conservatives could be forgiven for thinking that it would work. But the reality of the United States was this is a catastrophic disaster. In fact, the governor of states like California are now coming forward and saying their state is being crushed under the weight of the mistake of these decisions, that the prisons are literally overflowing, that the Supreme Court of California had to release thousands of offenders into the streets because they simply had no room for them, and that we also see that these prisons become crime factories, where minor criminals go in, often for drug-related crimes, and break and enter or smaller, still serious crimes, but instead of getting help for the addiction issues they face or the mental health issues they face, they get sent into prison environments where they learn to be much worse criminals. You could make the analogy of putting in a butter knife and getting out a machine gun. And in fact, in committee today, the director of the John Howard Society quoted from an individual who was dealt with Aboriginal inmates, who said that our prison systems are turning into, quote, gladiator schools. And he says, quote, so our federal prisons have become gladiator schools where we train young men in the art of extreme violence or warehouse mentally ill people. All of this was foreseeable by anyone who cared to examine the historical example of alcohol prohibition, but since we refuse to learn from history, we are condemned to repeat it. And so you can imagine that as we continually overpopulate these prisons, and we don't provide the services to rehabilitate people, that this has to come out somewhere. And where it comes out is in a system that continually degenerates. In fact, in California, the rate of recidivism, the rate at which people reoffend, is now 70%. Imagine that. 7 out of every 10 criminals who go into that system are going to come back out and reoffend. And those offenses are often more serious than the ones they went in first. So in other words, people are going into the system and then coming out much worse. And we have to remember that even if when you increase sentences, that over 90% of offenders will come back out. Now, you can extend the length of time they're staying in there, but at a certain time, they're going to come back out. And it is everybody's concern. It is the concern of anybody who wants a safe country or a safe community, that when people come out of these facilities, they come out ready to be reintegrated and contribute to society and not to reoffend. Now, the other fundamental problem with the conservative approach to crime is that it waits for victims. That the conservatives think the only way to deal with crime is to wait until somebody has been victimized and a crime has occurred, and then to look to punish a person. Well, of course, we believe in serious sentences. You have to have serious sentences for serious crimes. But that is not nearly enough. If it was enough, if simply having tough sentences was enough to stop crime, then places like Detroit and Houston and Los Angeles would be the safest cities in North America. Well, we certainly know that's not the case. We know that, in fact, what the conservatives are doing by slashing crime prevention budgets, which actual spending in crime prevention has been slashed by more than 50% since the conservatives came into power, where they have cut programs, where I've gone into communities like Summerside and talked to the Boys and Girls Clubs there, or talked to the Salvation Army in different communities and talked about how they've either lost funding for community projects to help youth at risk, or instead of being given the power to decide how to stop crime in their own communities, they are prescribed solutions from on high in Ottawa where they're disconnected and often don't work in those local communities. the net result is the community which has the greatest capacity to stop crime is removed from the ability of stopping that crime from happening in the first place, which means even more people go to these prisons, continually feeding this factory of crime the Conservatives are marching forward with. And when you look at the cost of all of this, I mean, not only does it not provide a benefit, not only does it make our communities less safe, as has been proven in the United States, but there is a staggering cost to these policies. That pursuing a Republican agenda on crime, a failed Republican agenda that not even the Republicans would subscribe to anymore in most states and most quarters in the United States, comes with a staggering cost. Now, the Conservatives are refusing to release those figures. The minister has been refusing to tell us what exactly the price tag is for all of these measures they're putting on the table. That's why I've asked the Parliamentary Budget Officer to take a look at all of these measures, to take a look at their approach on crime, and tell us just what the cost is. And that bears some important questions to be asked. Where are they going to get the money to build these new super prisons that they're talking about? Where are they going to get the money to house all of these additional inmates? Well, and hopefully, presumably, they would provide programs and services to make these inmates better. And so where is that money going to come from? Well, if the example in the United States is any evidence, or if the example of the Conservatives' own action in slashing crime prevention budgets is any example, then we know where they will cut is from the very things that stop crime from happening in the first place. So imagine the irony of that. To pay for prisons, you're going to cut the very things that stop people from going to prison. It is a backwards philosophy that under any logic or under any examination of more than a minute or two, one would recognize is a recipe for disaster. If that weren't bad enough, and I think it speaks directly to this bill, the Conservatives have also betrayed police. You know, I talked with the Canadian Association of Police about the government's commitment to put 2,500 new officers on the street. That association has called that broken promise a betrayal. But we also know that with respect to the RCMP, the Prime Minister went out to Vancouver where he made a solemn commitment to RCMP officers that they would get the same wage as other police officers, that they would receive parity with other police officers. Right afterwards, after making that promise, after signing a contract, he ripped that contract up and broke the promise. Worse, after that, as if that wasn't enough of an insult to the men and women who are in our national police force, they then challenged in court the right of RCMP officers to have the choice to whether or not they want to have collective bargaining, a right that is enjoyed by every other police force in the country. This government decided to challenge. At the same time, this government has ignored call after call after call by public inquiry after public inquiry for proper and adequate oversight. We know that from Justice Iacobucci and Justice O'Connor, their reports and conclusions made it clear that new oversight mechanisms were critical to ensure public confidence remained in our national security institutions and in our national police force, and yet they ignored it. And here, in this example, Mr. Speaker, they ignored for 4 years Liberal legislation that had been put forward to give officers the tools they needed to do the job of keeping our communities safe. In all of this, their response is to skew the Liberal record, is to be dishonest about what exactly Liberals have done on crime. Here's an inconvenient fact that they don't like to talk about, and that is for every year the Liberal government was in power, crime rates went down. That every single year that we were in power, Canada became a safer place, that communities were safer, and that's because we took a balanced approach to crime. What they also say, which is incredibly disingenuous, is that we have blocked their crime bills. Well, here's the reality just in this session, and maybe I'll go over a couple of bills, Mr. Speaker, just from this session. These are bills that the Liberal Party not only supported, but moved to accelerate and try to find a way to get passed as expediently as possible in this House. C2, which included both from the previous session, because they caused an election, remember, so they killed all their own bills. But when they brought back C2, it included C10, C32, C35, C27, C22, all of which we supported. C14, C15, C25, C26, all of which we supported, all of which we look to accelerate. That's the record of Liberals in this session of Parliament on crime. not to mention the Liberal record of reducing crime every year we were in office previously. Mr. Speaker, the problem that I have, and it happened today, and I was doing an Atlantic talk radio show with a Conservative member of Parliament who ascribed motive to the Liberal Party that we didn't care about crime, that we're soft on criminals, that we like to let people get away with things. Well, I'll say one thing about the Conservatives. I think they believe what they say. I think they honestly believe these policies will work, even though they've failed and even though Republicans have tried them and they've been utter disasters. I do believe they think they'll work. But to ascribe motive to this side of the House, to say that somehow we care less about the safety of our communities is disingenuous. To say that I care less about the safety of my children or the safety of my family or the safety of my community is unacceptable. This debate needs to be about who has the best approach to crime. I would suggest, Mr. Speaker, that we have the best approach to stop crime, to stop it before it happens, to build safe communities, to ensure that we strike the right balance between, yes, being tough on those who commit serious crimes, but most importantly, working with every ounce of our bodies to make sure that those who begin to turn down dark paths have people who step in and intervene and make sure they don't commit those crimes in the first place. And that's the type of approach we advocate on crime, and it's one I'm proud of. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member from Edmonton, St. Paul?
St. Albert.
St. Albert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank the honourable member from Ajax Pickering for his comments, although quite frankly I don't know what they have to do with C-47, the Technical Assistance for Law Enforcement in the 21st Century Act. But nonetheless, I listened carefully as he criticized the Conservatives' law and order agenda and all the bills that we've put forward to promote safe streets and safe communities. And if he's so opposed to this, what he called a Republican method of crime reduction, why does he consistently vote in favor of our crime bills, including twice yesterday?
The honourable member for Ajax Pickering.
Well, I thank the member for the question, and there have been bills that we have supported. I've listed them. I have no problem with, for example, eliminating the 2-for-1 credit for remand, or in some cases it was actually a 3-for-1 credit for remand. But my problem is this, that the government refuses to acknowledge the fact that underneath the surface of that is a massive problem with remand itself, that the conditions in remand are such that people are being put in there with no programs, no services, and often are being released directly from those conditions back into the community where they become hardened criminals, where we're actually creating a system where people go in for minor crimes and come out for much more serious crimes. As I said in my comments, how this all relates to the bill that's before us, C-47, is that it's a wrong approach overall that the government is taking on crime. And I think that every opportunity that I have to talk about the direction the government is going in crime, I'm going to make these statements, because I think that we have to be honest about the total picture here. And I also made the comment quite clearly that both C-46 and C-47 have been in this House since 2005, and that it's in fact the government and the Conservatives which have stalled its passage. And in that regard have impeded the passage of legislation that's critical to keeping our communities safe.
Questions and comments?
Strathcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My party as well is very concerned about the potential abuse of the Internet and telecommunications for criminal activities. But I would like to ask the honourable members some questions about whether his bill included similar kinds of provisions, or if he has objections to some of the provisions in this bill. As a lawyer who's been involved in enforcement, particularly environmental enforcement, I'm very concerned when I see the slippage of respect for things such as requirement for reasonable grounds, the requirement to obtain a warrant. And I'm wondering if the member has some concerns with our Section 16, for example, that is a broad brush power to get all kinds of information about a subscriber where there's no need whatsoever to even suggest that there's reasonable cause to suggest that an offense is or may be committed. As well, the designation of the persons who may obtain this information is not time dated. And so it could be that you have this running list into the next century of people who are qualified even if they're not in the position anymore. So I'm particularly concerned about the issue that they may request, but not through a warrant. Is that necessary?
The honourable member for Ajax Pickering.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member for the question. And a number of stakeholders have raised the concern of accessing Internet service provider records without the use of a warrant. They've acknowledged that there is a significant oversight mechanism after the fact, but the problem is, what do you do beforehand? And one of the things that we're going to have to look at in committee is how we provide timely access to police to make sure that they're able to go after the individuals who are committing serious crimes and who have the ability to chase after those who have a huge technological advance on them. While at the same time ensuring the member's very legitimate concern, and I think this is something we are going to have to work in committee, to make sure that privacy concerns are respected and that the rights of Canadians who've spoken very clearly on this to say that we need to ensure privacy and that this power is not abused is respected. And this is a very technical bill. I think that we do have a number of amount of work to do in committee to sort of rest assured that those concerns are taken care of.
Comments and questions? The Honourable Member for Brampton West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I asked a question earlier of the Conservative member for St. Boniface, and although I appreciated her compliments directed towards me, I didn't get a straight answer, so I'm now going to ask my friend the same question. I support Bill C-47 to go to committee, no problem. But this is essentially the same bill that was introduced by the Liberal government in 2005. So my question is, it's taken 4 years to get here. Why now? We have 500,000 full-time jobs lost under the Conservatives, an EI crisis, an isotopes crisis, pension crisis, H1N1 pandemic crisis with late vaccine in comparison to other countries. Pregnant women in Canada right now can't get it. We had a death in Mississauga just recently. I can't believe that we're dealing with this legislation 4 years after we introduced it rather than with all these other serious issues. And I'd like my friend to comment upon why we're dealing with this now rather than what truly matters to Canadians right now.
The Honourable Member for Ajax Pickering.
Well, the Honourable Member is right. This should have been dealt with years ago. It should have been allowed to pass in 2005 instead of the Conservatives causing an election then. It should have been allowed to pass when the member for Notre Dame, Lagrasse-Lachine, had introduced it in the previous session of Parliament before the Prime Minister killed it by going to the Governor-General. It should have been introduced at the first opportunity in this session of Parliament. Instead, as I mentioned, it was introduced right before the summer and then sat languishing on the order paper. But that's not unusual. The reality is that many of the government's justice and crime bills languish on the order paper, some for years. Remember C-19, which dealt with investigative hearings, which we were told we were unpatriotic because we asked questions about it, and it had to be passed instantly. Suddenly, it sat on the order paper for 2 years, and they forgot all about it. But why do they bring back these bills? Well, I think the answer to that question rests with their recent troubles. When they get hit with a scandal and they're dealing with a problem with check scandals and ministers embattled with various questions of impropriety, that their first reaction is to drag back whatever justice bills they've been having languishing on the order paper to bring them back as a channel changer. And that's the truth of this government's agenda on crime. They use crime as a political weapon and as safe harbor. If the other things aren't going well, they retrench to crime and talk about trying to change the channel.
Questions and comments? Resuming debate, reprise du débat.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Marc-Aurèle-Fortin. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. This is a bill that that complements the bill that we had last week, C-46. C-46 and C-47 are in actual fact very similar to the old Liberal bill, C-74 in 2004. It is intended to give the police the means that they need to intercept communications that are made electronically by modern means of communication, unless you think that the interception of telephone communication should be abolished. And from the very time that you accept the fact that these interceptions have in fact contributed greatly to the dismantling of criminal organizations and conspiracies, which led to the ultimate arrest of guilty parties and their imprisonment at the end of the road. So unless you are ready to completely abandon telephone interception, you have to look to modernizing the system and the tools that the police have to intercept modern means of communication like the internet and other electronic means. In 1995, we first heard about a convention on cybercrime that was involving the European countries, Japan, South Africa, and Canada. That led to an agreement in 2001. 2001 is a very significant date because it was significant given the September 11th events, the terrorist attack on the Twin Towers in New York City.
But well before that, we realized these exceptional means of investigation had become absolutely essential in fighting organized crime. And only last week, our committee, the Committee of Justice, met with witnesses in Montreal and Halifax while we were studying criminal organizations. And on two occasions, police officers explained the difficulties they had in maintaining electronic surveillance of organized crime groups. We're talking here about cell phones, those very cheap cell phones. You buy one, you make your communication, you call and throw it out, then you buy another one. And for police officers to have to obtain a new warrant each time is very difficult, because without this they can't really monitor criminals and drug traffickers. We in the Bloc are in favor of efficient measures to fight crime, and we agree entirely with the necessary proper measures, but we disagree with the present government with respect to incarceration, because what they're talking about, like mandatory minimums, are things that have been tested, have been tried in the United States, and they've had atrocious results. It's the country with the highest incarceration rate in the world, and 25% of prisoners on this planet are in American prisons. And this has had no result in decreasing crime. So obviously we are rejecting the government's measures. We don't want Canada and Quebec to go this route that leads to increasingly violent criminal acts, and that leads to a large part of the population whose lives have been broken by incarceration, which wasn't always necessary. We don't want this in Canada, and we know that this is what will happen. This is what's going to result from what the government wants. The only reason why the government is proceeding with this policy is that it's popular. It's for electioneering reasons. We had people last week who talked about conditional sentences, that they had they talked about the advantages of conditional sentences, and it said it would allow a judge not to send someone to prison, which is a school for crime, but to keep them in a more stable environment, which would allow them to pursue their studies. And that if there was a drug problem, well, then the sentence which was to be carried out at home would then be carried out in a prison. But the judges had this latitude. I'm perhaps getting a bit off course, but we do accept Bill C-46, or Bill C-47, rather, and it's not the opposition that has been filibustering. We haven't put any obstacles in the way of this bill, because when it comes to fighting crime, the Bloc supports these measures. But when there are measures which do not affect crime and have no effect on bringing the numbers of crime down, we're not in favor. But I feel that these bills have to be very, very carefully examined. Now, there are things here that are necessary to fight the major crime organizations, but most people are honest people, are concerned and don't want us to create a society where a state can have easy access to our personal lives in each and every of its aspects. This should be a confidential thing. Our privacy should be confidential, and we will need very strict, stringent parameters in intercepting communications which are transmitted using modern technology, cell phones, computers, etc. I believe that law-abiding, honest citizens that the Conservatives talk so much about, and I wonder if the Prime Minister is one of these law-abiding citizens, because it seems that there's at least one law he didn't respect, and that was the law or the rule regarding fixed dates for elections. But we believe people's privacy should be respected, and people should not have access to just any information and for just any reason. I think that this is a good piece of legislation, but it's not perfect. Now, this is a bill which is very complex, which has to be studied in detail. But what strikes one is that the information that will be sought under this bill will be on a judge's with a judge's warrant, and there has to be suspicion. There has to be a strong suspicion. So when it's allowed that people listen to people's private conversations, there has to be a warrant. There has to be more than reasonable grounds that this information is necessary to proving or preventing a crime. But we also have to make sure that other means of investigation have been used and have not had any results. Now that eavesdropping has proved its worth for police investigations, eavesdropping has led to very positive results. And I can say that if we hadn't had eavesdropping, we would never have succeeded in breaking up the back of the Hells Angels in Quebec. It took 3 years of arduous work to do so. And I think that the population is very happy and very grateful for this. But it seems that we no longer have show the same restraint that we did before for eavesdropping. I think that there are police forces who will be and have appeared before us, and they talk about the 4 categories of measures that would be necessary to secure a warrant. They would have to prove that other means of investigation are either impossible or are useless. Nevertheless, they bear the burden of proof. But it should be pointed out that this is a kind of, there are all these numbers, and I do use computer technology, and I know that there are certain numbers that have to be protected. I know that there are a series of figures that can be used to access my computer, and I might be concerned, and other people might be concerned that other people can learn what these numbers are, can discover what these numbers are. Now, it's rather complex, but this is a little similar to a telephone book. Nevertheless, I do acknowledge one thing, and I think it's very important with respect to this bill, and that is that access to this information will be limited to certain persons, either police officers or security officers. And these people will have to account to someone for what they're doing. They will have to keep records of the information they've got, and they'll have to justify what they've done. And when someone needs information rapidly and needs access to this information quickly, he will have to use lists which will have to be maintained within the police force or within the security agency. And this is essential, a copy will have to be sent to the Privacy Commissioner so that we have a larger degree of confidence that there is a public officer who is not biased unduly, and I realize that these organizations do take very seriously their duty to protect privacy. So that's one thing that I find comforting. I think we'll also have to make a thorough study. And doing this, we have to understand what Ms. Stoddard said, and what Ms. Chantal Bernier said, and what Ms. Stoddard said. And I forget the name of her organization, Madame Bernier, works on behalf of an association for protection of privacy. We also listen to charitable organizations who do such fine work, and they know that we have to strike a balance between individual rights and the need for information. And that is our role, and we feel in the Bloc Québécois that is our role. We agree that we need to modernize and that we need measures that will help us really fight crime, and we're ready to support these measures. Nevertheless, we feel that a balance must be struck. I'm convinced that the only motive of the Conservatives for bringing in mandatory minimums and their tough on crime policy that they talk about whenever they can. Well, that's just something they talk about all the time. But we feel that individual liberties and freedoms have to be protected because this is the very foundation of our society, the very foundation of a democratic society. And Mr. Kofi Annan said that terrorists will have won if they force democracies to unduly increase the powers of the state. And that is what I noted that when we were studying the anti-terrorist legislation. I don't feel that was unjustified legislation, quite the contrary. But this legislation and the provisions in the Act, certain of the provisions were unjustified, and we were able to convince people, we were able to convince Mr. Dion that these provisions were wrong-headed, and we got his agreement. And he used the same terms we did in saying that these measures were not necessary. So Bill C-47 is a bill that would allow police forces to use modern technology to carry out their investigations, to help in their work with, for example, cell phones and computer technology, without harming personal rights. And the Bloc Québécois agrees with this to fight crime, so you can count on us to not obstruct the passage of this bill. We want it to be adopted, but we want it to be improved. With the amendments and criticisms we will have to make in order to make sure that there is a better balance between personal rights and fighting crime, because privacy rights have to be respected for Canadian and Quebec citizens. Thank you.
Questions and commentaires? The honourable member.
Questions and comments?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the member for yet another fine speech. I would note that in Bill C-46, the Privacy Commissioner did ask for effective oversight, so I'd like to ask the member whether he agrees with that idea and what sort of oversight he would recommend, whether a minister would be in charge of it or whether the Parliament would be in charge of it. And second of all, she also called for a 5-year parliamentary review of Bill 46. So I wonder whether he would support that idea with regard to Bill 47, either by way of a sunset clause, where we would start over after 5 years, given that technology changes so rapidly anyway, or what form of a mechanism that he would suggest we develop for a review after a 5-year period.
L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Marc-Aurèle-Fortin. Well, Mr. Speaker, I think it's a very good idea to have a provision, very good to have a sunset clause, forcing us to review this in 5 years, both from the point of view of police officers who want to make sure that they don't fall behind technology, because they need to work with technology to fight organized crime, but it's also important for people who want to see individual rights respected and don't want to see an undue breach of individual rights or violation of individual rights to privacy. And I think we have models that we can take inspiration, models of bills we can take inspiration from. Questions and comments?
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise with pride to speak on behalf of the New Democrats in Parliament on Bill C-47, the Technical Assistance for Law Enforcement in the 21st Century Act. Mr. Speaker, I think a number of people in this House have commented, as I did this morning when I spoke on Bill 46, that Bills 46 and 47 represent a combined legislative measure that purports to deal with the modernization of our laws with respect to internet and digital activity and crimes in those areas, as well as to deal with telecommunication companies and the challenges that those new providers provide in enforcing our laws of our country. But, Mr. Speaker, what is critically important to understand is that these bills do different things. And people in this House and all Canadians may know that the New Democrats spoke strongly in support of Bill C-46 this morning and in the days previous for a simple reason. And that is because New Democrats believe it is important to modernize our laws to deal with the digital age, and also because we think it's important to send a strong message that crimes committed over the internet, whether they be commercial or fraud related, or whether they be sexual in nature or most heinous of all targeted at children, are dealt with adequately by this Parliament. Having said that, there are also very important privacy interests at stake in these areas, and New Democrats are scrutinizing these pieces of legislation to ensure that Canadians' privacy rights are respected in these regards. Now, Bill C-46, as we spoke about earlier, in the New Democrats' view, maintains that balance by and large. We had some serious reservations about some of the tests that are being applied or proposed by that legislation with respect to the getting of warrants, but every piece of private information that is to be turned over to police forces of whatever type in Bill C-46 this morning is subject to judicial oversight and requires that police get a search warrant prior to that information being turned over. Now, Bill C-47 is different, and I want to talk a little bit about this. The purpose of this bill is colloquially called lawful access, and this bill deals with very specific aspects of the rules governing lawful access. And lawful access is an investigative technique used by law enforcement agencies and national security agencies that involves intercepting communications and seizing information where authorized by law. And rules related to lawful access are set out in a number of federal statutes, including the Criminal Code, the Canadian Security Intelligence Service Act, and the National Defence Act. Now, the bill complements the current lawful access regime, and it addresses the same two issues as the former Bill C-74, technical interception capabilities of telecommunication service providers and requests for subscriber information. Now, I'll put that in easy-to-understand terms. This bill does two things. It essentially requires telecommunications companies to install equipment that would allow it to preserve data, digital data in all of its forms, so that that data may be obtainable by the police in a criminal investigation. But it also does a second thing. It provides law enforcement agencies with access under an administrative process without a warrant or court order to basic information about telecommunications service subscribers. And as you'll see a little later, Mr. Speaker, that basic information about Canadian subscribers is quite a long list and one that is causing great concern among a lot of Canadians. Now, Mr. Speaker, Bill C-47 is a key step in the harmonization of legislation at the international level, according to the government, particularly concerning requirements regarding the interception capabilities of telecommunication service providers. And this type of requirement in general form is already found in other countries, including the United States, Britain, and Australia. And Canada did sign on to the Council of Europe's Convention on Cybercrime in November of 2001. as well as additional protocols. And this makes it an offense to commit certain crimes using computer systems, and it creates legal tools adapted to new technologies, such as orders to produce subscriber information that I just referred to. However, there's one key difference. There is no international consensus on whether or not that basic subscriber information has to be obtained through judicial order, in other words, a warrant, or not. And as you'll see, as I'll describe further in my remarks later on, that is a key deficiency in this bill. Mr. Speaker, I want to state clearly what New Democrats support when we're talking about crime committed over the digital media and the need to modernize our systems. The NDP supports efforts to combat cybercrime completely. We support efforts to combat child pornographers, others who use the internet to exploit children, or anybody in any manner. The New Democrats support efforts to crack down on gangs or organized criminals, including white-collar criminals, who use technology to organize their activities. And the New Democrats support modernizing laws to ensure that police can keep up with criminals who use technology. Mr. Speaker, those reasons are the reasons we supported Bill C-46 earlier today, because that's what Bill C-46 did. But the New Democrats do not support violating the privacy rights of law-abiding Canadians. Now, when this bill was introduced in this House in June of this year by the Minister of Public Safety and National Security, there was a groundswell of concern raised by ordinary Canadians across this country about the idea of internet service providers having to deliver to the police basic information about them without any kind of warrant or judicial oversight. I'm going to quote from a very great thinker who was steeped in Western democracy, who some decades ago said that those that would sacrifice liberty in the name of security deserve neither. Now, that is a particularly appropriate comment in the context of this bill, because this bill does not strike that balance, and it does sacrifice liberty in the name of security. New Democrats cannot support a bill that provides for warrantless access to Canadians' private information. Now, we've consulted broadly with a number of experts, and I'll talk a little bit about their input a little bit later as well, and they tell us this, that no compelling evidence has been provided by any police force in this country when directly asked on several occasions, on numerous occasions, of a single instance where a police investigation has been somehow interfered with or truncated because they couldn't get information from an internet service provider. No compelling evidence has been presented that the current provisions in the Criminal Code and other pieces of legislation are insufficient for police to do their jobs. Now, we can stop and pause here. This is not a hole in our criminal code. We currently have provisions in the criminal code that allow our police, the RCMP, CSIS, any policing agencies, municipal or otherwise, in this country, to obtain warrants when they want to either wiretap or seize information or material that's in the custody of anybody. I'll talk a little bit further about this later on as well, but we have the concept of telewarrants, where if there's an urgency to a matter, police can get a judge on the phone 24 hours a day and usually obtain a warrant within 30 minutes. We heard no issues from any police forces as to any problem in that regard. And we have the concept of hot pursuit, which means that if any police officer believes that there's a crime being committed currently or in real time, that they don't have to get a warrant from anybody. They're able to go and interfere and investigate that matter immediately. Now, since the government introduced this bill, experts in the field of digital law, privacy advocates, media commentators, and ordinary law-abiding Canadians have spoken out against the provisions contained in this bill. Now, Bill C-47, as I've said, would provide police with access to a substantial array of private information. This information goes well beyond an individual's name and address. Police would be given access to Canadians' phone numbers and email addresses. And police would be given access to a vast array of unique digital serial numbers. This legislation, if passed, would allow telecommunications companies, compel them to provide the following information to the police upon request with no judicial oversight. IP addresses, mobile identification numbers, electronic serial numbers, local service provider identifiers, international mobile equipment identity numbers, international mobile subscriber identity numbers, and subscriber identity module card numbers, commonly known as SIM card numbers, which are in cell phones, I believe. Now, these digital identifiers are considered to be private information for good reason. When someone's Internet protocol address falls into the wrong hands, great damage can be done to their online identity and their personal privacy. In fact, someone with the right skills and the right combination of the above information could perpetrate serious identity crimes and even take remote control of their computer. Now, this government, I think it's fair to say, has demonstrated what can fairly be described as a consistent disregard and disrespect for either the rule of law and for our judicial system. We have Omar Khadr, a person who's been the subject of torture down in Cuba, who this government doesn't deem fit to bring back here, doesn't care about his international rights. We have the Prime Minister's comments about left-wing judges and how they interfere, in his view, with the administration of justice. We have CSIS misleading the courts in the HoC case on multiple occasions, failing to disclose information after being ordered by the court to do so, with no reaction from the Minister of Public Security. And as my colleague from the Bloc said, we had the spectre of our government breaking their very own fixed election law that the Minister of Justice crowed about when it was brought in, and they violated with absolute impunity, and they don't even have the audacity to be embarrassed about it. Now, it's unsurprising then that they seek to cast aside a fundamental tenet of our justice system, which is this: Canadians have the right to privacy, and accept to be deprived of that through due process of law. We don't have to justify to the government why we have the right to be private, why we have the right to be safe and secure in our information, why we don't have to let the government read our mail, or read our emails, or seize our property, or kick down our door, or take our property. We don't have to justify that to anybody. That's Canadians' rights. What the government has to do, what the state has to do, is justify when they seek to abrogate those rights, not the other way around. Now, it's 2009, and I'm absolutely aghast that I have to stand in this chamber in 2009, hundreds of years after these rights have been fought for, where people died for these rights, and actually explain and stand up at this chamber as the only person in this chamber that I've heard speak so far that says, you know what, the state has to justify and go before a judge and at least put forward some reasonable evidence, some compelling reason, before any privacy information is turned over to the state. And this bill doesn't do that, and Mr. Speaker, that's a shame. Now, this government would have us believe that judicial oversight is some sort of outdated luxury, or it's some sort of impediment. They can't move quickly enough. Well, let me tell you something. Rights don't depend on speed. Rights don't depend on exigencies. Rights don't depend on convenience. Rights are rights. And as I said earlier, it has not even been demonstrated by a single person in this country that the present telewarrant system or hot pursuit concept has proved deficient in any manner. Now, let me stop and say, the New Democrats agree, as we did in C-46, that there should be preservation orders of data and production orders of telecommunications companies so that the data is preserved and can be the subject of warrants and seizure. That's very important, and we support the modernization of our laws to make that possible. What we will not and do not agree with, however, is that that's a decision only of a police officer. That's a decision that must always be subject to judicial oversight. Now, I noticed that last week I was in this chamber when I saw the spectre of the Liberals and the Conservatives joining together to gut climate change action. Now I see the Liberals and the Conservatives join together this week to gut privacy rights and civil liberties. And I can tell you that's not a pretty thing to see. This government and this legislation would have us believe that while requiring police to get warrants before accessing deeply private digital data is hindering their ability to investigate crimes. The fact is that our current system provides a number of tools to give police swift access to help them combat crime. Now, I think it's extremely important, Mr. Speaker, that the police forces of this country demonstrate the requirement to get a warrant before accessing this data. That judicial oversight of police actions is an important, critical aspect of our cherished Western democratic legal system, and only in that regard will Canadians be willing to surrender their valued rights to privacy. Now, I want to mention as well that just today we received a letter from the Privacy Commissioner of Canada, Jennifer Stoddart, and I just want to quote a little bit from this. She says that we recognize the concerns of law enforcement and national security authorities with the speed of developments in information technology and the anonymity they afford. Bills C-46 and 47 seek to address the consequent public safety challenges, and that objective is valid, as the New Democrats agree. That said, whenever new surveillance powers or programs are proposed, it is her view that there must be demonstrated necessity, proportionality, and effectiveness. It is a matter of protecting human rights and assuring public trust. And Ms. Stoddart goes on over a 5-page letter to say that, in her view, these bills are seriously, seriously flawed. At least Bill C-47 is. Now, the minister was asked a little while ago about examples in the real world as to why this bill is necessary. I've spoken with a number of experts in the field of digital law and privacy, Professor Michael Geist, Professor of Law at University of Ottawa, Vince Gogeluk from the British Columbia Freedom of Information and Privacy Association. I spoke this morning with David Fewer and other academics, and they have documented a very disturbing fact with regards to this government's attempt to convince Canadians that police need these powers, and that is that they come up with examples that aren't actually true. The Minister of Public Safety on numerous occasions in the media and elsewhere has used the example of a high-profile Vancouver kidnapping case as an instance where police were hindered by the existing laws. In a number of interviews, the Minister has claimed that he witnessed this emergency situation and that the Vancouver police had to wait 36 hours to get the information they needed in order to obtain a warrant for customer name and address information. What is troubling about this is that it's not true. Professor Geist filed access to information requests with the Department of Public Safety, the RCMP, and the Vancouver Police Department, and a legal advisor to the Vancouver Police Department disclosed to Professor Geist that no internet service provider records were ever sought at all during the investigation of this terrible crime. Now, if the only example that our own minister can put forward to this House as to why he thinks it's necessary to trample Canadians' privacy rights in the name of security is come up with one example which, when due diligence shows, never even occurred. That's somewhat troubling. Now, one other thing, and that's the previous Minister of Public Safety, the current Minister of International Trade, has made comments in this area before. This idea of floating a warrantless search has come up before, and I think the Liberals, they keep boasting that they brought forward this legislation before. Well, I'm wondering if they also thought that it was necessary for Canadians to give up their rights to digital privacy without a warrant. If that's the case, then I think they've been wrong for years. And the response from the digital community, from privacy experts, and from ordinary law-abiding Canadians was overwhelming. And this government, the previous minister, was forced to back off when he tried to introduce this legislation. And what the previous minister said was they would never bring in any kind of disclosure requirements without a warrant. He made that comment publicly. Now, I don't know what's changed with his government. I mean, we heard some interesting comments from my colleagues in the Bloc and even in the Liberal Party about the way this government uses crime as a weapon to prey on people's fears and to dodge weighty, important political issues that are going on when they throw out hastily conceived, poorly thought out, and rights-violating legislation, and then they go out and they pretend that anybody who's not in favor of it is against crime. What a simplistic argument. What an argument that offends any Canadian's sense of right-thinkingness and sense of justice and respect for civil rights, particularly when we're on the eve of November 11th, when all Canadians are going to be taking silence to think of all those veterans who fought in wars. For what? For democracy and for civil rights, for the rights to not have the state seize your information without judicial oversight. And here, these people in this chamber, the ones who care about public safety and security, they're going to go attend those celebrations, and they're going to pretend that they value the sacrifices of our veterans. Well, if they do, and I will give them the benefit of the doubt, they can show that by going back to their minister and saying, Minister, we will not support this legislation if it requires Canadians to deliver public information without a warrant. Mr. Speaker, New Democrats will work with this bill, but we cannot and we will not sacrifice Canadians' rights to privacy in the name of security. Canadians deserve both. We can have both. We can have security. We can have civil rights. That's what Canada is about, Mr. Speaker.
Before we go to questions and comments, it is my duty pursuant to Standing Order 38 to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. The Honourable Member for Notre-Dame-de-Grâce-Lachine, Employment Insurance. The Honourable Member for Mount Royal, Foreign Affairs. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Edmonton, Prince Albert.
St. Albert.
St. Albert.
You'll get it right eventually, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, and I certainly enjoyed my learned friend's passionate plea and speech in favor of the protection of individual liberties. It was Lockean in its spirit. But I have a question for him, and I took notes when he was writing, and he said that he would never support any measure that compromised the privacy of individuals in the name of security, nor one that would interfere with the private ongoing or the private dealings of law-abiding citizens. And I'm wondering if he agrees with his party's justice critic, the member from Windsor, that says, or when he advocates in favor of random breathalyzer tests, where the police would be able to demand a breathalyzer test without reasonable grounds, because it appears to me that those positions are inconsistent.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Well, I'd like to thank the Honourable Member for his question and for his kind words, and for giving me an opportunity to once again comment on the wonderful work that our member from Windsor and our justice critic has done, not only to this chamber but to the community of Windsor and in fact our entire country, and the intelligence and compassion and incisiveness that he brings to the debate. I think that's a good question, but I think they're very, very different. I believe that the concept of random alcohol testing, particularly in the context of driving, has gone to the Supreme Court of Canada, and I think it's been ruled constitutionally valid. I don't think it's ever been ruled constitutionally invalid that anybody be forced to give over private information to the police officer in the absence of a search warrant or some compelling condition being demonstrated, like the concept of hot pursuit, or to prevent imminent harm to someone. So, Mr. Speaker, with respect, I don't see any contradiction there at all. What I do see is a real commitment from the Honourable Member from Windsor to try to make sure that our roads are safe and that people are not killed by impaired drivers in this country, which is something New Democrats will work to support.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Elmwood-Transcona.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I too would like to thank our member for making an excellent presentation today. The member knows that the Privacy Commissioner did request a 5-year parliamentary review certainly for Bill 46, and so I wonder whether he would agree with that as far as having a parliamentary review for Bill 47, and ask him what form he would suggest a parliamentary review take, and perhaps whether he would examine also the possibility of a sunset clause, so that after 5 years the bill would simply expire and would have to be reintroduced, given that technology does change radically, even in over a 1-year period. Perhaps in 5 years things will look totally different to us at that point in time. So ask him whether he'd consider either one of those options.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks to the member for Elmwood-Transcona for his intelligent question and his service to his communities as well. The short answer, I think, with respect to this bill, Mr. Speaker, is no. Why? Because this bill is fundamentally flawed. On the face of this bill, it asks parliamentarians to vote in favor for a serious and direct incursion into people's privacy rights. And so I don't think that there's any room to go forward with a bill like this, see how many thousands of Canadians' rights are violated in 5 years, and then come back. We know it's flawed now. Now, that's different than Bill C-46, where I think that's a very intelligent suggestion. My colleague mentioned the Privacy Commissioner. She asks some really trenchant questions for all parliamentarians to ask as we consider this bill. And that's, what law enforcement or national security duty justifies access without a warrant by authorities to personal information? Why are some of these powers unrestricted when the spirit of Canadian law clearly reflects the view that access or seizure without court authorization should be exceptional? And finally, are the mechanisms for accountability commensurate to the unprecedented powers envisaged? And of course, to ask those questions is to answer them, Mr. Speaker. This bill fails in those three questions at this point, and that's why no review is necessary. Parliamentarians should send this bill back for further study to the Minister right now.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Edmonton St. Albert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm a little puzzled and confused by my friend's last answer to my question. I'm glad that he thinks that protecting Canadians on roads is important, but why does he think that that's more important than protecting children from not being lured over the internet?
The Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Well, Mr. Speaker, that's I'm surprised that my colleague would act that way. I respect his work in the Public Safety Committee and see him act with courage and independence on many occasions as I did today. So I'm surprised that such a facile and unfair question would be put. How does he get that in anything I've said, that by any preponderance or stretch of imagination, that we would be somehow soft on luring internet children? That's got nothing to do with this bill, Mr. Speaker. Now, Bill C-46 that we supported earlier today makes it a crime, adds it a crime to the criminal code for anybody over the digital media to combine to lure people. But we don't have to talk about that in terms of this bill, because this bill does not have anything to do with luring children. This bill has to do with making telecommunications companies have equipment to preserve data, which we support, and it has to do with getting basic subscriber information to the police. The only question is whether or not you should do that with judicial oversight or not. And I'm surprised that my honourable colleague, who I know is a lawyer, would not understand and support that very important concept of privacy and civil rights in this country.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Halifax.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the member from Vancouver Kingsway read a quote just a couple of minutes ago that really resonated with me, really struck me, because my problem with this bill is that it's being painted like there is some sort of gap here, there is some sort of void, when in reality, anytime police investigations officers want to get information, they can actually apply to the courts and have a court make a decision about whether or not this is appropriate in the circumstances, weighing the checks and balances, weighing against a person's privacy and civil liberties. And so I really think that there needs to be court oversight. The quote that he read was perfectly summed it up. Where in the world do we let this happen? Where in the world is it appropriate to just let law enforcement investigate and have access to this information? And I'm wondering what he thinks about the quote that he actually read.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Well, thank you for, again, a usual intelligent and astute question from the member from Halifax, who does such a wonderful job, brings a nuance and a wisdom to debate in this House that is all too uncommon. The best way to answer this is to raise the very first question that is raised by our National Privacy Commissioner, who is a civil servant, whose job is to aid parliamentarians and Parliament in making sure that we take into account Canadians' privacy interests in every piece of legislation we consider. And her first question is this: how is the current regime of judicial authorization not meeting the needs of law enforcement and national security authorities in relation to the Internet? And she urges Parliament to ask and answer that question and have a full understanding of that question before we take a leap and start passing legislation that would seek to violate Canadians' right to Internet privacy. The Internet now, email is like people's mail, door mail of 40 or 50 years ago. Canadians wouldn't tolerate the police grabbing their mail, taking it to the police station, ripping it open and reading it without any kind of judicial oversight. Why does this government think it's any more acceptable to do that simply when that mail is bundled in an electronic form? It just doesn't make sense. And Canadians are rightly concerned about this. We want to get good control and have police investigative mechanisms to control Internet crime. No doubt about that. All members of the House agree with that. but we don't have to sacrifice civil liberties in the name to do that. And I urge all parliamentarians to work together in the spirit of cooperation so that we can meet Canadians' expectations. Nobody wants to live in a country where we have our rights violated as a condition of having safety. Okay, if we do that, as I said before, we deserve neither if that's the case.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Brant.
Mr. Speaker, I welcome this opportunity to add my voice of support for this worthy legislation which gives law enforcement officials the tools they need to stop modern-day criminals and terrorists in their tracks. Canada's current intercept laws are decades out of date, often meaning that criminals can go about their business undetected and unprosecuted and pose a threat to the safety of Canadians. As Minister Van Loan made clear, this government is determined to put this to an end. Bill C-47 will swing the advantage in favour of law enforcement. Criminals and others who pose a threat to Canadian safety and security will no longer be able to exploit the communications technologies to remain undetected. Armed with new authorities to intercept unlawful activity, police and national security officials will be able to shut down so-called safe havens and bring criminals to account for their acts. Mr. Speaker, this legislation is not driven by ideology, but an undeniable need to equip those who protect our society with 21st century crime-fighting tools. As a former Police Services Board member, I can tell you all too frequently criminals get away with everything up to and including murder because our lawful access legislation was developed in a much less technologically sophisticated age. Over the past decade, particularly, we've seen countless new technologies roll out, from text messaging on smartphones to 3G data communications, which no one could have imagined when our current intercept laws were written. I know from experience the challenges law enforcement faces in intercepting cell phone calls or doing internet-based investigations. These advanced technologies let the bad guys do their business under the radar, and we've been almost powerless to stop them. That's because we haven't been able to intercept information as it travels through the internet or wireless communication infrastructure. There has been no legal requirement for industry to ensure that, when they bring these technologies online, police with a warrant can intercept these illegal transactions. Nor has there been any obligation to provide subscriber information to track them down. As a result, far too many investigations have been delayed or reached a dead end. This situation has provided safe havens where gang members, child predators, identity thieves, and terrorists can cooperate without fear of apprehension. Mr. Speaker, you don't need to take this from me. Local, provincial, and national police associations have all called for updated legislation and strongly endorsed this bill because the challenges I have just described are their daily reality. Take the example of a case recently described on national radio by Murray Stoke, the Calgary Deputy Chief of Police. He talked about a murder investigation in the city in 2008. The police force obtained a judge's authorization, valid for 60 days, to intercept private communications during the course of that investigation. However, 45 days that authorization existed were lost due to the technical inability to intercept crucial information. That left just 15 days to try to close a homicide case, which sadly still remains unresolved. As Deputy Stoke said, we understand in policing that there needs to be a balance and that the privacy rights of Canadians need to be respected. But at the same time, we have to be able to effectively solve crime and protect the community. And that's what this is all about. The point he raises about Canadians' privacy rights is an important one, and one that is fully considered and covered in this legislation under a rigorous regime. Basic subscriber information will now have to be made available on request by designated members of the law enforcement community and CSIS. However, there are no new interception powers, and the warrant process remains unchanged. The technical assistance for law enforcement in the 21st Century Act requires police officers or national security agents to justify to a judge why a warrant to intercept communication is needed. They also have to advise a service provider about the kind of investigation they're conducting, the reason information is required, as well as the name of the investigating agency and investigating officer. A limited list of officials would be able to access this information. Records of all these transactions will be preserved so that they can be audited regularly. Canada's Privacy Commissioner will have access to these records as part of the comprehensive oversight regime to protect Canadians' privacy and human rights. Equally important, Bill C-47 looks out for the interests of business. The flexible and gradual approach proposed under the Act will avoid an undue burden on industry. I remind the House there will be an 18-month transition period for service providers to get up to speed with new intercept requirements. There is a 3-year exemption for small service providers from certain requirements of the legislation to give them time to adjust. Exemptions of up to 2 years would be available for all affected firms to respond to the new technologies in order to protect innovation and private sector competitiveness. Service providers will also be free to select the most cost-effective solutions, and why they will pay to make new equipment and software intercept capable. The Government of Canada will cover the cost of necessary retrofits. Mr. Speaker, not only police services are calling for this necessary legislation, victims of crime are equally supportive of this act. Paul Gillespie, President and CEO of the Kids Internet Safety Alliance, for one, is a strong advocate of Bill C-47. Mr. Gillespie points out there are several 100,000 people in Canada trading and sharing images of child sexual exploitation. He has worked on countless cases where a John Doe at a Hotmail internet address is sharing child pornography or actually transmitting abusive images. However, it sometimes takes weeks to get search warrants to pursue these criminals. And too often, by the time they track down the IP address, the service provider no longer has the individual's records. In the meantime, innocent and vulnerable children continue to be abused.
It's all about the children.
That is why this legislation is so vital. We need to make sure that the law enforcement community and CSIS have this essential tool to investigate and prosecute serious crime and combat terrorism. It is their only hope of staying a step ahead of criminals and terrorists in the face of rapidly changing technology. Bill C-47 will enable them to track, trace, and ultimately stop these crimes. Mr. Speaker, Canadians expect government to protect our children and keep our country safe. That is why the bill before us today that is what the bill before us today will do, while also safeguarding individual privacy rights. It's balanced, it's fair, and it's vital for law enforcement to combat high-tech criminals. That is why I urge all honourable members to stand up for all Canadians and support the legislation before us today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Newton North Delta.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to stand in the House today to offer my thoughts on Bill C-47. This morning I had the opportunity to speak on Bill C-46, which specifically compels electronic data and documents from telecommunication and internet service providers when there are reasonable grounds to suspect that this data relates to a crime. Before I begin to tackle the specific issues that the Bill C-47 deals with, I think that it's important to note that Canadian Association of Chiefs of Police have been calling this kind of legislation since 1995. Namely, they have wanted telecommunication services providers to have the technical capabilities to allow police services to carry out lawful interceptions on their networks. Now, while I understand that due diligence, consultation, and drafting any piece of legislation requires proper care and consideration, I think that this should be a wake-up call to all members of this House. In other words, the broader lesson to be learned is that we as parliamentarians have a responsibility to work together in the best interests of the country to ensure that laws are designated to respond to modern realities in timely fashion. Mr. Speaker, Bill C-47 is simple in its intent. It has been constructed to prevent criminals from using telecommunication services providers to commit their crimes anonymously. Shockingly, there is nothing that currently propels these companies to make communication details available to law enforcement, including email and IP addresses, dates, times, and content-related data. What I find even more surprising is that many of these companies do not even have the appropriate tools to allow these kind of interceptions. This is an indication of how unregulated and open for abuse the intent still remains in this country. If Bill C-47 passes, there will be 6 months for the telecommunication service providers to update their technologies to allow for compliance with the law enforcement investigations. These kind of upgrades are at the heart of this legislation, and quite frankly, with the speed and international scope of Canadian criminals, they are absolutely essential to being able to work with other countries like the US, the UK, and Australia, where similar pieces of legislation have been in place for several years now. Furthermore, Canada has agreed to join several international protocols dealing with cyber and hate crimes that make this legislation an obligation as a signatory. Mr. Speaker, I have listened carefully to several of my colleagues today speak about privacy concerns relating to Bill C-47. They are very important to consider, and I would like to share my thoughts. It is true that under this bill, police will no longer need to go before a judge and demonstrate reasonable grounds to suspect wrongdoing. They will merely have to ask companies for basic subscriber data. This must be considered with the provision that police are not given total freedom to infiltrate and tap the internet and wireless networks, accessing the content of emails, cell phone calls, and all other digital data would continue to require court approval. I'm going to be honest, Mr. Speaker, I do not have a problem with providing police with the ability to access this kind of subscriber data quickly. In my own community of Newton North Delta, there have been a number of high-profile crimes aided or covered up directly as a result of wireless technologies and electronic communications. The speed in which these criminals operate is lightning quick, and the law enforcement need to match this speed with investigative practices that are not weighed down by the process and the bureaucracy. That name, address, or the telephone number accessed through an IP address could make the difference between capturing a dangerous offender in the context of the act or allowing that individual to slip through the cracks and avoid justice. But, Mr. Speaker, complaints have filtered in that these kind of powers have no oversight, no real accountability, and have the possibility to avoid logical determination because of an errant hunch. Furthermore, people have complained that there are no filters, not criteria that would classify these powers as overstepping reasonable investigative techniques. These are all valid concerns. There most definitely could be situations where the reasonable expectations for the personal privacy of subscribers are compromised. At the end of the day, however, I firmly believe that this comes down to appropriate governance of such intrusions so that the principles of our free and democratic society are preserved. This is where I believe that the committee stays will be a vital source of input in how to strengthen Bill C-47. We cannot allow abuse to occur, and I know that, and I and my colleagues on the Justice Committee will be vocal and strong in our proposed amendment to ensure that this does not happen. But, Mr. Speaker, with such an important piece of legislation in the fight against a criminal element that's technically sophisticated and global in its expertise and resources, I do not believe that we should throw the baby out with the bathwater. Once again, I want to point out that we must target the tools of modern crime, and the arsenal has dramatically been expanded beyond weapons or vehicles. Make no mistake about it, a gangster's BlackBerry, cell phone, or internet access have all become just as vital to facilitating crime to be committed. These are the realities of what our brave law enforcement professionals are encountering, and we must update our entire approach to ensure the safety of all our communities. So in conclusion, I offer my support for the Bill C-47 with the exception that the contributions made at the committee stage will allow this piece of legislation to address many of the fears that have been raised today and over the past few months. Thank you for giving me an opportunity to speak, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Elmwood Transcona.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the member for his presentation. Canada's Privacy Commissioner sent a letter dated today, actually, to the chairman of the Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security. And in the letter, she suggests that we require annual public reporting. She suggests that yearly statistics on the use, the results, and effectiveness of new powers, subscriber data requests, preservation demands, tracking warrants, etc., should be required by statute. And besides bolstering accountability, these reports would be useful to support Parliament's 5-year review of the powers. So I asked the member whether he would support that idea of the Privacy Commissioner and that he would agree that this should be part of the final bill.
The Honourable Member for Newton North Delta.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank the Honourable Member for bringing this concern forward. As I said earlier, that I have listened to my other colleagues this morning and many other people in the last few months, and there are legitimate concerns, and that's why at the committee stage all members of Parliament on all sides will come up with a reasonable solution and amendments to this bill to make sure that we have a balance. On one side, we want to catch those criminals that put our society at risk, but on the other hand, we got to make sure that we are able to preserve our Canadian values that we carry when it comes to privacy and Charter of Rights and Freedoms.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Edmonton St. Albert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd so like to thank the member opposite for his very thoughtful comments concerning C-47, and I'm glad to hear that he supports the bill, at least in principle. I sit on the Justice Committee and also on the Public Safety Committee, and I too look forward to a thorough examination of this bill in committee. He indicated some deficiencies that he wants the committee to examine in detail, and I'd like to know specifically what he's concerned about so that I can take some notes and acknowledge or make sure that the committee does examine those alleged deficiencies carefully. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Newton North Delta.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The basic concern is when we give these tools to our law enforcement and our front officers, is that to make sure that they are given enough powers only to deal with the law and the justice, and they do not use those powers in an appropriate way to sacrifice the rights of Canadians.
Comme il est 17h30.
As it is 7:30 p.m., this House will now deal with private members' business according to the order on the order paper. Private members' business, resuming debate on the motion M285, respecting a support program for older workers, standing in the name of Mr. Plamondon.
Member for Niagara West Glanbrook.
And thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I just thought before I get started, I wanted to recognize a friend of mine, Kevin Schuler, who happens to be in Ottawa today, who's been a valuable member of our community in Lincoln, the town of Beamsville. He's here today in the gallery with his son, and he's leaving our area to move to the Edmonton area. I know I've got a number of colleagues in the Edmonton area. They're going to get the benefit of the great work that he has done in our community, and so I just wanted to recognize him and tell him that he's going to be greatly missed in our part of the world here in Ontario. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to speak on this motion today. Our government's great concern is that all Canadian workers make it through this economy and this economic downturn are prepared for the coming recovery. The honourable member's motion calls on the government to implement a passive income support program for older workers who lose their job in order to ease their transition from active employment to pension benefits. In other words, Mr. Speaker, the honourable member is giving up on workers ages from 55 to 64 years of age. A passive income support program is not even a Band-Aid solution. It doesn't really help anyone, workers, employers, communities, or the country at large. In the face of challenges, I don't think that a passive, uninspired approach to experienced, hard-working members of our workforce is becoming of Canadians. I don't think that's the kind of economy, society, or country that we want to build, nor is it in the world that we want to build. Witness the March 2009 meeting of the G8 Employment and Labour Ministers, where the Organization of Economic and Cooperation and Development, or OECD, called publicly subsidized early retirement schemes a policy mistake. Why, Mr. Speaker? Because such a passive approach reduces the long-term supply of experienced workers and increases dependency on pension and retirement benefits. And it's unquestionably not in the interest of workers themselves. The fact is, we are seeing encouraging signs of an economic recovery on the horizon, resulting in a greater demand for skilled workers. Employment has increasingly, albeit in small numbers, started to increase. Now, I know that the fundamental point raised by that side of the House is that many affected older workers come from isolated or single industry communities, and once unemployment hits, there is no alternative work available. I understand that point, but again, I don't think it helps Canada more Canadians to be passive. Communities are not static, and the economy is not static. People are always coming up with ways to diversify, to improve, and to build. And when our government is there, we should be there to encourage and support. We should be proactive, not passive. This government believes in an active approach, and we have a strong record of action. For example, Canada's Economic Action Plan is helping communities restructure through investment in the Community Adjustment Fund. That is supporting activities that foster economic development, science and technology initiatives, and other measures that promote economic diversification. Through the Canada Skills and Transition Strategy, introduced in the Economic Action Plan, our government is taking more concrete action. For example, we've set aside funds for older workers. Specifically, we're investing an additional $60 million over 3 years in the Targeted Initiative for Older Workers to continue to help older workers gain skills, upgrading, and work experience so that they can transition to new jobs. We've expanded the program's reach, allowing access to older workers in larger communities as well as in smaller cities, affected by significant downsizing or closures. Mr. Speaker, the Targeted Initiative for Older Workers, created by our government in 2006, is building on success. It is helping older workers get back into the workforce. It's an active, constructive program to help older workers. It is not passive. Now, Mr. Speaker, we know that certain sectors of the economy have been hit harder than others. For example, within the manufacturing sector, wood products and motor vehicles industries, we've experienced the most dramatic deterioration in their labour market conditions. In the current global recession, we are all well aware that a significant number of Canadian workers, many who have spent their working lives in one industry, have lost their jobs. To ensure that these workers have support to retrain for new jobs, possibly in another industry, their EI benefits will be extended up to a maximum of 2 years while they participate in long-term training. Over 40,000 Canadians could benefit from this career transition assistance over 2 years. In addition, eligible workers will have either access to EI if they invest in their training using all or part of their severance package. Of course, this House and the Human Resources Committee, of which I am the chairman, has been examining Bill 50, C-50, and I must let you know that we just passed that at the committee this afternoon, so that's great news, which will provide comparable measures for long-tenured workers, the same who fit the criteria for career transition assistance. These measures will help ensure that the long-tenured workers who have paid into the EI system for years are provided that the help they will need while they search for new employment. Our government will provide 5 to 20 weeks of additional benefits depending on how long an eligible individual has been working and paying into EI. It is fair and it's the right thing to do for these hard-working Canadians. We expect this measure to help approximately 190,000 long-term workers. There is yet another program under EI that has received additional support under our Economic Action Plan, namely work sharing. It helps to protect jobs that would otherwise be lost. The work sharing program helps companies facing a temporary shutdown in businesses avoid laying off its workers by offering EI to workers willing to work a reduced work week while the business recovers. We've extended work-sharing agreements by 14 weeks to a maximum of 52 weeks over the next 2 years, and we will allow more flexibility for the employer's recovery plan. As of this week, there are over 5,900 work-sharing agreements nationally benefiting almost 167,000 Canadians. And now, Mr. Speaker, when we talk to people, even with Bill C-50 that came in to talk to our committee, they said what a great program this work sharing was. The fact that companies had the opportunity to be able to share the work and share some of the EI so they didn't need to shut down, which would give them additional time to get stronger and get back on their feet. It was pretty much unanimous amongst all the people that came in to see us what a great program that has been. Mr. Speaker, through our Economic Action Plan, we're giving thousands of Canadians opportunities to upgrade their skills or train for a different career. We're investing under the action plan and training programs delivered by the provinces and territories, as they are closer to the labour market challenges in their respective areas. Close to 150,000 workers across the country will benefit from these initiatives. They will help Canadians retrain to keep their job or transition to new work, and it applies whether these workers are eligible for EI or not. So it is clear that our government is aware that older workers face special difficulties re-entering the workforce once they have been laid off. That's why we commissioned the work of the expert panel on older workers in 2007 to study the labour market conditions affecting older workers. It's a report that talked about two fundamental themes: enhancing labour market prospects for older workers and supporting older worker adjustment. Mr. Speaker, it confirmed that our government is moving in the right direction and that our active approach to older workers. What the panel did not do is advocate a passive income program like members opposite are proposing. Older workers need to be valued. Their experience and skills should not be taken for granted, and they should not be overlooked. Mr. Speaker, passive income support for older workers is an easy way out. It doesn't speak to the human potential to do better. It doesn't inspire us. And as I said in the beginning, such programs do not favour the workers, the employers, the community, or the country at large. Mr. Speaker, that's why I call on members of this House to defeat this motion. Thank you very much.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Random Buren St. George's.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to join the debate and speak in support of motion 285 brought forward to the House by the member for Abawi-Chaloux, Nicolo Fekoko. The motion calls for implementation of a genuine income support program for older workers who lose their jobs. Such a program could assist them in making the transition from active employment to collecting benefits through the Canada Pension Plan. The Liberal Party has always been supportive of quality initiatives that respond to the needs of Canada's older workers. Mr. Speaker, I'm sure all of us are aware of people, hardworking Canadians, who are unable to secure employment in today's difficult job market. Any government, all governments have a responsibility and an obligation to ensure that Canada's system of support for older workers addresses all of their needs. We need to look at a system of support that includes retraining, job search assistance, possibly even relocation assistance, and certainly income support. Because the reality is that there are older workers who will not want to be retrained for any number of reasons. They may not want to relocate for any number of reasons, many of which would be age. To exclude income support, Mr. Speaker, would create a situation where those individuals who are most vulnerable are excluded from federal support measures. No unemployed older worker should have to contemplate a future where there are no opportunities and no support. And as I said earlier, I'm sure we're all aware of older workers who have found it really difficult when they've lost a job. I know of an individual, and his name is Gabriel, who in fact found himself in hard times, out of work, a wife who was sick, no kind of drug support program, 2 children who could not find employment. And I can tell you for that particular individual, it was embarrassing for him to have to come to a representative and ask for help. It shouldn't be embarrassing. These people are not losing jobs of their own accord. It's not by choice that they're out of work. And I think it's incumbent on all of us, particularly his government, to make sure that there are measures put in place to help him through these difficult times. Mr. Speaker, unemployment is a traumatic experience at any age. The current economic crisis has been a particular hardship for older workers right across our country, and certainly is the case in Newfoundland and Labrador, the province that I'm from. With the dramatic loss of jobs in the manufacturing sector, Individuals who have worked the same job for 20, 30, 40 years and who expected to be in that job until they retired are now out of work through no fault of their own. These are people who want to work but are now unemployed because of closures and downsizing as a result of the global economic crisis. Although many older workers are highly experienced, they are finding it challenging to obtain employment. Mr. Speaker, programs that offer training, employment assistance, and skill upgrades will be beneficial to many of the unemployed, both older and younger workers. However, we know that older workers demand special consideration. We cannot ignore those individuals who have contributed to their communities, to the economy, and their own financial well-being for many, many years, only to now find themselves unemployed when they are on the verge of retirement. People in the riding of Random-Buren-St. George's know the importance and the necessity of employment support programs. It is also a riding that is home to many older workers. Mr. Speaker, I represent a riding with a population that is older than the national average, that is largely rural, and as a result, again through no choice of their own, where most of the employment is seasonal in nature. There is no doubt that older workers in rural areas will have more difficulty finding jobs when they are displaced. When a plant closes in a single industry community, we often see young families relocate for employment. But older residents have spent their entire lives in that community, and they find it much more difficult to move. They own their own home. They own their vehicle, if they have one. They own what they have. All of their earthly possessions they own. They have worked very hard to acquire these particular assets. So, Mr. Speaker, asking them to uproot and move to another province at a time when they may not even find employment in that other province, but to take on a mortgage, to take on the responsibility of a car, to have to find a means of earning a living is very difficult for someone who's at an age where retraining may be difficult for them, relocating even much more difficult. In the riding of Random-Buren-St. George's, many residents have to leave home in search of employment. It's not uncommon for people throughout Newfoundland and Labrador to have to leave home to find employment. And what we witnessed is many people leaving home, going away, leaving their families behind in order to be able to provide for that family. Because to bring the family and to have to buy a home or rent a home would not be worth their while in terms of being able to actually provide for their family. So what is happening, Mr. Speaker, that these people move away, many of them at an age, they're in their mid-50s, early 60s, leaving their families behind, coming home after 3 weeks employment or 4 weeks employment, spending a week, depending on the arrangement that's been made, and then going back to their work, whether it's in Alberta, in Ontario, or some other part of our country, or up north. Mr. Speaker, this economic crisis will leave a string of ghost towns right across the country if, in fact, any of these people decide we are going to take our families with us. It's a serious issue for rural communities in particular, and unless this government takes more forward-looking action that looks at the needs of the entire community, and particularly the needs of older workers who have been laid off and not been able to secure new employment, then we are indeed going to see a lot of our communities fall by the wayside. There are residents living in the riding I represent who would benefit greatly from implementation of a support program for older workers. And I find it puzzling and somewhat upsetting that this Conservative government has such little regard for these people and the employment challenges they face on a daily basis. I believe it is a responsibility of government to bring forward initiatives that are inclusive and also responsive to the reality of the situation at hand. The Liberal opposition supports quality programs that meet the needs of all of Canada's older workers. In fact, during the 2006 election campaign, the Liberal Party called for the development of a pan-Canadian national older worker strategy that incorporated skills upgrading, flexible work environments, and community-level partnerships and combined training with job placement services. Previous Liberal governments have brought forward initiatives to help older workers in their efforts to find and retain employment. the Older Workers Pilot Projects Initiative, and the Canada's Workplace Skills Strategy in 2004 were designed to help workers enhance their skills and keep pace with the evolving workplace requirements. Yes, it is upsetting, Mr. Speaker, that the Conservative government showed such little foresight when it cut $17 million from the Workplace Skills Strategy program. Mr. Speaker, we know that older workers face added challenges in obtaining work. They tend to remain out of work for a longer period of time. And rightly or wrongly, employers have demonstrated a tendency to look to younger employees who are assumed to be more competent in new technologies. More often than not, regrettably, experience is not looked upon as a tremendous asset when you're looking to hire employees. The minority Conservative government has cut several programs aimed at assisting workers. In fact, we can find little value in this Conservative government's performance on pension reform and retirement income security. Beyond the loss of regular employment, today's jobless have also suffered extensive losses to the company's pension plans. Years of pension contributions have been lost. Further swings in the financial market have had a tremendous impact on the value of retirement assets. Those individuals who believed they were near retirement have seen their savings diminish and are now forced to remain in the labour market. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister demonstrated his complete disregard for the savings of seniors and near retirees when he decided to tax income trust after promising Canadians that he would not. This Conservative government's record on quality pension reform and retirement income security lacks vision and commitment. We live in a country where almost a third of older Canadians receive assistance through the old age security system. We also know that Canada's population is aging. Mr. Speaker, we need a vision for a country that ensures older workers are not excluded or left behind.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Nanaimo Cowichan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to rise and speak to the motion by the member from Bas-Richelieu, Nicolette Becancourt. And in that motion, the member put forward the notion that the government should quickly as possible implement a genuine income support program for older workers who lost their job in order to ease their transition from active employment to pension benefits. And of course, nowhere in that motion does the member indicate that there should not be other measures as well as income support to bridge people into pensions when they involuntarily lose their employment. So the New Democrats, of course, will be supporting this motion. We recognize that older workers in our communities from coast to coast to coast are suffering in the current economic downturn. Sadly, though, this is not new information, and I want to refer to an article back from 1995. And in this article, it's called Older Workers in Transition, and I think the words in this article capture exactly what older workers are facing right now in our communities. He says, many older workers today are perplexed and dismayed by the swift and dramatic changes occurring in the workplace. For most of their adult lives, they have functioned successfully in stable work environments where they anticipated holding their jobs until retirement. These older workers are discovering that they may not achieve their dreams of spending the last years of their work lives productively, and they may not achieve financially independent retirement. They go on to talk about, however, in the last 15 years, and this would have been the 15 years prior to 1995, Mr. Speaker, they have often found themselves outside of the plant gates wondering what happened, or still inside but anticipating dramatic workplace changes that threaten their job security. Plant closures, downsizings, restructuring, new technologies, international trade agreements, ecological concerns, changing demographics have affected the Canadian workforce. Now, Mr. Speaker, that could have been written in this day and age because the older workers in our communities are facing exactly the same kinds of circumstances. And as other members have rightly pointed out, older workers have many skills. They have much work experience to bring to a new work opportunity. However, what we have to acknowledge is that older workers also come from a range of skill sets, a range of work experiences, a range of socioeconomic backgrounds, a range of communities. And we need to have programs that are broad in spectrum in order to address this very diverse group of workers. What we know, of course, is that in many of our communities, in some of the more rural communities or some of the communities outside of large urban centers, that older workers simply do not have access to other kinds of employment once their single industry in their town may shut down. And in this day and age, I can't understand why we would be saying to older workers, you have to disrupt your entire family. You're 64, you're close to retirement, or you're 59, you're close to retirement, and we're going to ask you to move away from your children and your grandchildren, your family connections. Instead, a much more humane approach would be exactly as the block member has proposed, is that we have this bridging program that allows people to move, to do that bridge from their work career into retirement for workers who choose this option. Absolutely, there needs to be retraining programs and mobility assistance programs and counseling programs and all of those other things for workers who are able and want to stay within the workforce. And we absolutely need to support those workers. But we also need to recognize that for some workers that this just isn't an option. Now, what we know is that in many of our communities, and I want to speak specifically for one moment about the forestry sector in my own riding of Nanaimo-Cowichan, and this is throughout BC. This is from an article from February 2009, but again, we know that the forestry sector hasn't significantly turned around. They say that this is from the CCPA, the Canadian Centre for Policy Alternatives, and they say that BC has lost 65 sawmills, 4 pulp mills, and about 20,000 jobs in the forestry industry. With a spin-off effect of about 1 to 3, this means a loss of about 60,000 jobs. And let's not forget about the tens of millions of dollars of revenue that is no longer being sent to government coffers to help pay for health care and education. Now, Mr. Speaker, out of that 20,000 workers, we know that there is an aging workforce in the forestry sector. And we know that many, many of these workers, they have spent their entire lives in forestry. Some of them in logging, some of them in the sawmills, some of them in the value-added. And literally, we're talking about workers that have often spent 35 or 40 years in the forestry sector. And some of them are living in the more rural and remote communities. And now we're going to say, I'm sorry, forestry worker, despite all of the years that you've put into your company, your community, we're not going to recognize those years, and we're not going to provide you with that bridging so that you can have a dignified retirement. Instead, we're going to force you to move out of province, off, in my case, off Vancouver Island to somewhere else. And we're going to ask you to disrupt your family in the years where you should actually be looking at enjoying some of your retirement or looking forward to your retirement. And many times, of course, what's happening with these workers is as they leave our communities, they're forced into other seasonal, part-time, contract work, which still doesn't provide them with any income security. So, and Mr. Speaker, in terms of the forestry sector, we know that we've recently had the black liquor subsidy where there was some money provided to try to offset the impact in the forestry sector, but we're now looking at further threats from the U.S. around an additional kind of subsidy that is going to continue to harm our forestry sector from coast to coast to coast. And I would argue that these workers simply don't deserve to be treated in this fashion. Now, in the past, of course, we do have a program right now that is looking at, it's a targeted initiative for older workers. It is providing some support for workers who do wish to continue with employment. But when we look at it, it is talking about employment and assistance activities such as assessment, counseling, resume writing, interview techniques, job finding clubs, and so on. But nowhere in that targeted initiative for older workers is any mention of any kind of income support or pension bridging. Now, of course, we know that there was formerly a program for older workers that was in effect until sometime in the 90s. And we also know that that program was canceled in all of the program cuts that were happening in the 90s. And, of course, those workers were left out, were hung out to dry, essentially, by previous governments. Now, when it comes to what we also understand, Mr. Speaker, is that the program for this income support, this pension bridging for older workers, needs to be only one aspect of a program for workers. And New Democrats have put forward some suggestions around pensioning, what needs to happen with the pension. Because right now what we've got is, we've seen the Nortel demonstration that happened last week on Parliament Hill, where Nortel workers were raising the issues around the fact that that because of the insolvency of Nortel, that many of these workers were looking at the fact that they were going to have their pension income substantially reduced. So what we know is, as well, is that many Canadians are simply relying on CPP, Canada Pension or Old Age Security, OAS, for their retirement income because they simply have not been in the kinds of employment that provided them with the opportunity to have a company pension plan. And for many low-wage seasonal workers, many women, have never had the wherewithal to be able to save for retirement. So we know that as the baby boomers are moving towards retirement, that this country is going to face significant challenges with pension retirement income. And we know that in the past, women were adversely affected, and there was some efforts made about 20 years ago to try to reverse the situation for women, because women are often in seasonal contract, low wage, not always, but a significant number of women are in that kind of employment. So we know that as the baby boomers retire, we're going to see more women falling deeper into poverty. And so New Democrats have put together a proposal for some of the things that we think need to be included in pension reform. And these include increasing the guaranteed income supplement to end seniors' poverty, strengthening the Canada Pension Plan and Quebec Pension Plan in consultation with the provinces with the goal of doubling benefits, developing a national pension insurance scheme funded by employer pension plans, and creating a national facility to adopt workplace pension plans of companies in bankruptcy. So, Mr. Speaker, New Democrats will be supporting this motion, but we are also urging the government to take very seriously the looming crisis in pension income that's facing this country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise du débat. Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Châteauguay-Saint-Constant. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm very happy to rise today to speak on the motion from my colleague for Bar-Richelieu-Bécancour, which reads as follows, that in the opinion of the House, the government should as quickly as possible implement a genuine income support program for older workers who lost their job in order to ease their transition from active employment to pension benefits. The Bloc has been intervening for some 12 years now with respect to this issue to try to help older workers who lose their jobs transition into a different way of life. Given this fact, at the beginning of the 1990s, the government had a program which was called POWA, and worked with the provinces to support 55-year-old and older workers with a monthly type of pension once their EI ran out. The workers found this was a very difficult period of time because that was when they would be called upon to learn a new task, to learn a new job, to be retrained. The Liberal government of Mr. Paul Martin did this in abolished this in 2005, despite what was said by all the various stakeholders asking him not to do that. The Conservative government, which succeeded the Liberal government, did not reinstate the program. The Bloc has asked on many occasions the government to deal with this and institute a new program, but the Conservative government has turned a deaf ear to our request, particularly it's difficult, particularly under the circumstances today. In 2006, the Minister of Human Resources Development provided a targeted program, but these people who came under the program had to have a potential for being retrained, and so something that was put in place for those who were going to be retrained for another job, but nothing was there for people, particularly in Quebec, whose job was no longer going to exist. So those who are between 50 and 55 years of age, those who are too young to be retired, and yet who are a little old to be retrained, found themselves left with very little, if not nothing. it was extremely difficult for the people. They had to use up all their benefits to try to get to the age of retirement, but many of them were unable to do so and had to live below the poverty line. These people helped build our society, and yet this is what has happened. The 2006 commitment with respect to the putting in place of a new program has been slow in coming. The government has once again demonstrated its neocon rhetoric and has done little to help the workers. Thousands of those workers have very little support. They find themselves coming to the age of retirement with very little in hand. The Bloc Québécois, after consultation with Labour, asked for a complete overhaul of any type of legislation, programs for older workers, those who are 55 and older, who have been the victim of a collective layoff or the closing of their business, their place of work, would be eligible for some support during the last years before they were pensionable. Very often they are unable at that point in time to find a job that would be well paying. The Conservatives have not responded to the criteria that I have set out. Once the eligibility would be established, we feel that the workers should be able to retain their benefits. But because of the economic circumstances, it is extremely difficult for them to do so, and very often they are laid off at the worst possible time, and therefore have to ask for EI. Many of them, when they are going to be laid off, try to find other work, but it is impossible. We feel that it is unhuman to add further to the heavy burden that the workers already bear. Therefore, the support that would be offered by a program like this in the motion should be considered. There should be a minimum threshold established for workers that would be similar to the POWER program. With respect to the ceiling, we think that the level of EI, that is $447 per week, several $1,000s per year. According to our calculations, there should be a monthly support made available, which would be between $1,300 and some $3,000, depending on the limits. There should be a rate of return that would represent some 50% of what would have been earned by the employees. With respect to the funding of the new program, we feel it should be shared between the federal government and the provinces, as was the case for POWER. 60% for the federal government and 40% by the provinces. We would therefore also like to see the mechanisms that existed in POWA incorporated in this new program, where there would be consensus with respect to the two levels of government as to how it would unfold. We feel that this is based on what we have been told by older workers about the obstacles that they face. They are in a difficult position because of literacy shortfalls, because of schooling shortfalls, and because of their age. It's very difficult for them to absorb new technologies. Because of all of that, this can be an especially heavy burden that disadvantages them further. Since the goal of this program is to allow older workers to continue to end their work life in dignity, we would like to see it put in place so that they would not be forced to go into a situation of underemployment. The program that has been suggested by Labour would be drafted on an individual basis, tailor-made if you like, not on a collective basis. if there were a plant closing or if there were a massive layoff, the employees would be entitled to the program if they were able to show that in their region the rate of unemployment was particularly high. The need for such a program is such that we have to note that there has not been a very good result from the retraining programs that exist at the present time. But as generations that are perhaps better educated move into the 50 to 55 year age bracket, we feel that the situation will correct itself. The program can be adapted, it can be changed on the basis of analysis if need be. We believe it's not only something that can be done, we believe it must be done for those older workers who are the victims of a layoff, massive layoff, or the closing of their place of work. They have great difficulty, as I have said, reintegrating the labor market. Therefore, the fact that from 5 to 20 the extension from 5 to 20 weeks of EI that has been brought forward by the government does not suffice. There has to be a bridge which will allow for some income support for the older workers until they reach the age of retirement. That support would provide those age 55 to perhaps 60 years of age with what they need. This is the type of measure that we are proposing, Mr. Speaker, and we believe that this should be expedited at once, out of respect of the people who have built our society here. The Conservative government has much on its plate.
Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate. Since there is not another member who is seeking the floor, I will now give the floor to the honourable member for Richelieu-Bécancour, Nicolet, for his 5 minutes of rebuttal. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, I would like to reflect on what the motion is, what it is asking for, in the hope that when we vote on it tomorrow, the Conservatives will note what I have said and will vote on behalf of Labour, of the workers, of the regions throughout Canada. This program that we have talked about, the POWA program, established in 1988, allowed for the payment of benefits to workers aged 55 to 64 years of age who were eligible, who had lost their job further to a major permanent layoff. It established a bridge, if you like, between EI benefits and the CPP or the QPP. But it ended in March 1997. The program was cost-shared 70% by the government, the federal government, and 30% by the participating provinces. In Quebec participated in it. In 1996, for example, 11,700 persons were enrolled in the program, further to 900 layoffs. And in March 1997, though, there was no longer a specific revenue support program that specifically was intended for older workers who were the victim of layoff or plant closing. That, despite the fact that the Conservative government has now added some weeks to EI. It's very difficult for the worker once they lose their job because very often the employer is hesitant to rehire older workers. So that means that those 55 and older are very much more affected than young people. When in 2004, there was a report that was tabled in the House. The following was said. This was an Employment Insurance Commission report that dealt with this problem. In March 2005, they indicated that even if older workers benefit from growth in jobs and have done so since 2003-2004, it's well known that when they lose their job, it's much more difficult for them to get back into the labor market. The older workers are overrepresented amongst the unemployed, who are long-term unemployed, because they represent 21.3% of the group, whereas only 12.5% of the labor force. This therefore means that the measure was poorly adapted, and according to the 4 major unions, studies indicated that the older the worker, the less access to training. Although they had access to training, the less easy it was for them to absorb the training. The loss of the job, therefore, is much more difficult for that type of person, and they don't have the access that they do need to deal with the new skills that will be required for reintegrating the labor market. Workers older than 55 represent only 3.5% of interventions on a regular basis with respect to the training of skills training for a new market. I remind the House that since the abolition in 1997 of the POWA program, workers have been asking to have that program reinstated. POWA, when it did exist, contributed enormously to the well-being of older workers. There were recommendations that were made, some 13. I point out to the House that the Bloc supported unanimously a recommendation with respect to the follow-up after plants were closed. The House adopted unanimously in 2006 a sub-amendment to the speech from the throne that dealt precisely with that, and the Minister of Human Resources spoke in 2006 about greater visibility, or spoke about greater visibility since 2006, but we really haven't seen this actually happen. I incite the House and urge it to vote in favor of our motion.
La question est la suivante.
The question is the following one. Mr. Plamondon, seconded by Mr. Lessard, moves that in the opinion of the House, the government should, as quickly as possible, implement a genuine income support program for older workers who lost their job in order to ease their transition from active employment to pension benefits.
House to adopt the motion. All those in favor will please say yay. Yay! All those opposed will please say nay. In my opinion, the nays have it. Pursuant to Standing Order 93, the division stands deferred until Wednesday, October 28, 2009, immediately before the time provided for private members' business. In accordance with Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn. L'honorable député de Notre-Dame-de-Grâce.
The Honourable Member for Notre-Dame-de-Grâce-Lachine.
Speaker, last May 26th, I asked a question in this House concerning employment insurance and the regional disparities and discrimination based on eligibility rules that picked out winners and losers. Now, the Minister of Human Resources and Skills Development, excuse me, went on about some of the changes that had been made to the EI benefits, but refused to address the issue of regional disparity, the fact regional fairness. So, Mr. Speaker, I would again like to hear what the government has to say. Is there something going on that up in the... I knew it couldn't be that you weren't interested in what I had to say, Mr. Speaker. So, a lot of water has gone under the bridge. The Prime Minister and the Leader of the Official Opposition, my leader, put together a bipartisan working group composed of 3 Conservatives, 3 Liberals. I was one of the Liberals to work over the summer. The only party that actually put forth any kind of proposal at that particular working group was, in fact, the Liberals. And the Conservatives, in their usual manner, came out with figures which inflated the actual cost of the Liberal proposal. Don't take my word for it. The Parliamentary Budget Officer actually did an independent assessment of the government's estimate of the Liberal proposal and said that the government had overestimated, and in fact the Liberal proposal for one eligibility rate standard of 360 hours would in fact cost approximately $1.2 billion and not the $4 billion that the government claimed, and which they continue to repeat, notwithstanding the independent assessment proved them wrong. The government has now come out with Bill C-50, which would extend benefits from anywhere to 5 to 20 weeks, but again has not addressed the issue of regional fairness. Mr. Speaker, the government has claimed that under Bill C-50 that their legislation will help approximately 190,000 Canadians. However, that particular number has been questioned in the media by third parties as to the veracity of that figure. And the government, and in committee itself, because the bill is now before committee at second reading, and Mr. Speaker, experts are saying that it is not 190,000, that in fact they believe that the number of beneficiaries would be as low as $60,000. The government has refused to provide clarity on how it comes up with their 190,000 Canadians who will be assisted by the changes they're proposing in their Bill C-50. So, Mr. Speaker, I ask the government, how can they justify throwing numbers out for which there is no basis? They refuse to explain their methodology. They refuse to provide the actual figures. They are doing with the issue of Bill C-50 and exactly how many Canadians will actually be assisted by it, and backing up their numbers. They're doing the same thing with that, which they have been doing with the infrastructure and the stimulus plan. And don't take my word for it. Take the Parliamentary Budget Officer. The Parliamentary Budget Officer has said that the government is providing information in such an obscure manner that it is impossible to independently verify the government's claims.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Human Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and certainly I listened to what the member has to say about the regional variable entrance requirements, and I should remind her and her party that that was instituted during their term of office when the unemployment rate was 8.7%. And I might also remind this member that they tried to balance the budget and the books on the backs of the unemployed by taking approximately $50 billion from the EI fund and using it for general revenue, and at the same time tried to balance the budget by taking $25 billion and cutting it from the transfer payments to the provinces and municipalities to attempt to balance the budget. So she needs to remember where this came from, and she needs to look at the member needs to look at the larger picture, Mr. Speaker. We've taken steps under the Economic Action Plan, under the Employment Insurance Program, to help those that are unemployed. We've given 5 extra weeks of benefits across the country to those that require it. We spent billions of dollars to help people upgrade their skills and their training. We froze the EI premiums for 2010, 2011, same level as it was in 2009, 2008, the lowest level in a quarter century. We've assisted employers and employees with work-sharing agreements, allowing people to claim EI, continue work share. We've helped about 5,000 employers across the country and 167,000 Canadians. We've put the Career Transition Assistance Program together, helping about 40,000 long-term workers by benefiting through training for about 2 years or more. We've put together the bill that she refers to, Bill C-50, 50 that will bridge that particular program by adding 5 to 20 weeks of benefits to help ensure that these long-tenured workers who have paid into EI for years have not benefited from the system, who now find themselves unemployed through no fault of their own, to be able to qualify for extra work. Now, what I have a hard time understanding is how this member and her leader and all members of that party stood in this House and voted against helping approximately 190,000 long-tenured workers. And if she disagrees with that number and it's 170, and if she were in committee today, she would know that how they justify the 190,000, but it's a lot of workers that are being helped from 5 to 20 weeks. And how does she stand in this House and face those workers and say, I voted against that bill in this House and voted against every clause, and we went through it clause by clause today in committee. Every member from her party voted against that. How do you vote against the benefit when you top it on top of all of the other benefits that we're doing for unemployed? How do you stand in this House and vote against it, except you're doing it for the purposes of winning an election? And that was the basis and the premise of their voting against the bill in the first place. Self-interest opposed to interests of the people in Canada who are unemployed, who find themselves without work, who need extra benefits, and we're putting a bill before them that fortunately is being supported and is going to come before this House and eventually get through. How does she justify that? Is that finding solutions, Mr. Speaker? No, it's not. Is it finding solution for long-tenured workers? No, it's not. We're working, Mr. Speaker, to extend benefits to self-employed workers. We're getting Canadians back to work, not only through historic investments to infrastructure, through the steps we've taken on the Economic Action Plan, but for those that are not able to do that, we have taken steps, Mr. Speaker, to bridge the gap, to be there for them when they need us, and we haven't done it on their backs. We haven't balanced the books as the Liberal Party did back in the 90s on the backs of the unemployed, on RMs, municipalities, and the lack of infrastructure. We're not doing that, Mr. Speaker. We will not do that. We will take steps to stand behind those that need us at this difficult economic time, and that's exactly what we've done. This member and her party should get behind us and support the Bill C-50 that will help approximately 190,000 Canadians that are out of work and will have the benefit of approximately $1 billion over 3 years. That's something that's significant and substantive, and she should support it, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Notre-Dame-de-Grâce-la-Chine.
I will not support C-50. My party will not support C-50 because we believe that it does not treat Canadian workers equally. It does not treat them fairly, and it does not address the issue of regional fairness. And if we want to talk about a government's record, let's look at this government's record that came in 2006 with a $13 billion surplus that has frittered that surplus. One of the first actions that the government did was to break a promise that it made during the 2006 election that it would not tax income trust, and it turned around and did that less than a week after it was elected to government. Let's look at this government who claims that it reduces taxes, and yet when one reads the budget very carefully, it has a $15 billion payroll tax, which will start at the end of 2010. But they're claiming, no, they lower taxes. Well, that's not lowering taxes. Under Liberals, the EI taxes went down every single year. That's not happening under the Conservatives. They froze it, now they're going to raise it.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, the honourable member can have it both ways. She wants to lower premiums at the same time spend more. But what we won't do, Mr. Speaker, is balance the budget on the backs of the unemployed as they did. We won't take $50 billion from the EI program. We won't cut transfers to provinces and municipalities by $25 billion. Anyone can balance the budget doing that kind of thing. We won't do that, Mr. Speaker. They've got two ideas: a 360-hour work year, a 2-month work year, work for two months of the year and collect EI. We won't support that. And they also like to say no. They said no to Bill C-50. They said no to Canadians. They said no to long-tenured workers. What good will no say to any Canadian, even one Canadian? What does that do for hard-working Canadians who've worked for many, many years in the automotive industry and find themselves at work? Nothing. No won't help them. What will it do for forestry workers? Nothing, Mr. Speaker. It won't help one forestry worker if they vote no on Bill C-50 or any of the clauses. What will it do to manufacturing workers? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. They will do nothing but the stand they take, and that's wrong, Mr. Speaker.
Order. 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 I'm a little confused. The honourable member asked the question, but then she didn't listen to the answer. Maybe. I think members should remember to, when another member is speaking, to let them speak. Now we'll go to the honourable member for Mount Royal.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The federal court's decision in the Abdul Razak case that the government breached the Charter of Rights and Freedoms in its treatment of Mr. Abdul Razak, and that the Canadian government take immediate action so that Mr. Abdul Razak be returned to Canada, was not only clear in its findings of fact and conclusions of law, but its factual findings and legal conclusions actually bring shame to this government. For the government promised, and I'll just give some examples, the government promised Mr. Abdul Razak a passport and then it reneged. Our security agencies cleared him of terrorist ties and then our government called him a security threat. Our government heard a UN official say Canada can bring Mr. Abdul Razak home, but then it argued in court that it cannot because the United Nations stands in the way. The government instructed Mr. Abdul Razak that he needed to get his name off the UN watch list, though it knew that this was effectively impossible. The government continued to argue in this Parliament that it could not comment on the case for weeks and months in debates before this House because the matter was before the courts, and yet the matter was before the courts because the government itself had breached the rights of a Canadian citizen. Mr. Speaker, it's not surprising that the court called it disingenuous for the government to argue that Mr. Abdul Razak should apply to the United Nations Committee for delisting. It also held on the basis of the evidence before it that, quote, CSIS was complicit, unquote, in the detention of a Canadian by a foreign government. Had it been necessary, the decision stated, the court would have no hesitation, finding that the government had acted in bad faith. It also stated there is no reason to challenge the applicant's assertion in his affidavit that he was tortured while in detention. From the beginning, as the court stated, the process that got Mr. Abdul Razak listed recalls the situation, I quote the court, of Joseph K. in Kafka's trial, who awakens one morning and for reasons never revealed to him or the reader is arrested and prosecuted for an unspecified crime. In the end, the court had so little faith in our government that it ordered Mr. Abdul Razak to be physically brought before it to prove when he is finally on Canadian soil. And so, Mr. Speaker, while at this point there is a security review of the actions in CSIS, and while Mr. Abdul Razak has sued the Canadian government and Canadian officials for damages for the reasons to which I've referred, some disturbing questions remain, questions that can only be addressed and resolved by a complete judicial inquiry. The questions not only list some for reasons of time. Why was the Canadian government so committed to refusing passage home to a Canadian citizen, a position that appeared to have no basis in law and indeed violated the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, as the court said? Why did the government risk a third straight adverse decision in which the courts admonished it for failing to come to the protection of its citizens? Why did the government invoke dubious security considerations in its defense, ignoring the fact that its own security services, both CSIS and the RCMP, openly stated that they had no information connecting Mr. Abdul Razak to terrorism? Why did the government appear to acquiesce both in the detention and the torture of a Canadian citizen? Why did it seek to bring about Mr. Abdul Razak's detention to begin with? If Canada turned a blind eye to torture, Mr. Speaker, who knew? Who approved it? How high up did it go? There are a whole series of questions, Mr. Speaker, but I want to close by saying as follows. When Canadians travel abroad, they should leave their country confident that their government will stand behind them, that whatever accusations other countries make against them, their government will work to ensure their rights are protected, and that at a bare minimum principle, their government will not be an obstacle to their safe return home. Only a judicial inquiry, Mr. Speaker, will be able to address these questions and satisfy the necessary accountability at this point of what did the government know, when did it know it, and how did it act in such a way so as to systematically violate the rights of a Canadian citizen. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity to talk to the former Liberal Justice Minister. He was the Justice Minister in the former government of Canada. This government came in power in 2006, Mr. Speaker. Many of the questions that the honourable colleague is asking today is something he should answer himself and his colleagues out there, because they were in the government. Matter of fact, Mr. Speaker, the honourable member just spoke about stating here that Abdul Razak has sued the government of Canada. Mr. Abdul Razak has chosen the route to go through the court. And if I may ask the honourable member that if he see who has Mr. Abdul Razak sued, he will find to his astonishment that it is members of his own government when they were in power. So many of these questions need to be addressed over there. However, let's be very clear on this matter. As Mr. Abdul Razak has taken the government to court, and what is even more surprising, Mr. Speaker, is that as a former Justice Minister, he should know that you cannot, it's not put into comment when a matter is in front of the court. And in this new instance, in this thing here, that what he's talking about, well, let's just quite clearly say one thing. Mr. Abdul Razak is in this country, and all this thing that he's talking about is past. Mr. Abdul Razak has already sued, and so therefore it would be very prudent, and I'm sure he'll agree with me, to not further comment much on this case. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Mount Royal.
Mr. Speaker, the government is continuing its practice of arguing in Parliament that it, as I said in my remarks, that it cannot respond because the matter is before the court. And all these matters went before the court because the government breached Mr. Abdul Razak's rights to begin with. And had this government not breached Mr. Abdul Razak's rights, the matter never would have been before the court and could have been resolved without a court procedure, simply by this government on its watch, when these things were taking place, undertake its responsibilities and bring Mr. Abdul Razak home, and not continue to sustain a Kafkaesque process which is the court itself identified in terms of this government's breach of its obligations. And if there are any questions that an inquiry would raise that have to do with the former government, so be it. The question is that we need an inquiry to get at the truth, and we will not get at the truth simply by court actions which are dealings with actions and damages, but not in how did the government act, in what way was it complicit, as the court stated, how far did the approvals go, etc. We need to do this in order to protect Canadian citizens who are ever detained abroad. Thank you.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Very shortly, Mr. Speaker, this government takes Canadians' issues abroad very seriously, and in all occasions we intervene where it is necessary and where it is required. But in this particular instance, as I've stated before, his government was the one under his watch government all these things happened. And at the same time, I have asked him a simple question. If he knows that how many members of his own government have been sued by Mr. Abdul Razak in a court case. And as I stated before, as a Justice Minister, he should know that this matter, whatever he wants to say, is not fair enough to comment when the matter is in front of the court, and we will leave it at that now. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 2 p.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24.